beautiful Lake George. 20 minutes or so north of Saratoga, so much to do. Great way to spend a summer afternoon. A great way to spend a summer afternoon on Mondays and Tuesdays, because the rest of the week, there's racing at Saratoga. But today, you get the best of both worlds. Lake George Stakes at Saratoga. And no water sports for this trainer today, Chad Brown. All business, running 2 fillies in the Friday feature. Eminent Victor, 5-2 morning line favorite, winner of the Wild Applause at Belmont. And stablemate Dolce Zell, talented French filly, 3-1, second choice. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Dylan Davis, I'd be smiling too. 3 wins yesterday. As always, coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Trackside, welcome everyone. Make it just outside the paddock. I'm Lafitte Finkai. Gotta love excitement here at Saratoga on a Friday. From the crowd, you can feel that excitement for a brand new weekend on the horizon. Can't wait for that Grade 1 coaching club, American Oaks, tomorrow afternoon. As for today's program, 10 race card about to get underway, highlighted by the 27th running of the Lake George Stakes. Here's the field. 3-year-old fillies running a mile and a 16th on the inner turf course, $175,000 purse. Number 5, Dolce Zell. Number 6, Eminent Victor. Chad Brown trained fillies will break side by side as I welcome in my co-host, Paul LaDuca, Richie Migliori. Gentlemen, last week, Richie, it was always about Chad Brown and his dominance in the Diana. Could he win a 7th? Well, he ran 1, 2, 3, 4. What kind of damage has he done in this Lake George?
Well, he has 5 winners in the Lake George, and it feels to me like Lake George is more of a stepping off point for some of his later developing fillies. Horse like Eminent Victor coming off a big win going a mile at Belmont, making her 3-year-old debut. It's incredible to me, the diversity in the Chad Brown barn. The horses that he won the Diana with, Paul, 4 of them horses that he had their whole careers, 3 of them imports, 2 from France, 1 from Argentina. He gets good horses, but he gets the best out of them.
He does. He simply does. And the 2 fillies that he has in here are major, major players in here. Dolce Zell, you can argue, just didn't have a great trip in the last time. It's sort of Irad Ortiz got a little bit put in a jackpot. And then you go to Eminent Victor. She's very talented too. So a filly by Mr. Z. I mean, out of an unusual heat mare. I mean, the pedigree on the 6 is very, very unusual, to be no pun, but I think Dolce Zell will bounce back off that effort where she had a little bit of trouble. And Irad Ortiz Jr., that was on Oaks Day, and you know that turf course again at Churchill was okay at that time. So, and Chad, I think, has sort of said, you know what, let's back off and get her legs back underneath her, and he's dangerous when he gets off the layoff.
And that's a top selection. He has like 4.5 hours to change it. Probably going with Dolce Zell. Today's schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Early pick 5 starts race 1. Naira Triple Play, races 7, 9, and 10. Race 9, Lake George. Main track is fast. Turf courses are firm. And we're going to start the day with a serious 2-year-old race. You can always join us at Naira Bets. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. It's the way you want to start a Friday at Saratoga. 2-year-olds are on the track. Home of North America's 3-time reigning champion sire Into Mischief. 2-year-old race of the day, Spendthrift. Expensive 2-year-olds. Several first-time starters. Maggie Wolfendale is with us. Maggie, potentially, perhaps, a very special 2-year-old we're about to see for trainer Joseph O'Brien.
Well, I think that's the whole story, Lafitte, is that Joseph O'Brien having horses stabled here actually on the Oklahoma side of this historic racetrack for the first time. And he's made quite a splash when he has shipped horses here from Ireland, from other European racetracks. And Alexis Zorba, he has debuted actually, he's run twice, and he's been beaten both times by Aidan O'Brien horses in 2 horses that went on to win group races in Ireland and England. So beaten by some talented horses. Now, physically, looking at him, he's not my cup of tea. He is obviously, well, Australian actually, bred from looking at most of the pedigree lines, but bred in England. He's just a bit backwards looking relative to the rest of his competition. I like the way he's acting. He's been acting very classy, showing the fact that he has experience, and he does have experience going around a turn, going left-handed to boot around a turn. But I thought there were more interesting propositions in here as we'll check in with some first-time starters. Number one is Clubhouse for trainer Todd Pletcher. Now watching his breeze two back, which was out of the gate on the main track. He was quick out of there, and he has been sharp throughout the preliminaries, but true to turf horse form, once he came off the bit towards the end of that work, he started struggling, and a horse on his outside clearly outworked him at the end and on the gallop out. He does appear as though, oddly as a Todd Pletcher horse, he might need a start, but I like the conditions for him. As we'll move on to number 5, Data Man. We see Joel Rosario show up here as opposed to number 7, Inflation Nation, who's my pick. Data Man, good-looking son of Tappet for trainer Graham Motion, is wearing blinkers first time out here. There's a lot of turf pedigree, and he's meant for the turf. He just looks as though he wants to go further than this. But Dylan Davis and Christophe Clement have teamed up with success. I'm going to go with Inflation Nation. I like this horse's 10-flat breeze at the OBS April sale. Moved like a turf sprinter, looks like a turf sprinter, looks fit, is sharp. Going for a little bit of a price here, Lafitte at 7-1.
Drinks all around. Louis Lazanero, maybe. Inflation Nation, 8-1. Maggie's top selection. Gentlemen, final thoughts as these 2-year-olds have reached the gate. This is exciting.
I like the fact that Maggie talked about the 4, Alexis Zorba, having a race around a turn, one straight away, one making a left turn, so at least you have confidence he'll negotiate that turn.
Yeah, I think the key to this race, Lafitte, is the 2 favorites in here is going to be the gate. The 2, Wico, got left first time out, and this horse was well meant for Wesley Ward. The 4, first time here, and you most of the time, first time in the States, they tend to break slow. If both of those 2 fillies or 2 colts break slow in this race, it could leave the race wide open for the other horses in the race. But I think if the 2 does break, wow, I think the 2's very, very talented. I'm surprised it's 3-1.
If they could get Clubhouse into the starting gate.
This is true.
Todd Pletcher, very good statistics. 2-year-olds, first-time starters on grass.
I particularly lean towards the ones that have had works over that Oklahoma turf course. Some of his horses at Belmont don't get that opportunity. The fact that he's been able to see this horse move over the turf gives me more confidence.
Alexis Zorba faced some serious horses overseas. Beginning of the week, we asked our analysts what they were looking forward to most this week. Andy Serling brought him up. Peter Brandt's Alexis Zorba, trained by Joseph O'Brien with a string of horses at Saratoga for the first time. Let's see what he does in his U.S. debut. Alexis Zorba is in. Data Man for the Wertheimer brothers. John Embrial, the voice of New York racing, standing by with the call, the first of 10 from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a hesitant start for number 5, Data Man, and he trails the field. It is Clubhouse who's going out for the lead with Alibi, Ike, and then a break of 2.5 lengths back to Appraise, who's running in third. It's 2 more to a Wico, who's down on the inside, and right alongside of Inflation Nation. Then comes the favorite, Alexis Zorba, and farther back, the slow-starting Data Man. The quarter, 21 and 1/5 seconds. It's Clubhouse on the inside and Alibi Ike on the outside, and the 2 of them right together, going around the turn and heading for the top of the stretch, with Appraise now moving up on the outside in third. And then Inflation Nation next in fourth. Wico is down at the rail. Alexis Zorba with a lot to do as the field now comes through the stretch. And here comes Appraise now to take the lead. Appraise is in front. Inflation Nation driving up on the outside to challenge. It's Appraise and Inflation Nation. Inflation Nation and Appraise, and the 2 will battle it out to the finish. And we've got a photo in the opener that appeared to go to Appraise right there with Inflation Nation.
Could be the start of a big day for trainer Chad Brown. Serious 1-2 punch in the Lake George, and here Appraise throwing it down. Inflation Nation thriller in the opener at Saratoga.
Looked like Inflation Nation had all the momentum and was right there to collar Appraise, but Appraise was having none of it and battled right back along the inside. This was a very game performance from this son of Kodiak, Paul.
Yeah, it really was. When Dylan Davis swung out Inflation Nation, he looked like he was home. He really did. And you're going to get a nice little price here. 11-1, longest shot on the board. You're getting Chad Brown with the longest shot on the board in the turf race. But it happened. You know, you go back to the beginning of the race. The two slowest breakers. The two actually broke okay and was trying to get out with Jose Ortiz. But the four, it's just hard in these 5.5 furlong races to get caught behind the 8 ball, and you got these newcomers with speed, Mig.
Yeah, you can't give anybody a head start in these races. There's very little margin for error. And I'm just really surprised. It looked like the 7-horse had all the momentum. Looked like Dylan Davis ran out of a room maybe to use his crop a little bit left-handed. That horse, they kind of came together.
Yeah.
Might have been beneficial to switch back to his right hand at that point.
Preakness winning combination you saw there. Seth Klarman, Chad Brown. That's a great selection from Maggie and a tough beat. Inflation Nation, who she liked, it's 7-1. Right here, Appraise strikes the front. Manny Franco goes to work. Dylan Davis, coming off of his 3-win Thursday, gets to work. Inflation Nation, Richie, pokes his nose in front, and immediately Appraise responds.
And you saw Appraise jump back to his left lead, just trying so hard to find something more. Very game performance by two first-time starters, and how often do you get Chad Brown at 11?
I tell you what, Lafitte.
Go ahead.
Do they ever look not amazing when they come back to the winner's circle? Like, you know, it's almost like they got a glow around them, right?
It's a pride thing.
Yeah, right?
It's like when you're walking off the field after going 4 for 4.
Right?
Probably. You know how that feels.
He knows he won.
Alexis Zorba, by the way, looked kind of a little bit lost out there from start to finish.
I think that shows you the difference between the pace of races in Europe and the pace of races in North America. And he was having a struggle to keep up a little bit.
It's kind of all over the place out there, expecting more from Alexis Zorba. Can't expect any more from Appraise, though. At 11-1 over Inflation Nation, 6-7-2-4. Results when we come back. Another trip to the winner's circle for those gentlemen.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bloodhorse Plus, available through Bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Bloodhorse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Bloodhorse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Bloodhorse Plus today.
Gorgeous afternoon in Saratoga Springs. Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Run Happy. #1 second crop sire of last year by dirt earnings. This one was on grass. And for Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, a praise, showing you everything you could possibly want to see, Richie, from a first-time starter.
Yeah, determination. He was professional. And when he was collared mid-stretch, he actually jumped back to his left lead, just straining to find more. And find more he did, Paul, at 24.80.
Wow, crazy. And you know what? Chad gave props to his assistant trainer at Monmouth that got a horse ready for him yesterday. Where was this horse training at? Monmouth Park before the one work here. So don't let Monmouth Park fool you that it's his second string or his third string. It's not that. He's got horses everywhere. He's just got a lot here, and he's got a lot of Monmouth. But whoever's running that, he gave him credit yesterday. They're getting him ready over there in the Jersey Shore.
Drinks only half off at Nove. Louis Lazzanero. Big run from Inflation Nation to run second. Right back to the winner's circle. Maggie standing by with winning trainer Chad Brown.
Considering Chad is trained for Louis, it might be brave to show up at Nove tonight. Chad, you just beat him on the wire.
That's what happens when you stray from your good friend. I had to stick it to him. But, no, I'm really happy with how my horse ran. My Monmouth crew, what a great job they did. Also give a shout-out to Mike Ryan, my partner. We bought this horse over there in Europe in Stone Street. They prepped the horse for us. So big team effort. I was shocked at the price. I'll tell you, we liked the horse today.
He was very game, very professional, and I noticed too that he actually worked with the horse that you run in the next race, an older horse. Indemnify will make his first start too.
Yeah, you know what? He just shipped up a couple weeks ago, so I want to give him a little bit of company in the lane, and they went good together. And Indemnify looks like a horse. He took a while to get there, a couple problems along the way, but we were patient with him, and I'm excited to finally get his career started.
And he's one that you've been working a lot down at Palm Meadows and with some decent horses too. So what are you expecting from him going the mile first time out?
Yeah, you know what? He's against a good horse that's fit already, growth capital of ours, so he might need one. He does look like he's got a ton of works. The problem is he just have to stop all the time on him. Always minor stuff, but very inconveniencing. So again, I'm just hoping he can get in the starting gate here in a few minutes because he normally finds a way not to.
Oh, well, Chad, wish you the best of luck with him. Congrats here, and what a way to kick off a day, and looking forward to the Lake George later on.
Thank you very much.
All right, Chad Brown, guys, getting a praise to the winner's circle, first time out, Lafitte.
Probably not the last time you're speaking with him today, Maggie. I wanted to follow up with Alexis Zorba, making his U.S. debut this afternoon. Highly regarded, kind of a non-factor. What did you notice in terms of his performance this afternoon?
Well, Lafitte, as I was watching the race, it completely dawned on me that they don't run this fast in Europe. He got completely run off his feet. He was, as you were mentioned, lost out there. You know, he was a horse that was very prominent in the early stages of those two European races, and we just go quicker over here too. The ground is firmer than what he's going to experience in Europe, and to me, as I was saying, he's a typical European built horse where he's going to prefer some juice in the ground, as they say. So this is just not necessarily going to be his scene, I would think, and we'll see what Joseph O'Brien brings over for some subsequent to Saratoga starts.
Didn't work out today. We'll see about perhaps added distance and ground with some giving it moving forward with Alexis Zorba. As for today's feature, let's start it out as the Chad Brown Show, and he has the two shortest prices in the morning line for the Lake George. And again, it's only a 20-minute drive north of Saratoga. Like, so much to do on a summer afternoon up at Lake George. Richie, like an easy drive, something for everyone up there, right?
It's great. I mean, so many things to do, certainly in the town of Lake George, up into Bolton Landing. If you want to get a little bit more secluded, I could take you to the backside of Lake George, know a path down to a secret cove back there. There's a lot to do over there.
That was me and Richie's gliding there. We were on it together. And you can go on the Mohican if you want to as well. And listen, one of the best restaurants you'll ever go to, the Sagamore. Tremendous restaurant right on basically the lake. So yeah, Lake George is a destination place for a lot of people this time of year.
Can't miss with the Sagamore. Another look at the Grade 3 field. Lake George, not as lopsided as last week's Diana, but Chad Brown does have a strong hand. Eminent Victor, 5-2, morning line favorite. This is her latest. Wild Applause last month, Belmont, Paul. Eminent Victor showing some grit over stablemate Oakhurst.
Yeah, she really has. What I do like about this filly, I love fillies or colts that have run well over 3 different services. She went to Arlington Park. Obviously, she was bought privately out of that race from Michael Pulis. She went to the Chad Brown barn. She went to the Talma out of that. That is a tough ask to go with the Woodbine over that racetrack. Then she came back with this effort, and she showed that fitness in 133. Flavian Pratt down on his belly, ears pinned back, and I thought this was a game effort.
Richie, Chad Brown said he considered the Saratoga Oaks, but felt the mile and 3/16 was too far. Keeneland's mile and an eighth, Queen Elizabeth, the second possible target this fall. How good do you think she is?
I think she's very good because the ground was very firm at Belmont. You saw Flavian Pratt get out right before Oakhurst got first run on him, an uncanny ability of his, almost like he got eyes in the back of his head. But I don't think she was really handling the ground. She kept bobbling. Wow. She was going fast, but she's bobbling. Now we had a little bit of rain. Now the course is firm, but it's not hard like it was at Belmont. I think she'll appreciate the ground here, and I think Chad was right. I think coming out of a sharp-paced mile race, this was a more appropriate spot for her than stretching to mile and 3/16.
If she didn't handle the ground, like extra credit, Eminent Victor, and then the stablemate in Dolce Zell, Polly's top selection coming in, the French filly. This was her latest. Grade 3 Edgewood, Kentucky Oaks undercard. It looks like a great trip until you remember, like, how bad the inner lanes were on the turf course at Churchill Downs Derby weekend.
They were. She had to wait, and you can tell she's a little bit hesitant. Her ears are pinned back, and now she gets through that hole, but you're right. Look where everybody is on the outer part of the racetrack. It's just flat greener. You can see it on the TV. The middle of the racetrack was not good at all that day. Now, was she going to win that race? No, she was not. But Chad is the king of backing up. And this is a horse that won right off the plane from Longchamp. And Michael Dove and Madacat Sable, Irad Ortiz and Chad Brown. Listen, we said Chad Brown win at 11-1. I don't think you want to get beat with Irad Ortiz and him at about, I would say you're going to get the 3-1 because I thought there's some quality fillies in this race because you have Eminent Victor. And listen, Skims is not a joke here. The 9 here for Shug McGay is a horse that's very, very talented. So I think he's going to take she's going to take some money as well.
You saw the graphic, the 5 wins, Chad Brown in the Lake George. But as we said at the top of the show, he doesn't have that stranglehold on this race like he did last week's Diana. Richie, Koala Princess here. She's going to be fresh, all set for her 3-year-old debut, unraced since the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, where she was made favorite based on the strength of this effort at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, she was a tepid favorite. Kentucky Downs, kind of a little bit like over the river and through the woods to Grandma's house, a little right-handed, a little left-handed, uphill, downhill. So she showed that she has a lot of handiness to her, and she's an athlete.
That's a turf course, right, Richie? That's the way the turf courses used to be, right?
Yeah, something like that. But just the fact that, like, she could handle all the kind of gyrations of that turf course, if you will.
Yeah.
Whenever you can use the word undulations, always a plus in thoroughbred racing. I was an odd favorite. I had completely forgot that she was the post-time favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Completely forgot.
Yeah, and Pizza Bianca beat her that day. She's been working good at Fairhill, and what I do like is which is kind of interesting, they've been working her over the synthetic, and then they put her on the dirt over there at Fairhill, and she worked a bullet there on the Fairhill dirt, and like you said, so maybe that goes to her versatility, and another filly that's run 3 different races, good races, even though in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, she got in a ton of trouble on 3 different racetracks. That's why I think this race is really salty.
We've touched on 3 contenders, and you can go deeper than that.
Yeah.
A wide-open edition of today's feature, the Grade 3 Lake George. Tomorrow, 3-year-old fillies, Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks. After that, another graded stakes race, these fast sprinters in the Grade 3 Caress, 5.5 furlong Mad Dash, $200,000 purse. Number 1, Caravel, defending champ, 5-2 morning line favorite. Let's revisit the Intercontinental. June 10th, Belmont, Richie. Caravel setting the tone while Star Divine tracks and Lady Edith tries to close in. I almost called her Lady Eli.
Yeah, Caravel showing a bit more speed than normal, kind of led the proceedings here. I think she just found her form again, and I like the fact that when she got challenged, she dug down and found more. I thought this was a tremendous effort from her. I also do think that Star Divine had just enough subtle trouble, like just never in a real comfortable place to finish the deal, but I don't know that backing up a 16th of a mile is going to be her friend.
Caravel won from the rail last year in the Caress, drawn inside again. See how that works out. She was excited. At the time we were saying, okay, we'll see her in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and she did wind up there, but the rest of the year wasn't anything like we saw in last year's Caress.
The one negative with Caravel is the gait. That's her Achilles heel. Look at her last 2 starts. She broke a little bit flat-footed, but she was able to get in front of that field in the Intercontinental. In the Turf Sprint at Churchill, she got squashed at the gate. The time before that, she got to the front end, she's gone. When she breaks and breaks with the field, she's ultra tough. But now drawing the 1 hole, if she doesn't break, she could be in big trouble.
Something to watch for from the start, Paulie. North of the border, this is the Grade 2 Royal North at Woodbine in Toronto. Richie, super sensational in front. Like, open up already.
Well, the rider was riding with a lot of confidence, and it was going 6.5. Maybe he was worried about getting that last 16th of a mile, but she did go 3/4 in 7-1.
Right?
So that's rolling. I like the turn back for her, and I also think she's going to get a stalking trip because I don't see her anybody in front of Robin Sparkles early in here.
I know they were bunched up, but they were a tick off the track record that day, and you're right. Patrick Husbands was sitting on her like he had secretariat. It looked like he was just going to keep on going. It was the first time that she's ever been on the turf, and she repeated some numbers. She won the victory ride at Grade 3 at Belmont. She's run some good races against Bella Sofia on the dirt. She's got a lot of class.
Deep edition of the Caress. That's tomorrow, and we'll see if Caravel can go back-to-back in this loaded graded stakes weekend at Saratoga that belongs to the ladies. They've cornered the market. Lake George later today. 3-year-old fillies, Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks tomorrow. Late Saturday, as we just previewed, the Caress female sprinters. Sunday, Shoe V, Clairiere, Malathaat, Ogden, Phipps rematch. Another blockbuster weekend from Saratoga. Horses in the paddock, race number 2. Updated odds, another maiden special weight event, 3-year-olds and older, mile on grass. And you're looking at the current favorite, that entry. Indemnify, that's Growth Capital. Today the day, defeated favorite in his first 3, second in his first 3.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Saratoga Live, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne well represented in this one. Current odds, race 2, good maiden affair, 3-year-olds and older, mostly 3-year-olds. Mile on grass, $105,000 purse. Over to Maggie with this race 2 Paddock report.
Thanks, Lafitte. And we'll start with the unraced horse, and that is Indemnify. As you heard Chad Brown after he won the first race saying that it's been a long road to get Indemnify there, to the races, but he looks ready, and boy, is he a good-looking son of Invincible Spirit. It's definitely a lot of European pedigree, so he's well-suited to these conditions. And I can see there's a little bit of a glint in his eye, suggesting that he might have a little bit of a naughty streak, so maybe that's what Chad was talking about as well. But he's minded his P's and Q's and has been a gentleman thus far, but he's made an excellent impression on me. As we'll take a look at number 2, he's one of 3 horses that come out of that off the turf race on June 3rd. Clubbing, love the names, out of the Party Now mare. Much more of a turf horse. Big, heavy horse, though. So I kind of liked his effort, suggesting first time out that he would want the turf, but he needs to develop behind. He just looks weak behind. He looks like there's going to be a lot more development to come with racing. But I do like number 6, Oglethorpe, and watching his stride over the wet surface last time out, in which he broke slow. He ran on really well, and just the way he moved really looked like a turf horse to me. He's a beautifully put together son of Arrogate, and I do think the switch to the turf will help him, though he doesn't have an abundance of turf pedigree, Lafitte.
Polly was sold as soon as he saw the name.
Oh.
Oglethorpe.
Yeah, we got an Oglethorpe, Oglethorpe, a.k.a. Andy Sterling. Yeah.
Post parade, race 2, 2 for 1. You're getting 3 to 5. Klarovich, Chad Brown, Indemnify, and Growth Capital.
Obviously, a strong entry here with Chad. I'll tell you what, Growth Capital might be getting a little of the hangsies. 3 straight seconds.
Mm-hmm. Maggie said this guy needs to develop some clubbing.
Yeah, but he is out of a stakes place winner on turf, to Passing Out, who was stakes place winner on turf.
The Prince's Spur, solid debut. John Velasquez, Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, it was a solid debut. This horse was up on the pace, a race that was supposed to be on the turf. Not a bad effort. Johnny V aboard.
Impulsiveness, second of 2 for Todd Pletcher.
Here's a turf pedigree to go on. I would have felt a little better if I saw turf work. This horse has trained in Saratoga.
Contender, Oglethorpe, just missed in his first try last month.
Oglethorpe, for you Slapshot fans, if I'm another horse, I don't want to get a fight with him in the stretch.
Oh, what a classic movie, by the way.
Joel Rosario in the saddle, perhaps part of the reason at 5 to 2, Slapshot fans. And there you see part of the entry, favorite entry. Growth Capital by Claiborne Stallion, War Front, and those 3 consecutive second-place finishes, all defeated post-time favorite. See if that trend continues today. Haven't forgot about you, Showdown fans. You play against your friends in the Showdown. Free to enter handicapping contests following the New York Racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Five minutes out. Trainer Chad Brown, who's won 3 of the last 4 Saratoga training titles, Alan Jerkins training title, 4 overall, seeking a 5th Richie and off to a bang-up start. 6 victories, 4 of them on Saturday, including the Grade 1 Diana. He's already struck today.
You know, last year Chad Brown got off to a meet where he had a lot of seconds and thirds, Paul, just a bit unlucky. This year, the bounces are going his way early, and you know he has bench strength.
Yeah, the name up there doesn't surprise me, but kind of does. But I was talking to Brad Cox before he came up here at Churchill. He said, listen, I'm bringing a ton of horses that I'm going to drop, and I'm also bringing in some of my good ones. And another guy up there that does not have a win that will start collecting wins here pretty soon is Mr. Steve Asmussen.
And as you both have pointed out, those Kentucky shippers and the damage they've done the first couple of weeks here at Saratoga. Growth Capital, though, those powerhouse connections, his latest, late June, Belmont, 3 to 5 favorite, Paul. Growth Capital, still can't capitalize. He's got to win from there.
Here's my thing with him, okay? His first 2 races, 136 flat on 2 different tracks. He was second. Now they put the blinkers on, 3 to 5. He does go very fast, 109. But Chad Brown horses don't really get past like that, and that's my worry. Now you can say, listen, the figures are going forward and going up. I get it. But there always seems like there's another horse in the race that's beat him. Maybe it's going to be a stablemate today, but he's going to be on a lonely lead. I would think the 1A goes, the one's going to sit back. the 6 is the key to the race. The Danny Gargan runner getting on the Oglethorpe if he's going to show speed and stay on the 1/8 hip.
Well, I think that they tried growth capital with the blinkers, and I think he just ran off. He was just too through the bridle. He didn't settle at all. The blinkers come back off. I think they're looking for him to settle more, Paul.
Discouraging loss, defeated favorite 3 straight. Hasn't been able to break through. Maybe that changes today. Oglethorpe, early June. Belmont in the mud. Oglethorpe launches a rally. The Prince's Spur on top of the pace as well.
What I like about this effort, we saw Carragate win yesterday. We've seen a lot more of these Arrogates starting to run, and a lot of them do not like a muddy racetrack because they're just big animals, because that's what Arrogate was. So I actually like this effort now getting on the turf. Joel stays aboard. I think the 6 is going to give the entry all they can handle. Oh, I really do.
Mayor's a producer. I like this horse getting to the turf, and I like the fact that Danny Gargan had the opportunity to breeze this horse on the turf. Even when a horse has turf pedigree, I give them higher marks when they've worked on the turf, and a conditioner, a trainer has an opportunity to see how they travel over it and the way they finish their works. I think that's a bigger tool than even pedigree.
You know, yesterday, Dakota Gold, Danny Gargan, maybe he was overbet. That's a different conversation, but that's still a tough pill to swallow for Gargan and Team Dakota Gold. On Dean Reeves' birthday, to fall, you know, nose shy in the featured event.
Yeah, what ended up happening when that horse floated out, Irad's horse reacted, and Dakota Gold ended up going about 6 or 7 wide. And I think that Irad thought he was going to come off the hill. And Flavian Pratt, man, he loves to save that ground. He snuck up that rail.
Saving ground leads to success in turf races, and you see him saving ground 99% of the time.
Practice squad determined effort in the Rick Violet. We go right back to Maggie.
Yeah, we got to look up Trackers for feet traveled for Dakota Gold over the winter practice squad, because Dakota Gold was at least 3 to 4 wide the entire way around there and even wider down the stretch. So a lot of times that feet traveled will add up to lengths. And what was he beaten? A neck? A head? So, yeah, a tough pill to swallow for sure. But let's see. Chad Brown, can he go back-to-back? Of course he can. I mean, how many times has he won the meet title here? Of course, I'm going to pick one of his horses, and he probably won't get to the winner's circle. But I really do like the first-time starter. But let's take a look at the one who has experience. As Chad said, he would actually give a bit more of the edge to Growth Capital, but I was just more taken with addendum. Oh gosh, now I can't say it. Indemnify. As blinkers do come off Growth Capital, it's the first time I'm laying eyes on him. Honestly, I would not want this horse going any more than a mile. He is honestly built more of a sprinter ilk. He's smaller, shorter coupled, built downhill. And even though those blinkers are coming off, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a bit of early foot from him once again. We'll see what a couple of these horses stretching out in distance do, such as number 4, who I'll get to next. But I do prefer just the overall picture that Identify creates here as number 4, Impulsiveness, for trainer Todd Pletcher. Now, he's the Pletcher that wasn't intended to run on the turf first time out. So he ran very poorly in his debut. Didn't take a exceedingly amount of money, just kind of average for Todd Pletcher, first-time starter. Now, he's by Quality Road, who's a bit of a versatile sire, is a half to a 2 out of 17 turf winner, but also half to Winterpool, who arguably was the most productive of that side of the family. Does have a bit of a turf look to him. He just feels, and I kind of feel this way about both of Todd's horses here, that they almost need yet another race to really strengthen, but sometimes that's mitigated when you switch to the turf. They're a little bit of just slighter built individuals, so therefore they might take to this course a bit better. And boy, Impulsiveness, he does look a lot like his sire here as they are hitting the turf 1 to 2. I guess a lot of people jumping on the 1 for 2 bandwagon. Lafitte?
Yeah, but you got to feel, Richie, for the handicapper who likes Indemnify, because Growth Capital is killing his price.
Yeah, and listen, Growth Capital has shown ability. He's a typical son of Warfront, the Claiborne Farm stallion. Got that balanced look to him, very racy looking. Blinkers coming back off. They don't want him maybe to run through the bridle quite as much as he did last time. But if you like Indemnify, it certainly is hurting your price.
2 for 1, getting 1 to 2. What are they doing here, Richie?
So just adjusting.
Slight adjustment there.
Yeah, slight adjustment. You know, as a rider, you're checking your equipment constantly, Paul. You're looking at if the keepers are in, meaning the hold the buckles into the bridle. You don't want anything loose. Riders adjusting his stirrups. And sometimes you'll see a rider that constantly adjusting their stirrups. It's more of a nervous tick than anything else.
Well, there it is. Get the selfie. Get the selfie out.
He's like, I already won one, about to take down another, and watch me run one, two
By
in
the
the
way,
feature.
by the way, I just want to mention that athletes aren't high maintenance. Okay, it's hard. We
not.
We're not, because it's really hard to do that. I used to do this one day. Put on some batting gloves and try to tie your shoes. I used to have the bat boy tie my shoes. He's like, you kidding me? I'm like, I can't tie my shoes with my batting gloves on, eh? And always had my wrists covered up, whatever. Try to do it at home, okay?
Nobody higher maintenance than broadcasters. Nobody higher maintenance than broadcasters. The entire crew here nodding in unison. Into the gate. Post time for the second from the spot. Johnny I standing by.
Waiting on the final horse, number 6, Oglethorpe. And they're all in. And they're off. And it's Indemnify. On the outside, Impulsiveness now moves up. Growth Capital is up close. Impulsiveness has the lead. Then it's the entry. Growth Capital and Indemnify racing second and third. Oglethorpe going wide into the turn and moving up on the outside now. Clubbing is down towards the rail. And then it is the Prince's Spur in sixth. As they head for the backstretch, it is Impulsiveness who has the lead, with Oglethorpe racing in second, the quarter 24 and 4/5 seconds over the firm turf. Growth Capital next in third, followed by the first-time starter Indemnify in fourth. Clubbing is running in fifth. The break of two, back to the Prince's Spur, who continues to trail. They continue up the backstretch. Long shot Impulsiveness is the leader here by 3/4 of a length, with Oglethorpe on the outside in second. The half mile up in 50 seconds. Entry mates remain 3 and 4. Growth Capital and Indemnify. And then Clubbing with the Prince's Spur at the back. And now they race midway around the far turn. It is still Impulsiveness with the lead. Growth Capital now making a move on the outside as Indemnify looks to rally down towards the rail. Oglethorpe is in between horses, and now they are in the stretch. And on the outside, here comes Growth Capital up to challenge Impulsiveness for the lead. Oglethorpe is there. Indemnify on the extreme outside is coming on with a 16th to the finish. It is still Impulsiveness. On the outside is Indemnify with one last try. Impulsiveness pulls off the upset. The big upset. Longest shot on the board at 19-1.
Todd Pletcher trained runner at 19-1. Big upset in the second. Impulsiveness holding off the first-time starter for Chad Brown. Indemnify. Luis Saez with the theft up front.
It was a theft. Pace makes the race. He went a half in 50. His ears are flicking back and forth. You know he's comfortable, he's happy, and he had plenty left when the real running started into the stretch, and he had a head start, Paul.
No, he did. I mean, 114 and change over this turf course right now. Luis Saez just took the initiative, and nobody really was able. Oglethorpe tried to make that middle move. I think Joel Rosario was so good at judging pace, was like, wait, we're going way too slow here, guys. Let's try to push this pace a tiny bit. And Oglethorpe tried to make that move, but Impulsiveness was never, I don't think anybody got to his flank, Lafitte.
No, he finds right here, he starts really digging. And Luis Saez just tough to pass to begin with, Richie. Impulsiveness, digging. Indemnify puts in a bold late run.
But to put it in proper context, they basically went 25 seconds for each first quarter. Then they picked it up to 24-2. They came on the last quarter in 22-3.
I got to look at the start, because what does not make any sense here is you're going 25-50 and 115, you got an entry. And the 1A last time went 109 and change.
I want to see how much.
Where the 1A broke perfectly.
Yeah, but here going into the first turn, Richie, I want to see how much the others are going to be impacted with this traffic jam going into the first turn.
Yeah, well, again, and the traffic jam was a product of them going so slow. Everybody's so bunched up.
Ooh.
Right there, the winner actually squeezed very hard your eventual runner-up, I mean, he had to take up, and that caused a jam in behind him, which in effect bothered the 3-horse as well. A lot of that had to do with impulsiveness, crossing over. It'd be interesting to see if they look at this, because was there proper clearance?
I think Growth Capital took the worst of it, not so much Indemnify. I think.
It was Growth Capital, because Growth Capital was trying to push towards the front end. I'd like to see a pan shot if we could, because to see how much IRAD did take up. Now, I don't know if they're taking a look at this at all or not, but the head-on does show the 4 does come over, but, like, again, a tiny bit of race riding. If we can get the pan shot, now look at the 1A and see if he's trying to push towards the lead with the 4.
Well, I also think taking the blinkers off at the 1A, their intention was to not go to the lead, because you see he wasn't aggressive. He was like, okay, I'll let them go, and now he's trying to clear. It looks like he's just clear. I mean, he takes up there, but
I think it looked to me like Growth Capital just shied, like intimidated. It didn't look to me like impulsiveness from
maybe
that
he was
pan.
taking a step away from him, right?
Right, shied away from him. I didn't think that he was shut off. There wasn't a near clipping of him. It looked like he was clear.
Yeah.
Would you consider that race?
I think it was all fair.
Fine, right?
You know, he had a length and a half on him. He's got to get over. He doesn't want to be caught 4 wide into the turn. That other horse just overreacted.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, and they're not looking at it, and I think Irad's probably thinking the same thing, maybe.
Impulsiveness. Todd Pletcher at Saratoga at 19-1 if you need him. And the reigning Saratoga champion jockey Luis Saez steals this second at Saratoga. Impulsiveness in an upset, digs deep, finds more, holds off Indemnify in the second. Wow.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
I got nightly, daily migration. Racetrack by day, Broadway by night. Play like a champion, everyone. Lots of people, happy people, all part of the Saratoga experience, downtown Saratoga. And if you backed impulsiveness. They have a few more dollars to spend downtown. Todd Pletcher, Luis Saez, 19-1 impulsiveness.
I need to look up some charts because I need to know what's the largest double ever from Chad Brown to Todd Pletcher. It's got to be this, 320 some odd $30 for $2.
Got to be it there. And J.J. Pletcher, Todd's dad in the win picture.
Unbelievable.
How good is that? Let's hear from the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher with Maggie in the winner's circle.
That is one Saratoga occurrence that I don't think we've ever seen. Chad Brown to Todd Pletcher with the 2 longest shots on the board as impulsiveness. Todd, I got to ask, how did you think turf with this horse? There's a little bit of pedigree, but you never ran him on the worked him on the turf as far as his workouts are concerned. And 2, you ran him on the dirt first time out.
He actually trained pretty well on the dirt prior to his first start, and he never lifted a hoof that day. And just when we worked him back on the dirt, he didn't work quite as well as I expected him to, and he just gave me the impression of a turf horse. He's a big, leggy, narrow, some of the quality roads run on the grass, and Luis gave him a great ride today, got involved, and was able to make an easy lead, and it was game when they came to him.
We were even talking, he looks like a smaller version of his sire, even with that long foretop that Quality Road stamps his horses with. We'll see you tomorrow represented with Nest in the CCA Oaks. Todd, back with her own sex. It's a great matchup between you and your former mentor / boss and Wayne Lucas. Talk a little bit about facing off against Wayne.
Well, I mean, he's done a tremendous job with Secret Oath, and, she's such a nice filly. We love the way Ness is coming into the race. It's going to be an interesting tactical race from a jockey standpoint, and 2 good fillies going at it.
We saw that last year with Malafat. She was a heavy favorite. This year it's more of a 2-horse race on paper. What are you looking for tactically?
Well, we need to get some position, and then Secret Oath's got an explosive move when she does go, and she kind of got a jump on us in the Oaks, and we were kind of bottled up while she was moving forward, and it was hard to make up much ground on her from there. So just hopefully we can get in a position where Ness can make a good, solid, sustained run, which she's capable of doing. All
right, Todd. Well, best of luck tomorrow, and congratulations here pulling out the big upset.
Thank you.
Impulsiveness. I hope somebody had an impulse to bet him, Lafitte.
19-1, Maggie. Just once. I was hoping he would say, Nest and Secret Oath, yeah, my filly's going to smoke Wayne's tomorrow.
I want somebody to say it one day, right?
You're not getting that out of Todd Pletcher.
Just once. Can't wait for that head-to-head matchup. And again, because we've seen this story so many times, doesn't mean it's not a good story. The teacher and the student, Wayne Lucas, Todd Pletcher, head-to-head, their fillies in a Grade 1 race at Saratoga.
It's a tremendous story. It really is. It's just like anything else. It's like you had your idols, and when I got to play against my idols, you get to ride against your idols. You don't think Todd wants to beat D. Wayne? You don't think D. Wayne wants to beat his pupil more than ever?
Oh, of course. And you think about Wayne Lucas, he had a dramatic effect on how the game is played from a trainer standpoint, multiple divisions. But how about the generation of horsemen that he's influenced, and obviously with Hall of Famers and guys that potentially could be Hall of Famers.
Like that Bill Parcells coaching tree. Yep. But in racing, it starts with
And a lot of people forget D. Wayne, he literally made a giant impression on the quarter horse game before he got even into the thoroughbreds.
That's tomorrow. Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks. Much more coming your way from Saratoga Racecourse. No Wilson Chute for these fillies tomorrow. Secret Oath, Kentucky Oaks winner, not the CCA Oaks favorite. That distinction belongs to Nest. We'll be right back.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the Women's Classic.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
The momentum continues for War Dancer, following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire. His progeny have posted 23 more wins in 2022, like Busy Morning.
Busy Morning, she is drawing away here.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Dancing Buck.
No threat to Dancing Buck.
Now with $3.5 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
He passes on durability, strength, consistency, great turn of foot, soundness, the ability to go 2 turns, to get better with time and age. Really all the things you look for in a racehorse.
And it's all Curlin in the race of the year for Horse of the Year. It's Curlin in an absolutely stylish performance.
Two-time Horse of the Year Curlin had another banner season in 2021. He was the leading sire of Grade 1 wins with 5 and Grade 1 stakes horses with 9.
Curlin is truly a classic sire. He's a horse that gives you a chance to win every important race. So I believe that, all the Triple Crown events, all the classic races, Curlin is certainly a horse that produces offspring of the highest level. Carefully manage his book, breeds 140 mares in capacity. He breeds many of the finest mares in America, some of the finest mares in the world. He's followed through every year with multiple Grade 1 winners and really good horses.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
I think as good as he's been, the next 3, 4, 5 years will be his best yet.
Like a modern-day Big Red Curlin monster among the best in recent memory. As always, Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Hill & Dale Adelapa. And here is the Coaching Club American Oaks favorite, Nest by Hill & Dale Stallion Curlin. 2-time Horse of the Year, Grade 1 Ashland winner, runner-up in the Belmont Stakes. As we take you inside the numbers, by the numbers, for the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks, named after the Coaching Club of America. All that history, 105 years. So who was fastest? Once run at 1.5 miles. Whenever you reference Ruffian, whenever you can, you do it. Current distance, 1.1 miles. It's tricky, like a little nuts, but man, could she motor. Most wins by a trainer, Todd Pletcher. 7 wins from 2001 to 2015. May have to update around 3:30 tomorrow. Most wins by a jockey. 2 of the very best, both in the Hall of Fame. Mike Smith, John Velasquez, 5 wins apiece. Each of Velasquez's for Todd Pletcher. Most wins by an owner, Calumet Farm, with 6 wins in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Most recent with a legend, Devonadale, 1979. The ambitious Coaching Club American Oaks Breeders' Cup Distaff Parlay. Only 3 have done it. A Gina, a Shadow, and the Great Monomoy Girl 3 years ago. Winning the Coaching Club American Oaks and the Breeders' Cup Distaff, that should lead to a title, right? It has. 7 CCA Oaks winners have been crowned. 3-year-old filly champion, Open Mind Songbird, Abel Tasman questing, joining the aforementioned 3 Coaching Club American Oaks by the numbers. Field drawn yesterday for the 2022 edition. Compact field of 5, much like last year. And the winner paid $31 last year. Thank you very much, Maracuja. Post 3, Nest, even money morning line favorite. Post 4, Secret Oath, 6-5. Second choice. Let's meet the contenders with Acacia Clement.
This weekend, familiar foes clash as fillies and mares vie for divisional honors in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. Some of the most talented female stars in the sport will take center stage at the Spa. The Coaching Club American Oaks features a rematch between sophomore sensations Secret Oath and Nest. Secret Oath got the best of Nest in the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks after a 4th place finish in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby against males.
Secret Oath wanders over to the rail. She's clear by 2. Nesta final try, but Wayne can still train. Secret Oath wins the Kentucky Oaks.
Secret Oath then finished 4th in the Grade 1 Preakness, again against males, just 2 weeks later. She was given a brief freshening before continuing her sophomore campaign at the Spa.
It's an 8-week break from her race, her previous race, to the one on the 23rd coming up. So this was a refreshing change.
Nest also competed against males on the Triple Crown Trail. The filly was second to stablemate Mo Donegal in the Grade 1 Belmont Stakes.
Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes. Mo Donegal and Erod Ortiz Jr. Nest was second, so it's Todd Pletcher, 1-2.
She also won the Grade 1 Ashland Stakes before racing under the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. Will Nest settle the score with Secret Oath? The road to divisional honors continues at Saratoga.
Chase for a 3-year-old filly championship, the field and the coaching club American Oaks. Again, guys, we made the mistake last year of conceding this thing to Malathot. Big upset, Maracuja. We're not making the same mistake again, are we?
I don't think we are. I really don't. I think we're running into 2 really quality fillies. Now you could say Society's an undefeated filly who's getting better and better, but is she at the quality of Nest and Secret Oath? You know, Secret Oath's got 5 wins on the resume. Nest has got 4 wins on the resume. We'll show you the Kentucky Oaks. And again, I want to reiterate to a lot of people, Friday on Oaks Day and Saturday on Derby Day, the rail was the place you did not want to be. That's why, which made Rich Strike come up the rail was even more unbelievable, but considering Jackie's Warrior was out in the 8 path with Joel Rosario. So this is where he wanted to be, and I like that he swung out. Like, I get it that Secret Oath circled this field, Mig, but I just keep on going back to I love the effort of Nest, that she just does not stop trying.
Well, she almost was stalled in between horses a little bit. And watch when she gets her head in front of the 2 that she's in between. It's almost like then she dropped her head and ran on more freely.
Yes.
It was almost like she wasn't that comfortable between those 2 fillies.
Tail of the tape, round 2. Secret Oath v. Nest. Secret Oath has the edge in experience, wins, earnings. Nest fared better against the boys on a Triple Crown stage, the Belmont Stakes, but head-to-head, like scoreboard, Secret Oath won, Nest nothing.
Well, I think the difference that's going to happen, I think, tomorrow will be that Nest will get the jump on Secret Oath because it's a smaller field, because Nest sort of got put behind the 8 ball and was about 7th in that race, and usually she's up close. And Secret Oath, you got to give Louis Saez credit. He decided to go, you know, I'm going to go around. But I think tomorrow's going to be different. I think Nest might get first jump.
I think it's a terrific matchup. And to answer your question, I think we're doing it again, but I don't think it's a mistake.
You don't think?
That keying in on these
those
2 horses like
right.
we did last
year. So
year.
no Maracuja lurking in the field this year.
I don't see it, but it is horse racing.
Butterbean? Butterbean? Butterbean?
Never sleep on Butterbean. We'll find out tomorrow. Live coverage on Fox Sports 1. Horses in the paddock for the 3rd. Maggie Wolfendale standing by with this Race 3 Paddock Report.
Thanks, Lafitte. We do see horses saddled here in the paddock. Going to start with your favorite, that's number 5, a Mountaineer for trainer Todd Pletcher. For me, he was completely against the racetrack last time. I think it was a track that was favoring inside runners, in which we did see Perceived, the winner that day, spend most of the time before tipping out. The only horse to really make up ground in front of No Burn, who did return yesterday as an impressive winner, earning a 96 buyer. And Amount was just on the 4 to 5 wide chase the entire way around there. Now, before that, he was riding a 3-race win streak in some modest races, but they've come back down to earth here in this 32,000, and he makes a lot of sense. He's incredibly fit for Todd. I like the flat mile for him. I think it fits him well, as we are going to see the Wilson Chute utilized here for, you know, just a handful of times that we've seen it. for this season. So all things good with your current favorite. We'll see what trip he works out here beneath Irad Ortiz. Number 6, Last Chance at Glory. He's first off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez. And last time out, I thought he attended the pace that fell apart. And really, of the horses that were forward that day, he was the one that ran best. Well-conditioned coming in here. A bit of a smaller horse. So with that being said, gives me the impression that he's a bit of a handier horse. So it's a little tighter here. It's a little bit more of a tighter configuration with this Wilson Chute flat mile. I think it'll suit him well, and he's nicely in the bridle, and he's very keen here as horses are hitting the track, guys.
Maggie, thanks so much. Post parade shortly for this third race. As mentioned, that Coaching Club American Oaks we just previewed, it's on Fox Sports 1 tomorrow. And a heads up, it is early. Race 5, post time 3:15 Eastern. Secret Oath, Nest, Coaching Club American Oaks, first Grade 1 dirt event of the season, live on Fox Sports 1. Excited about this one. Story within the story. Lucas Pletcher, 3-year-old championship implications, perhaps the second of 3 bouts between these fillies. We recapped the Kentucky Oaks, CCA Oaks tomorrow, and eventually the Grade 1 Alabama, most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies at Saratoga. Tricky segue back to these $32,000 claimers, Paul. Who'd you wind up with on top?
Me?
Here?
In this race?
Any other? Yeah, in this one.
I think I used the 6 on top or the 5. I wasn't sure. I think the 5 is going to be really tough in here. I had this race 5-6. So I think I had the 6 on top just because of the price.
You have 9 minutes to make up your mind.
No, but I had 5-6 in this race. I think the 5 is going to be really tough to handle. Kind of a Ricky Bobby horse. 4 wins, no other placings out of 8 starts.
First to last.
Yeah.
I love that the other day. That is great. Shake and bake. Post parade here for the 3rd Saratoga. Pioneer Spirit. And Trevor McCarthy still looking for that elusive first win.
I thought this horse had a little bit of a chance on the cutback a tiny bit with the blinkers on last time.
Mount Travers, Dylan Davis lost the opener by a nostril.
Yeah, and he lost by basically a nostril last time by trying to take this horse gate to wire, and should show some speed today.
Hammer and Hammer, first or second in 21 of 54 lifetime.
But 0 for 8 in Saratoga with only 1/3 to show for it.
Long-term thinking. First after the claim, AC Avila, tricky.
Yeah, AC Avila, always a crafty trainer. First time up the claim, stretching out for him.
Amount number 5, pictured there he is. Team Nest, Rapoli, Pletcher, Irad Ortiz.
Why you never give up on a horse. They dropped this horse for 20 non-2, basically trying to give him away, 25 non-3, and he just keeps getting better.
Last Chance at Glory, Paul's top selection.
Yeah, gets Joel Rosario for Gustavo Rodriguez, who's dropping him off the claim.
American Rule, again, we're going out of this Wilson Chute. American Rule, Jose Ortiz should have him in a perfect spot.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. He's a 7-year-old Ridgeling now, and he does not have any wins here at Saratoga, but he does have positional speed, and he does get the outside draws. You look at the money line, and if you're looking at money line, it's a lot different because you're not going to get any of these type of money lines unless you're playing the Miami Dolphins against the Kansas City Chiefs back in the day. So what you're looking at basically in the one is plus 500. It's very simple. You bet $100 to win, you're going to get $500 back.
That works.
Yeah.
I like the Dodgers minus 140 against the Giants tonight. Just saying. I'm a little biased.
Just a little biased?
I'm a little biased.
Gonsolin?
No, Tyler.
Okay.
I think he's 10-1.
That's it?
On the season. Where are they without him and Gonsolin?
Right.
Not that things worked out in the All-Star game. Moving right along. Hammer and Hammer.
Don't worry, I was in part of 4 of them. I lost all 4. Don't worry about it. The National League keeps on struggling.
Latest for Hammer and Hammer, April 21st, Aqueduct. He was favored. Hammer and Hammer. Dylan Davis dives to the rail, and American Rule, Pioneer Spirit, going to outrun them to the wire.
And this was a 1-turn mile at Aqueduct. It feels to me like this horse may be a bit more effective around 1 turn. And the fact that he's 0 for 8 in Saratoga gives me a moment for pause. Now, 4 of the 7 have tried Saratoga, and they're 0 for 17 collectively. 3 of the horses have not started in Saratoga.
Yeah, you make a good point there. I didn't even realize that. You have the 5 and the 6 in the straight 1 that has not started at Saratoga. The rest of the field is 0 for 17. So where do you go as the 2's getting a nice little warm up here for Linda Rice and Kendrick Carmouche. This horse should come from off the pace. I think the public has it right at 3-2 just because this horse likes to win. he's a 4-year-old that sort of has a kind of bit of an upside. When you're looking at the 1, he's 9. The 7, he's 7 years old. The 1A's 6. Have we seen the best of them? We might not have seen the best of Amount, the 5.
3-2. Amount, as we mentioned, Team Nest. Mike Rapoli had a winner yesterday. Todd Pletcher had a 19-1 winner at Saratoga here earlier today. Irad Ortiz. Amount. This was in the mud on the 8th of May. Most recent victory. Good trip, stock, pounce, accelerate late.
Yeah, and a horse that, like Paul says, 4 for 8. He wins 50% of his starts. He's out of a pulpit mare Extent, bred by Claiborne Farm and Adele Dilschneider. We saw Curlin earlier, the spitting image of Man o' War as far as I'm concerned. He knows how to win. He gets Irad Ortiz, and Todd Pletcher's not going to just allow Chad Brown to run him over in the trainer standings.
You would hope not.
And that replay we just watched with Amount, I think it's a situation, Richie, you refer to them as the bicycle-type horses. You could see I said accelerate. I don't know how much he accelerated. Irad really had to go to work on that afternoon. Keep him steady. So if you're looking at Amount early on and you can see Ortiz encouraging him early, like don't freak out. Maybe that's just the kind of ride Amount needs.
Well, think about people that work out. Some people are highly motivated and they go to the gym and they don't need anybody to kind of help them, and they work out and they like the results they get. And then some need a personal trainer to keep motivating them, keep telling them, come on, give me 5 more, give me 10 more. You can finish this.
Like the one in the mirror at your home. It talks back to you, right?
It talks back to me a lot, and sometimes tells me things I don't want to hear.
It's Paul during commercial break, keeping us all focused and motivated, right? Hammer and Ammer. Maggie, what are you noticing out there as he tries to register a second win in his last 3 efforts?
Well, Lafitte, yeah, let's talk a little bit about some warm-ups. And as you were just watching on the screen, Amount, your current favorite, looks sensational. He is moving like a dressage horse out there, so nothing the matter with him except his price. His Hammer and Ammer, I didn't like in the paddock necessarily, and I don't love his effort. First off, the claim for Linda Rice, it seemed, as Paul was kind of mentioning, it seemed as though some of these horses might be past their prime, or there's kind of that Cinderella effect where, Hammer and Ammer, when he was a young horse, he was very good. I mean, he ran well for Rudy Rodriguez, and then he lost his way. And then Gustavo Rodriguez claims him back and turns him back from the pumpkin to Cinderella again. And then Pat Reynolds continued it, which a lot of us were skeptical of. But like I said, he didn't look as good back in the paddock as what I'd seen from him when Gustavo Rodriguez had taken him over. He's a horse that does have that string halt, that neuromuscular condition where it kind of pinches the nerves, and you can see it out of walk, see? With his right hind there, see how he hitches it? You don't notice that whatsoever in the gallop as you saw. So it's pronounced today, and when it's not so pronounced, is when he runs better. And his last race was not good. He was on that racetrack favoring horses to the inside. He was on the inside. The warm-up had me feeling a little bit more positive about him, but again, he'll prove me wrong. I'm gonna stick with number 6 in here though. Last Chance at Glory. This horse is gonna be, I think, forward for Joel Rosario. Although you never know what you're going to get with Joel out of the gate, but he was very aggressive in the warm-up. He's very energetic here, and I just like what I'm seeing from it. And I just thought a viable alternative, a horse that has a similar running style as your even running favorite in Amount, that maybe he's just stalking to the outside and pulls the right trick, guys.
Joel Rosario, Maggie, Last Chance at Glory. Rosario, a date with Skims, 9-2 on the morning line in the Friday feature, Grade 3 Lake George. That's on grass. This one on the main track. Out of the Wilson Chute. Richie, I thought you brought up an interesting point yesterday, that as we're still trying to gather data and watching the handful of races that have been contested out of the Wilson Chute, that you have felt that it's still hard to gauge because of how seemingly cautious the riders have been out there to kind of look out for each other.
It's a learning curve. I think everybody's still trying to get that comfort level with it. Although we saw a little more race riding go on with it yesterday than we
yeah.
had previously. Tyler Gaffalione took a little bit of advantage.
Maybe
of,
you said that
Joel
right before
Rosario.
that race. Maybe that's what
yeah,
it was.
no, and listen, that's the way it's going to be. We talk about it. You know, definition of jockey, to maneuver or manipulate by adroit or devious means. Within the boundaries of the rule, of course.
Okay. All right. So
Would that have worked if you took that to the stewards, if you had to go meet with them after an incident?
You know, I was a pretty good lawyer for on my own behalf.
I was a math major. That looked like a geometry problem. That was actually pretty good. But what I will say is, after watching that race the other day out of the Wilson Chute, where Rosario's horse did not break well from the rail and Gaffalione's horse did, and he took the rail right away from him. If you have the 1 or 2 post, you're going to have to show some speed. If not, you're going to get stuck behind horses. So you have to make that decision whether I'm going to get to the rail or I'm just going to lay back, because if you end up trying to push through, you're going to end up using your horse if you have to take back.
But that's a great point right there. You have to make your mind up immediately if you're going to get in there or you're going to get out of there. You don't have ownership of a spot if you're only halfway in there. And that's what the public needs to know. Going into turns and certainly out of a chute, you got to get all the way up in the spot or get all the way out of the spot, and that's a quick decision to make.
But I love the experiment, the distinction and the options on dirt between 7 furlongs and 1 1/8. The discrepancy was just too great. We needed something in the middle, and now we have it.
I think it's brilliant, and I think they did a great job with it. You do have about 160 yards before you actually got to make the bend.
I think you got to worry about American Rule here in Jose Ortiz at 9-2. It's post time. Third race, live from Saratoga. Here's Johnny I.
Travers. And they're in the gate. And they're off. Pioneer Spirit away well as they race up the chute. And there goes a Last Chance at Glory. Last Chance at Glory has taken the lead. Pioneer Spirit down on the inside. American Rule is in between horses. And on the outside is Mount Travers. They've reached the backstretch now. Last Chance at Glory is the leader with American Rule. And then the entry, Pioneer Spirit, Mount Travers together, 3rd and 4th. The Mount is next in 5th. Long-term thinking is in 6th. And Hammer and Ammer is the trailer in 7th. As they continue up the backstretch after a quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds. And it is Last Chance at Glory, the leader here by 3 parts of a length. American Rule on the outside in 2nd. And down at the rail is Pioneer Spirit, who is racing in 3rd. And alongside is Mount Travers as they go into the far turn. Mount is still in 5th, about a half dozen lengths from the lead. Then Hammer and Ammer and Long-Term Thinking. The half went in 47 and 4. Last Chance at Glory is holding on to the lead here by a length and a half. And American Rule is running in 2nd. And on the extreme outside is a Mount Travers, followed by Pioneer Spirit in the red blinkers. 3/4 in 1:12 and 3. The field is in the stretch. Last Chance at Glory, challenged on the inside by Pioneer Spirit. Then comes American Rule. They're moving for the 16th pole. Last Chance at Glory, still in front, and now clear. Last Chance at Glory, put on the lead by Joel Rosario, and Last Chance at Glory wins wire to wire. Pioneer Spirit was 2nd, then American Rule, Mount Travers, and Hammer and Ammer.
Joel Rosario muscling home. Last Chance at Glory. Maggie, Paul zeroed in on this one. 6th lifetime win. Last Chance at Glory at 5-1. Well done.
Well, you know, when you looked at this field, Mig, it looked like there was some pace in there, but the 6 got to the front end very easy. You could see Irad Ortiz. He was asking a mount right out of the gate and was really getting no response. And then Joel, when he's on the front end, good luck trying to go by him.
Joel will do something when he's on the lead. He'll save horse, and when he turns for home, he'll intentionally let his horse drift out and almost invite people. You want to go inside of me, but that usually means he has a lot of horse, and then he goes on with them again. Good run from the runner-up under Trevor McCarthy. Pioneer Spirit, the 9-year-old, closing in on $1 million in earnings, just came up 2nd best, but he went up inside of Joel, and Joel had a little more horse left with Last Chance at Glory. And I sure hope, guys, we have a lot more chances at Glory.
You say that like we're like a handful of days left or something. You know something I don't? 6-1 7. Joel Rosario. How about Gustavo Rodriguez? Second win of the meet, first after the claim and another trip to the winner's circle.
He can flat out train. He's 24% on the train. And then you look 2 off over, 0 for 17, now 1 for 18. But he's a very good conditioner, and it was just a heady ride. Listen, when nobody put any pressure, 112 and change for this type of horse, the race was over, and Joel gave this horse. We were talking about, Maggie and I were both talking about horses that were a little younger. I picked the 5 amount, or I picked the 6. They were 4 and 5. They had, to me, they had more time, or at least it looks like on paper, time to develop, where we've already seen the same movie with all the other runners.
Gustavo Rodriguez. Did you notice from the start, how about amount?
He's asking, right, Mig?
Oh,
he's
yeah,
asking.
he hustled him away, as did Trevor McCarthy of Pioneer Spirit.
He's flagging him with the whip. Or
He
the
just-
crop, excuse me.
Just flat, had no run on his mind whatsoever.
But I didn't think, did you think the 6 was going to clear that easy?
No. He did. Rosario. Last chance at glory by a 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Golden Sense. Nobody's saying he's Golden Sense, but he was good enough today. Last chance at glory. 6-1-7 results. Reaction when Saratoga Live continues.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Fun start to the weekend. Welcome back. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years. Doing the usual unusually well. Nothing unusual about seeing Joel Rosario wave the crop to the fans, entering the winner's circle. Another victory. 3 stakes wins already at the meet for Rosario. You do not want to miss Cart Talk, by the way, this weekend. Ron Anderson, the guest. Super agent Ron Anderson. Really don't want to miss it. That'll debut tonight, 1380. Well done, Paulie. Well done, Maggie. Both picked Last Chance at Glory. Maggie in the winner's circle with the winning pilot.
Well, Lafitte, we're just trying to catch a breeze here. Joel and I we're staying out here so long, I got to sweating. But Joel, watching you ride Last Chance to Glory. Now, how long have I been interviewing you up here at Saratoga?
Wait, like, a little longer, yeah.
Yeah, maybe like 10, 8 years. And I tried for all those times for you to articulate, to tell our viewers, how do you know? Because when you show confidence, you hardly ever go to your riding crop. And I always wonder, how do you know how much horse you have underneath of you? And with Last Chance to Glory, you only went to it when you felt that horse come up on your inside.
I mean, thanks for that. But I mean, I just say how the horse move, and I can see him through his ear. You know, he's going easy. Nobody is actually challenging him in the moment, and he was really good for me. So I just trying to wait for the right time. So I know when I ask to go, he probably gonna have a little more left. So that's what I'm trying to just figure out.
Let's go back a long, long time ago when you were a kid. Growing up, did you ride horses? How did you kind of learn to hone your skills?
Yeah, I mean, I've been riding horses since I was like, what, 1, 2 years old?
Like me.
Pretty much, yes. So all my life, so I love the horses, and I mean, just be happy that, work with them here every day, and be at Saratoga is a special time.
And you're battling it out for leading rider. How does that feel?
It's good, so hopefully we get it done.
Well, you've definitely earned your leading rider as far as money earned. That's for that matter, as you've won many of the stakes. Joel, wishing you the best of luck later on with Skims in the Lake George, but congrats here.
Appreciate it very much.
All right, Joel Rosario, your champion jockey of 2021. Lafitte.
Finally, that well-deserved Eclipse Award. Maggie, 3 stakes wins at the meet. If there was one thing, Richie, that separates him from some of the other great riders in North America, what would you say it is?
Here's how well he gets horses balanced and running into the bridle. And like we saw with an Italian, he can get horses to carry speed further because of the rhythm and the balance he gets them in. It's how efficient he gets horses to run.
For me, no panic. He's that guy you want up with the guy on second base, with the game on the line. He just oozes it. There's just no worry at all. He sits there. That's why he's a great sprint turf rider. He always makes the last run. He's just cool as a cucumber. That's just the bottom line.
It's a good point. And there's a confidence and a calm in chaos, Richie. And for some athletes, the mental aspect, and you know about this as well as anyone, like some guys want the ball in the last 2 minutes. Some guys want to be up with 2 outs, bases loaded, down 3 runs.
Yeah.
Some guys, talented, yes, shy from that situation.
You make a great point because it's here. Because we all could do it. I mean, Richie, you could ride any horse that won the Kentucky Derby just as good as anybody else. And I always felt that I could hit anybody on the planet because I believed it up here. And that's what you have to do because that's your livelihood.
Well, it's like what I say, all good athletes need confidence. They have to have a little bit of swagger.
Mm-hmm.
And just what you're saying, he's so calm, it slows everything down so he sees it clearer. He's not creating the chaos in his mind. He's got a clarity to it. I mean, I think it's great. I wish I had $1 for every person who told me I couldn't be a jockey. I wouldn't have had to be a jockey.
I remember Jack Clark told me one thing, and I know we got to go. That guy on the mound is trying to take away your paycheck. That's all I needed to know.
Joel Rosario, he's seeing that beach ball right now. So is Louis Size. Great story, talented rider. It's about character with Louis. A great sit-down with the MIG. That's next.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 is one of the country's earliest pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the win early pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's win early pick 5. Win early, win often.
Tell automatic slam. Tell razor toting gym.
That's all part of the pageantry, entertainment, like an SEC football game around here. Celebration, tradition for the 154th season of racing at Saratoga. And we were just discussing Joel Rosario, a top jockey in North America, as is Luis Saez. You know, you think about what's the worst thing that could possibly happen to a jockey, like aside from serious injury. Probably winning the Kentucky Derby only to be disqualified. And that's exactly what happened to Luis Saez a few years back. And then the question was, how would he respond? And what we learned is that Luis Saez, aside from being a very talented rider, is incredible character. Suffice it to say, he has come a long way since arriving from Panama at the age of 17.
Louis, take me back to the beginning. You're a young kid, and you enroll in the Lafitte Pink Eye riding jockey school.
When I first started, I went to the jockey school in Panama. I was 14 years old, and I left home. Living up there and go to the track, leaving the track, it was a pretty tough moment for me because, man, in the track I don't know nobody, and that play was so different. But I get through.
You started riding professionally as a jockey, 16 years old. How old were you when you decided to come to the United States?
When I left Panama, I was 17. That was like dream come true, just to come over here. And I came to Florida. The first day when I get there, I don't know nobody. And it was a little tough too because I had to find a place, and it was by my own because my agent just leave me there. The guy that bring me from Panama just leave me on the track. After, you know, I have a place to stay, everything started.
Maximum security. Country has 1-2 down to the line. Maximum security wins the Kentucky Derby. It's maximum security. He's never lost a race, and he wins it under Luis Saez.
You actually finished first in the Kentucky Derby. Unfortunately, ultimately disqualified. How do you overcome that? I mean, because a lot of riders, I think it would just destroy them, but you handled yourself with so much composure and strength and class.
Well, in the moment was a little difficult. I recognize that. But, you know, this thing is my joy. I love horse racing. I love the sport. I love the horses. And in that time, that happened, just happened. They stay way back, and I don't really, they don't really bother me.
They're coming down for the finish. It is Essential Quality and Midnight Bourbon. Essential Quality has won.
Last year, lead-in rider in Saratoga. The Colony, as good as it was last year, seems even stronger this year. Is this the best Colony you ever rode with?
Oh yeah, definitely. This is the best Colony. Everybody here, they're pretty tough. Trainers, horses, jockeys, everybody want to win. Winning that title last year was something so special for us. We never thought we were gonna be there, but we did it. And well, we have a good start this year. I know it's tough every year, but we just keep doing what we love, riding horses and try to win.
But as they come to the wire, it is Secret for the coach, D-Wayne Lucas. She wins the Kentucky Oaks.
You won the Kentucky Oaks on Secret Oath and gave her a terrific ride. What was that experience like?
Oh, wow, it was a magnificent experience. It was something super for us, you know, for me, for my family.
Now, Secret Oath's here in Saratoga. She's preparing for the coaching club, American Oaks. How is she doing, and how confident are you going into the Oaks?
I'm pretty confident. She worked very good. She's doing great, and she do everything perfect. I think she's gonna come out with a good race, so we hope all the best.
Well, I see you out here every morning working. Is it a place that you do work more horses and you're out more mornings? You got to work here.
Yeah, you gotta work, and I really like it. I love it. I love to get out early, come over here, get a cup of coffee, a little coffee, and just enjoy the morning. It's beautiful here. Enjoy the moment. And I did. I really enjoyed it.
Great stuff with Saez, Richie. Like, I text Melanie Wignall immediately when I saw that, who edited this. Loved the feature. What was your biggest takeaway from the time you spent with Luis Saez?
How grounded he is. How his priorities are so he's got his priorities straight. And he keeps things in that proper perspective. Here's a guy who won a Derby only to lose a Derby. A guy who had to leave home at 14 years old to pursue this career. And he's made all the right choices. He wound up with Richard DePass as an agent that really helped him climb to the next level. Richard DePass retired. He wound up with Kieran McLaughlin, continuing to climb into even more of an elite level. He's easy to root for. And the key to what he said to me is how much he enjoys what he's doing and living in the moment. He enjoys the moment.
I never look at Saez and think of maximum security. There's the guy who got disqualified in the Kentucky Derby, I think, of how he handled it, and the character and the class. Just great stuff. Luis Saez, a date with Secret Oath tomorrow in the Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks. And Paulie out to defend that Angel Cordero riding title, currently tied with Irad Ortiz. Joel Rosario now a three-way tie at the top, WinStar jockey standings.
Yep, he's gonna be right there. I mean, he's gonna be right there at the end of the meet. What struck me, great stuff, Mig. What struck me about that, he said "we" about 40 times. Never said me, I. He knows what it takes. It takes a team, your agent, your family, everything. And I think that's what's made Luis Saez one of the better riders, if not one of the best in the country, if not.
Maggie, we have a Paddock report to do.
Yes, we do. Lafitas will check in with the horse dropping down. Beaten favorite last time. Disappointing effort from number 7. I'm glad the Jonathan Thomas Augustin stable trainee. And the blinkers are going on this time. Now, watching that race, in which I thought she was much the horse to beat. I could not find any sort of proverbial hole in her to find where she would lose as the beaten favorite. But boy, was she beaten that day. As the only thing I saw in the running of the race is that she ran with her head kind of up in the air. I don't know, maybe she's a filly with a compromised airway possibly, but the blinkers going on, you would think that that would get her to lower her head a bit more, and she's very focused in the paddock, at least in the preliminaries, and I like what I'm seeing from her from the physical perspective as well. Maybe the one thing, maybe she could look a little bit healthier in her coat, but she is one that is kind of battling for favoritism right now with another horse that adds blinkers. Number 3, Miss Bonnie T, off the claim for trainer Phil Antonacci. I haven't seen Phil claim that many horses, so we'll see how he does with Miss Bonnie T. But one thing I can tell you he's done with her is settle her down. This is a filly that typically is very wound up prior to her races. I see that he has a pair of earplugs on her today as the shortcut cheater blinkers go on. She's very relaxed version of Miss Bonnie T. We'll see if that's a good thing out on the racetrack, as she is over 12 heading into this one. Will lucky number 13 be her day? Then we'll check in with some horses that offer a lot of value on the board. They're big prices, but they're trying the turf for the first time. We'll take a look at number 1, Awesome Alley V. First off the claim for trainer Mike Lauer. Now, Dialed In is not the best influence on the turf. And there's 2 minor turf winners on the bottom side. But physically, this girl looks turf meant. She has a big old, pie dish type of foot to her. She's very long, leggy, angular type of hind end to her. She looks as though this is what she wants to do. And I've seen Mike Lauer take some horses and switch them to the turf and have success. She looks very fit for only her second start. I like her overall, too. She's a big, powerful looking filly. As we'll also take a look at one of 2 Linda Rice horses in here, number 6, Regina. She tries the turf, and I mean, she has a really nice pedigree, being by Empire Maker. The dam's a graded stakes placed on the turf, a graded stakes winner going long on the dirt, and the second dam, Bella Bellucci, is a graded stakes winner going long on the dirt. She does have a little bit of a turf look to her, looking at her foot, flatter foot to her. she should take to it just fine. We'll see, though. I mean, with that kind of pedigree, she hasn't really shown up in her dirt races, and coming back off a bit of a layoff, she does look very fit, though. So we'll see what she brings to the table, but maybe this is what she's been asking for all along, is a change to the green stuff, Lafitte.
That surface switch, good stuff as always, Maggie. Thanks so much. Horses leaving the paddock. Post-parade Bruin. Always love that shot, Megan. One of the first images that comes to mind when you think about Saratoga. Jockeys, horses going through that gauntlet, and the fans here a chance to see the stars of the sport up close and personal right before they go out to battle.
And the enthusiasm never wanes. From the first race of the meet to last day race of the meet, people are lined up there and excited about it, and that's one of the beauties of Saratoga.
Kind of reminds me of old Dodger Town. Used to walk through the fans as well, and the jockeys walk basically through the fans, take pictures, take autographs. They're trying to hustle to get bound on their next mount in the next race, but it is very, very, very fan-friendly out here.
Better bring a lot of goggles to give away to the fans for the riders. There's Ricardo Santana, awesome Ali V.
Yeah, Mike and Penny Lauer, they're a good team together. 30-1 on the morning line. Ricardo Santana, 14-1 today.
Ron Beek, owned by Mark Keller, trained by Bobby Robato.
Drops back in for 75, owned and bred by Mark Keller. Certainly has races good enough to be very competitive here. Big price at 10-1.
Number 3, Miss Bonnie T, 6-1 morning line, 2-1 favorite. The one to catch, I believe.
Yeah, blinkers go on. Flavin Pratt aboard. I think all systems go. If Miss Bonnie T doesn't win here, could be looking at another day.
Whiskey Lullaby, much better post today.
Better posts, and I think she got a lot more out of her second start than the first start from a fitness level.
Candlestick maker, Dylan Davis.
Good race last time at the 40 level. Hasn't been seen since May, but Bruce Levine, okay off this layoff.
Regina, second of 2 for Linda Rice.
Like the pedigree here, out of a stakes place turf mare, who this is her first foal. I like her getting on the grass.
I'm glad. And Loretta Ortiz in the Augustin white and green.
She ran so well first time out, kind of confusing in the second start out. Irad, like you said, in the irons. Blinkers go on for Jonathan Thomas, who's gotten off to a good start. Wow. Filly by Kingman looks tremendous.
Neck bowed, ready to roll. I'm glad, the second choice. Now the favorite, 2-1. The 4th of 10 from the Spa when we come back.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Some of the flavor of Saratoga. Never been? You enter to win a trip to upstate New York with Savor Summer at Saratoga, presented by America's Best Racing. Labor Day weekend, you and a guest are going to be treated to an expenses-paid trip to Saratoga Springs, New York. VIP day at the races, luxury dining in the city, valued at $2,800. Visit www.americasbestracing.net/Saratoga Sweeps. Three minutes out till this fourth race at Saratoga. Richie, you wanted to start with the 6 Regina at 12-1 an outsider.
Yeah, I just like the turf pedigree on this horse. Ciao Bella was stakes place for Todd Pletcher. This mare gets to Philly, I should say, gets on the turf for the first time, dropping down to the maiden 75 level. And I thought at a big price, she was definitely worth a look. A horse I'm using in my exotics.
Paulie?
I like the 4 a little bit, Whiskey Lullaby. I do think the 3, Miss Bonnie T's on the change, but Flavian getting aboard is going to run a big race. But the 0 for 12 is tough to look at. But Whiskey Lullaby's been hung out twice in her 2 starts, in the 11 hole and the 10 hole. And I thought she stayed on pretty good. You get Lascano back on board. That's Linda Rice's go-to jockey. And, you know, Jose won 1 yesterday, but he was about, a head and a nose away from winning
right
3 in a row. Yeah,
right there. Good crowd, enthusiastic crowd, Maggie. Candlestick Maker, who just missed in her latest at 10-1. Either of you read lips?
Not well.
I didn't catch a word of that.
She was giving out the winner. I hope somebody read
Probably.
Yeah, a little technical difficulties. Hopefully we'll get back to Maggie before they get in the gate. But the 7 right now, a 9-5. A little surprised, Mig, but I guess everybody's going off maybe that first start, because the last start, I just don't know what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see any clear-cut excuse, at least visible excuse, right? But it also gives them the ability to drop down for the maiden 75 for this daughter of Kingman, adds blinkers, get Irad. Honestly, looking at her on the racetrack from a physical perspective, you've got to love her.
To my untrained eye, she looks good.
The 7, look at the fractions in the first race. 117-3, so is that a bog at Keeneland? So I don't know.
Let's try this again. Maggie, you with us?
Barely, Lafitte, just hanging on. I love technology. Not. As we'll check in with number 5, Candlestick Maker. She is one that she looks pretty slow on paper, I'm not going to lie. But she does kind of present herself as that big galoof. For lack of a better way to say it. She's just kind of big, lumbering girl that a lot of times those types, they need to race into trying to figure it out. And I feel like today she's on it. She was kind of kicking, feeling frisky. She made a good impression out on the racetrack. And she's a pretty filly. And I think last time we saw a glimpse of her figuring it out very late in the game. We'll see if she can put it together just a bit more now in her 3rd start. Number 6, Regina. I know, Mig, interested in her. I loved her warm-up. She looked fantastic out there. Very aggressive one from Kendra Carmouche. Look for her to be forwardly placed in this turf try, Lafitte.
Have to feel better about that there, Mig. 13-1. Fire it up.
Already did. I'm locked and loaded. Got on my Naira bets, and it actually does make me a bit more confident. I might double dip.
By the way, when Mig texts, he texts away. When he bets really close to the phone. He wants to make sure he gets it right.
You can make a mistake when you text. You don't want to make a mistake when it's firing. Ryder was off the 2.
Yeah, actually, this isn't out of character for Rumbeek. She's a filly they load without the rider on a consistent basis.
All right.
And then the rider will climb back aboard, in this case, Jalen Samuel. A filly that at a big price actually has got numbers that fits.
I'm kind of with you. She's got a tiny bit of talent. And Jalen Samuel's a kind of underrated rider. And she's getting better a little bit. She's cut in half, 15-1 to 8-1.
Expecting to see Miss Bonnie T, number 3, in front early with Flavian Pratt, won yesterday's feature, Rick Violet, in a thriller. So who graduates? Maiden's in the 4th on grass. John Embriel standing by.
And they're off. It is Whiskey Lullaby from the extreme outside. I'm glad ranges up.
And towards the inside, Miss Bonnie T is next in third, followed by Regina in fourth. Candlestick Maker is in fifth. And then it is Rambeek, and the trailer is Awesome Ali V in seventh as they round the clubhouse turn. Whiskey Lullaby showing the way here. I'm Glad, a little headstrong there on the outside in second and a bit tough to handle. Miss Bonnie T is down at the rail in third through a quarter in 23 and 4. Regina runs in fourth. And then it is a Candlestick Maker in fifth. At the back of the pack, Awesome Ali V and Rambeek. They continue along with Whiskey Lullaby leading here by 3/4 of a length. I'm Glad on the outside in second. It's Whiskey Lullaby by a half length. I'm Glad getting closer on the outside in second. And then it is Miss Bonnie T just in behind, down towards the rail, running in third, with Regina alongside in fourth. Then Candlestick Maker, Awesome Ali V, and Rambeek, the half in 48 and 4/5 seconds. Whiskey Lullaby continues to show the way here, midway on the turn. I'm Glad on the outside is getting closer by a head behind now. Whiskey Lullaby narrowly. I'm Glad in second. Then it is Regina. Far outside is Awesome Ali V. And at the rail is Miss Bonnie T. Whiskey Lullaby with something left here as I'm Glad drops out of it. It is Whiskey Lullaby trying to hold off Miss Bonnie T. and Rambeek on the outside. The three of them will fight it out to the finish. It's Miss Bonnie T. and Rambeek. Rambeek and Miss Bonnie T. and Rambeek has won it to break her maiden here, going a mile and a 16th on the turf.
Issues in the gate in the past, no issues in the stretch. Rambeek in an upset over Miss Bonnie T. Exciting finish in this fourth race at Saratoga on the lawn.
Well, Miss Bonnie T worked out a perfect trip in the pocket, came out, Flavia and Pratt so good at saving ground, but Rambeek kind of followed in his wake under Jalen Samuel, tipped out, came with all the momentum, and it's nice to see a lower profile rider get an opportunity on a live horse and deliver with a good ride. Rambeek gets it done. Robert Robato for Mark Keller, a long-time combination.
Yeah, they go back, way back. And there you see Robbie and Mark Keller. You're right. These are connections that go back 20, 25 years, even longer. And like I said, Jalen Samuel is very capable. I'll tell you what, Flavia Pratt could not have given Bonnie T a better ride. This is a horse that usually likes to be on the front end. She just can't really close the deal. But Rambeek, you know, that last race, I guess, woke her up, and man, she rolled home nice. And I'll tell you what, you got Pletcher and Brown, the two longest prices on the board. You got Rambeek at 8-1. You got impulsiveness with Pletcher before. That was a $1,000 pick 3. If you're alive in this pick 5, my goodness, good luck.
Well done. Rambeek, Mark Keller, Bobby Robato, class act, working together for a long time, as you mentioned, and you see that combination, and one horse comes to mind, Grand Couturier, the two-time sword dancer winner here at Saratoga, that long-distance, top-class turf marathoner.
They've had some good horses. Grand Couturier, Bribon, a horse around a
Bribon, forgot about
lights-out
Bribon.
mile. I think he won the Met Mile for them. And there's a loyalty there, and there's a relationship that is so strong, and you appreciate that in a game where the musical jockeys are played, musical trainers are played. It's nice to see loyalty, repaid.
Nothing guaranteed. I think that's one of the aspects of this sport that surprises so many new to it, is that there's nothing that bonds, whether it's agent, jockey, trainer, owner, like nothing bonds the relationship like on paper. And when you see something like this, as long-lasting, as successful, it's good to watch, good to see.
It's easy to root for. It's a satisfying result for guys that have stuck it out long-term.
No, that's true. That's true. And for a guy like Jalen Samuel, I'm with you. I couldn't be more happier for him.
Good ride, 8-1. Bobby Robato, Mark Keller. To celebrate another victory here at Saratoga. Just getting started on this weekend of racing from the Spa. Much more. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Some zen, get refocused. You know, maybe you're like handicapping's off, right? Go to Congress Park, take a walk, deep breath, reset, refocus. Right, Mick?
I just got drowsy. No, honestly, it's beautiful park.
I'm good at putting people to sleep here.
It's beautiful.
At putting people to sleep.
Came up here one winter, and a friend of mine, and we got a cardboard box, and we were sledding down Congress Park, and we were going through the pond, which was frozen solid.
Straight out of Christmas Vacation, Chevy.
Right? By the way, Rumpy, congratulations to Connections here. We were talking about Robert Roboto and Mark Keller. How about the blinkers? 4 starts ago, they put the blinkers on and changed this filly by Ghost Zapper's life. And by the way, the pick 5s are enormous.
Maggie's with a guy who can tell us all about it. Maggie.
Thanks, Lafitte. And Bobby, you're funny. You were quipped. Yeah, you had her in the pony with her in the paddock where she was nice and relaxed, which she can get wound up. But you should have had her had the pony for the winner's circle too.
You try to come to the races nice and clean, you know. And she did a number on Jaylon here, but you know he's so happy at that point. It didn't seem to matter. She's like that, and believe me, she's all business. She's been like that her whole life, but it doesn't affect her in the barn. She's a sweetheart in the stall. She does everything right on the racetrack when she trains. Coming and going, she's a handful. And we school her in the paddock naturally. And you notice the rider comes off before she gets in the gate. It's clockwork. The guys at the gate have it down. They don't even hesitate. Rider jumps off. She walks in. Rider jumps on. No problem.
And for people who don't know, like how long did it come to that conclusion that that was the recipe for success for Ron Beek?
Early on, you know, we've had issues. And the main thing you do is constantly school. Because repetition, you think, improves everything. With her, it didn't. So we came to the conclusion that jumping off, leading her in, is the best bet. And why change it, you know? So she's doing great. And unfortunately, it's a difficult, here especially, maiden special weight's very difficult. I mean, you're up against the best of them. Racing Secretary is kind enough to start using these maiden 75s. It gives us a shot to run in a competitive race. And we didn't mind Chad scratching today, you know, but absolutely gives her a place where she can compete, you know.
So what is the next step from a maiden 75?
You know, from a trainer's point of view, when you run for 40 maiden special, 40 maiden claimant, you can go to 2 lifetime for 40. You run for 75, you're not even eligible for the starters. And we're telling this for Keith's idea so he can pick up on this. So
Keith is the racing secretary.
Right, so where do we go from here? If she couldn't win the maiden special weight, it'd be tough to think she can compete in one other end. So it's going to be a decision we'll have to make and see how she comes back.
Well, hopefully she comes back. She was full of beans here in the winner's circle. Congrats.
And everything, she's been really good. So, but everybody loves to win in Saratoga.
You said it, Bobby, and congratulations to you for getting it done.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
Bobby Roboto, a great insight into what can be often tricky fillies. And Ron Beek, they figured out the recipe for success today to get the maiden score.
I'm glad you pointed that out, Maggie, because like no canned answers, like the very thoughtful, great insight, Bobby Robato.
Yeah, that's Bobby. I'm a friend for a long time, terrific horseman.
We'll pause briefly, welcome in a brand new audience here on Saratoga Live. Welcoming in our viewers, Valley, SoCal, and San Diego. This is Saratoga Live, another gorgeous afternoon in Saratoga Springs, New York, gearing up for a big weekend. He is champion jockey Richie Migliore, not the guy on the far left. Four-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Like some strange stuff has happened today. Todd Pletcher, 19-1 shot, struck earlier here at Saratoga. We still have the pick six coming up in the Grade 3 Lake George, where Chad Brown seemingly has him surrounded again with the top two favorites.
Yeah, so far in the first four races, we've had the longest shot on the board, Chad Brown at 11-1, Todd Pletcher at about 18-1, and Jalen Samuel at 8-1. What am I missing here right now, Richie? I mean, like, but if you're live in the pick five, the lowest you can do to the favorite is $30,000 for 50 cents.
Wow. You see, now, listen, all due respect to baseball, I'm a fan. You can't go to a ball game and leave with more than you came with, right? You can come to the races and have a life-changing score.
Like a $22 Diet Coke? What's wrong with that?
But you know what, Lafitte? For $200, I'll take that plastic cup with my ice cream and sprinkles, okay?
We started the day with two-year-olds. Exciting first race. Watch this finish. A praise. Inflation Nation. Maggie liked Inflation Nation. It's going to be a tough beat in the end with a praise. Watch him dig in on the inside. Manny Franco, what a finish here, Polly.
Yeah, what a great finish here. It looked like the 7 Inflation Nation. Maggie loved this horse on the racetrack. It looked like he was going to go right on by, but Manuel Franco got a praise close enough to Inflation Nation to get him competitive. Battle back on the inside, and at 7-1 started off the card.
Get the adrenaline pumping right off the bat. Then race 2, Richie. And impulsiveness on the lead with theft on the agenda for Todd Pletcher at 19-1.
Got to set very pedestrian fractions, a half and 50, 3/4 and 14 and change, and then they streaked home the last quarter of a mile in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Take a super horse to reel in a horse that's running through the wire like impulsiveness did, and a good effort from him, but he also got a real soft trip up front.
Brown, Pletcher in the first two. We got to look it up. Got to look it up if there's ever been an early double at Saratoga that has paid more than that one did. Polly, and yeah, it's been tricky. Then Last Chance of Glory and Rambeek at 8-1 just moments ago.
It's been very tricky, it really has. You know, impulsiveness, just took the field gate to wire. Last Chance of Glory, I thought a lot of people, I didn't think that horse would get to the front. I liked the horse, but maybe for a little off the pace. Rambeek's going to play a lot bigger, but these pick fives are enormous. I hope you're alive, because just by, hopefully you just went, okay, Chad Brown's in the first and Todd Pletcher's in the second. I'm not even going to look at the price. I'm going to push both of those horses. Yeah, I hope so, because one was 11-1 and one was 18-1. The two longest shots on the board. We're still trying to check if that's ever happened here at Saratoga.
Unreal. But Chad Brown, yeah, he has the top two favorites for the Grade 3 Lake George today's feature. 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th on grass. And Richie, for Chad Brown, ran 1, 2, 3, 4 in the Diana last week. What kind of success has he had in this graded stakes race on grass at Saratoga?
Well, he's got 5 winners in the Lake George, and it feels like he uses this Lake George a little bit more of a stepping off point for some of his later developing types. Maybe not so much today, because, we do have Eminent Victor, who ran well in the Natalma as a 2-year-old, but she's only made one start now as a 3-year-old, and that was a winning start in the Wild Applause, where, my personal opinion, I don't even think she handled the ground, and she won just because she's good.
Extra credit for a filly that just won a stakes race on a surface that she may not have handled. However, Polly's like, look out for the French filly. Dolce Zell, your top selection in the Lake George.
Yeah, just because, again, I keep going back to that Churchill Downs turf course. She really didn't like it, and just the backup by Chad Brown. I like when he resets his horses, gives them a little time off, and I think she's going to absolutely explode today. The race that she ran at Keeneland against Spenderella was able to get away with 114 and change, and this filly was breaking into that lead.
Don't want to miss this. Some of the highlights coming up. Week 2, Cart Talk. Jonathan Kinchin with Ron Anderson. Super Agent Ron Anderson represents Joel Rosario. John Velasquez, I have watched this. It is can't miss. Couple of stories regarding some big horses you're familiar with and how those jockeys wound up on them. Mind-boggling. Great stuff.
Tremendous agent. I had the privilege of having him work for me for 4 or 5 months when I wrote in California. Only agent I ever had come explain to me why he put me on a horse.
I used to call him, I call Ron Anderson the Tony La Russa of agents. Wherever he goes, he wins.
Man that runs racing. Ron Anderson. That's a little bit later on tonight. Some of the highlights coming up on Saratoga Live this evening on this gorgeous Friday. Pick 6 just around the corner featured Lake George. The 9th race will be right back. Horses in the paddock for the 5th in the Pick 6. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Welcome back. Picture perfect afternoon in Saratoga Springs. Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. We're on grass for the 5th and the Pick 6. Horses in the paddock, field, and updated odds with future victory. 5-2, $35,000 claiming event. Non-winners 3 lifetime. On the inner turf course, 3-year-olds and older. Start with future victory. Nest Connections, Micropolling, Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz to ride. And Richie kind of pulled in his last race. This was at Monmouth, but still in the lane, really showing you what he's made of and digging deep.
Yeah, and I just, think this horse maybe with the blinkers off is going to be more effective because he'll settle a little more. I mean, he ran very gamely here, but I felt like pulling early takes energy from a horse. And I think he might have been able to finish the deal if he had been a bit more switched off. He gets Irad Ortiz Jr. and blinkers off today, and a drop in class should be significant.
Guy on the right, pretty good trainer. Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, 19-1 winner earlier. Yeah, so something to watch right from the start, Paulie. How much future victory is cooperating with Irad Ortiz leaving the gate?
Well, two different riding styles. I love Paco Lopez. He wins races. But one thing about Paco, he's high on a horse, and he sometimes he struggles to get a horse to settle because he's so high on a horse. I would think Irad will be able, now with the blinkers off, but is that going to put this twirling candy colt or gelding too far back, which I'm worried a tiny bit because there's, besides the 1 and 2, I mean, the 2 and the 3, who are both big long shots in here, there's not much pace in this race.
Feel like we're spying on Chess's Dream there. This was his most recent, exiting the same race as Bricko and Girl Dad. This was at Belmont late June. Chess's Dream in a third-place finish. How productive of a race, Richie, in the end, do you think this one will be with these three meeting up again this afternoon?
Well, I think it's a really interesting race, and you know, you've got Rico coming out of it, or Bricho, if you will. He was coming off a layoff, so out of the horses coming out of this race, I don't see a lot of excuse for Chess's Dream. Yeah, he had to wait for a split second at the top of the stretch or coming into the stretch, but in turf racing, that's not a big deal. I mean, he should have finished a little bit stronger, I thought.
I don't get 8-1 compared to you're getting the entry at 5-1, and here's the other part. Louis could be aggressive in here with the 4 and might be laying in a very good spot.
Saw it earlier. It was Saez on that Todd Pletcher trainee, 19-1 on the front end on the grass earlier this afternoon. Then the entry, 2 for 1. You're getting 5-1. Chess's Dream and Voliero. 1 mile on the inner turf. And race shape, Richie, racing luck, jockeying for position, always a big part of these races in terms of what happens early, playing a big role is what happens late.
Particularly a mile on the inner turf. It's usually a bit of a scramble into that turn, and it's a tight turn. So you've got to, go forward to get your position, but at the same time have enough control of your horse to set them up to make the turn. From a rider's point of view, one of the rougher races you'll ride in because you need to get position and then be able to hold on to that position.
How much different, how much trickier is it, the outer versus the inner? The melon versus the inner here at Saratoga?
Quite a bit more difficult on the inner. The turn is just that much tighter. It comes up quick, and horses have to switch leads properly. And when everybody's trying to jam in for position, sometimes you don't get the room you need. A horse needs a few feet to be able to swap to their inside or left lead, their proper lead if possible.
All set for the Paddock Report. We check in with Maggie.
And we'll take a look at number 8 and here, Future Victory. Weirdly, a horse I haven't seen before as he does drop out of Allowance Company, but we do see owner Mike Rapoli here in the paddock present at Saratoga. And Mike's whole game since he's been coming up here is to get wins, and often you do have to drop horses to get wins. He's a good-looking horse, the son of Twirling Candy. A lot of times Twirling Candies can be a little bit more lighter framed. Not the case with him. He is a bit hot here. It's a hot day, so you want him to sweat. But it's bordering on, being a little bit on the excessive side. Just something I noticed for a horse that is going to take a lot of money. Moving on to the inside of him is number 7, Girl Dad. Always one that carries a lot of conditioning, a lot of flesh. And I remember Richie was on for that comeback race back on June 23rd and thought that maybe he needed a race. He probably needed a race. He ran like it too. He just looks a lot more toned this time around. Like I said, he's a little bit tough to judge because he is that thicker bone type of horse, but I just think that last race sets him up where he needs to be, and it's always a horse that's going to benefit from getting races under his belt to move him forward, Lafitte.
A fitter, Girl Dad, 7-1, if you like him. And with riders up in a post-parade, Brewing wanted to remind you about tomorrow's cross-country Pick 5. Great racing, coast to coast. Cross-country Pick 5 featuring racing, of course, at Saratoga, Monmouth, Woodbine. You play all in one. 50-cent bet by looking for the XCP5. XCP5 in the wagering menu in your online betting account. Free past performances. More information, visit NYRA.com/cross-country. You normally take part, yes, cross-country?
Yeah, 100%. It's actually, it usually overpays mostly every week, yeah.
It's like getting the different tracks all
I love
involved.
it.
Yeah.
You get Ellis Park involved every once in a while. I think that was last week, and it's a lot of fun. You get to go here and there, but the great part about it is it's over in about an hour instead of like 4.5 hours.
Fast and furious.
Yeah.
Cross country pick 5 tomorrow afternoon. Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. It's early, around 3:15, race 5 on Fox Sports 1. 3-year-old fillies clashing. Nest, Belmont runner-up, Ashland winner, Secret Oath, Kentucky Oaks winner. With 3-year-old championship implications, the 2 biggest races for 3-year-old fillies at the Spa, Coaching Club American Oaks, and later the Alabama towards the end of the meet. First things first, this pick 6 here at Saratoga, Lake George 3-year-old fillies, race number 9, and this $35,000 claimer on grass, wide open. Call to post, current favorite, number 8 at 5-2, future victory. You'll see him in the post parade, and we're going to start with the entry in Chess's Dream, co-owned by Mike Dubb, trained by Mike Maker.
Good third place finish with Dylan Davis aboard. Last time, Jose Ortiz will be in the irons today.
Bolero stuck outside post 10.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana and Michael Maker, and this one also for Mr. Dubb.
Barnegat Light draws the rail with Junior Alvarado.
Rail and speed on synthetic, even speed in one turf start should be a part of the pace.
Spectator lists. There he is, winless in 7 tries this year.
He's had the lead 8 out of his last 10 starts at the half-mile call, so I would think he's going to have the lead today.
Number 4, Bricho, Bond Racing homebred.
A horse that ran very well off the layoff. Jimmy Bond's horses seem to excel at Saratoga. This is their home base. They have their private barn just down the street.
Do not sleep on the Bond runners. Number 5, a Prayer Book. 28-1 winner at Belmont last month.
Yeah, 28-1, you're right. And does have a decent race here at Saratoga. Trevor McCarthy looking to get his first win.
Our Country, Flavian Pratt riding for George Weaver.
Certainly numbers that make this horse very competitive here. Drops out of those starter allowances for 35. Could be a bit easier.
Maggie liked what she saw. Girl Dad, fitter today. 2nd at 2 for George Weaver.
Yeah, and I think Girl Dad might run a big race. She's always had a little bit of ability. Maybe she'll show some of that speed again like she showed last time out.
Favorite, future victory.
A lot to like. I like the blinkers off. I like the change in rider. I think this horse is well placed. Also a drop in class.
Sonic Speed does not have Sonic Speed. Number 10, Gussie Mack. Javier Castellano, hands full, marooned outside.
Yeah, Gussie Mack for now Seville and Javier Castellano. The 9, Sonic Speed, I think is a runner that at 12-1, I think that horse can hit the board for Brittany Russell. She's very, very good. This horse had trouble 2 starts back and was way wide. Now you get Manny Franco back aboard coming in from Laurel.
We've had good crowds every day in the early stages of this meet. Expect that to continue naturally, and expect you to join us for the Jim Dandy on Fox. It is Saratoga's premier prep for Saratoga's premier event, the Run Happy Travers. 3-year-olds, Saturday, July 30th, the Jim Dandy on Fox. Great day of racing as always. Jim Dandy plus the undercard. Take a look at the probables, and you might recognize a name or two. Included a Preakness winner, early voting, Derby runner-up, Epicenter, the rapidly improving Tawny Port, Zandon, 3rd place finisher in the Kentucky Derby. But for early voting, who just arrived, for Chad Brown, Richie, in this breakout performance, they opted to skip the Derby, and here's how he repaid them. Up front, dictating things throughout, and a strong finish in the Preakness Stakes.
Hey, big effort in the Wood Memorial. They opted to wait to the Preakness, and this horse has got that look on him. He doesn't want to get past. He's a horse that pins his ears. You're going to see Jose Ortiz steer him down, ease him down towards Epicenter, who had a tough trip in the Preakness. I think would have been closer, but this is a bang-up Jim Dandy. This is a loaded group.
Early voting, 2nd Preakness win, Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, and that patience. It was the same thing with Cloud Computing, where he had the points to run in the Derby. They opted to bypass running the Preakness. He won just like early voting. And then with early voting, Paulie, we didn't know if it was going to be Haskell this weekend. Stablemates of Chad Brown, the 3-year-olds all over the country, Jack Christopher. Instead, he will prep here and go head-to-head with Zandon. Really excited to see what early voting does the second half of the year.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he does at this racetrack, because horses with his style of running that have that natural early speed, and you could say to a lot of different horses, they are so dangerous over this racetrack, Mig, you know it.
Chad Brown raving about this guy's training. Zandon, last seen finishing 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, Bluegrass winner.
Look at this work. He went unknowingly to this horse working that's not a part of the Chad Brown barn. He became a sparring partner because Zandon locked and loaded, just kind of put the radar on him, cruises by. Rider's not asking Zandon to do anything, just allowing Zandon to gallop out. Look at this gallop out. This horse just continues and continues. Just a really beautiful work.
That poor little gray stuck his tail up like, what the heck just happened to me right
Which
there?
blew by me. Zandon, that powerful kick that he possesses, and top of the stretch turning for home. We're watching things unfold as fast as the pace was. The table was set. I thought it would be Zandon we'd be talking about after the Derby, not a former claimer 80-1 Rich Strike.
Well, Epicenter wouldn't let him by. Then Rich Strike came with the final run and the coup de grace, if you will. It makes sense that Chad Brown went the way he did. Jack Christopher has speed. Early Voting has speed. Put them together, they could compromise each other. Zandon and Early Voting complement each other's styles, albeit different ownerships.
Just like the Phillies. Go ahead.
It's just crazy. You got Early Vote, and here's the thing. If you back them all up to a mile or 7 furlongs, they might even be freakier. I mean, that's the crazy part. Early Voting, you can look at Early Voting. He can win a 6 furlong race all the way to what he won right now. I mean, it's just his speed. Zandon, I will say, is might be more of a classic horse. I get it. He didn't get that, but he seems like he's bigger. Jack Christopher's one of the prettiest movers, and I can't wait to see him go around 2 turns. It's just those 3 horses. But I still go back to Early Voting because the early speed is just such a weapon. We've seen Nick's go. I'm not putting him in Nick's goes category, but his early tactic, how he can be so tactical, and as he can just grow up and get better and better like Chad's horses do, I think he just set up for a monster campaign.
Just pure speculation. I think when we're sitting here, Run Happy Travers Day, I think it's Early Voting. And a lot can change between now and then. I get that, but I think it winds up Early Voting, Zandon, and the Travers. I think Jack Christopher winds up in the Alan Jerkins. Just pure speculation. I think that once we get there, that's where these 3-year-olds wind up.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see the result of the Haskell. Now, Jack Christopher, I believe, will wind up being your post-time favorite in the Haskell, but he's facing some fast horses in there. And, you know, I think this will be the acid test as far as how far he wants to go.
Even if he wins at Monmouth, though, going a mile and an eighth, it's still a stretch to a mile and a quarter here at Saratoga.
And isn't it crazy that we're like just sort of putting Epicenter in the back of our mind?
Which is
Should we be doing that?
Speaking of mistakes, that's the mistake.
Yeah.
He should not be an afterthought, and I think he gets a little bit lost in the conversation because of the Chad Brown trio, who seemingly are doing tremendous coming into their respective starts.
But reportedly, Epicenter worked like a monster. He's been working like a monster in the morning. He rolled out his 3 beasts. He rolled out Gulfport, he rolled out him, and he rolled out Jackie's Warrior. And I'll tell you what, all 3 of them can run.
And for everything that Asmussen has accomplished in the Breeders' Cup wins and Preakness and Belmont and North America's all-time leading trainer, the 2 races that have eluded him, Kentucky Derby, Travers, second last year with the late Midnight Bourbon, who was tough in the stretch. It took a champion to wear him down in Essential Quality, a 2-time champion, a near miss there. And for Asmussen, who woke up the day after the Derby saying, did that really just happen? Did Epicenter really get run down by a former claimer in 80-1 shot in Rich Strike?
I was standing there right at the winner's circle. It took me 45 minutes to get to where I was. I was right on the line. When Rich Strike hit the line, you could hear a pin drop. A lot of people thought it was Happy Jack, the 2. And then they saw 21. I looked over. A guy said, Rich Strike just won the Derby. It took us almost 5 minutes to get out of the paddock. People were in shock for a good 10, 15 minutes because they couldn't believe the result.
The only thing that came to mind after that happened, I used to read my kids a book. I like to dream because dreams can come true. That kind of fit that scenario.
That's kind of true, yeah.
Got to be in it to win it. 3-year-olds in the gym. Dandy live coverage on Fox. This pick 6 about to get underway. Paulie, you went with the 4, correct? You're getting 9-1. Bricho, is that right?
Yeah, I'm hoping that Louis sends and lets the 2 and 3 do their thing and sits a good trip.
Have your Castellano towards the outside. Gussie Mack. 5th race. Time for the pick 6. Johnny Brielle standing by with the call. It's post time.
And they're off. From the inside, it is Barnegat Light. Spectatorless and Bricko are there. Far outside, it is Gussie Mack. And then comes Voliero as they race into the clubhouse turn. It is Barnegat Light from that inside post with the lead. Spectator List runs in second. Gussie Mack has made his way down to the inside and is running in third. And that is almost 4 lengths back to Bricko in fourth. On the outside is Voliero in fifth. And then comes Chess's Dream, who is next in sixth. Followed on the outside by Our Country, who is in seventh. And then we come back to a Future Victory in eighth, as they continue up the backstretch through a quarter in 23 and 4. Farther back is a Prayer Book, Sonic Speed, and Girl Dad is the trailer in 11th. The half in 47 and 3. Barnegat Light has the lead here with Spectator List, the big long shot in pursuit in second. Gussie Mack runs in third. Bricko down on the inside in fourth with Voliero alongside. And then comes Chess's Dream. Our Country begins to pick it up along with Sonic Speed. Future Victory is in behind horses as the field comes through the stretch, 3/4 in 12 and 2. Here comes Bricko. Barnegat Light down at the rail. On the outside it is Gussie Mack. It is Bricko who has the lead. Looking to come through is Chess's Dream. And then comes Bricko. Future Victory. One last surge on the outside. They come for the finish. Bricko holds on for the victory at a nice price, 9-1 as we start the pick six.
You got any harder?
That one looked tough going in, 9-1. Bricko, it adds up to a winner in a second on the lawn. Louis Saez,
I tell you
Pauly
what,
on target.
this guy can flat out ride, Mig. He had this horse on the rail, never panicked. The 1A was on the outside of him, and then he cut the corner, and when he decided to make that decisive move, and he made that split. I mean, he is in the zone.
He really is. And that's one of his strengths as a rider, is getting position, going forward, put them in a position to win from, and saving ground, but tipping out when he needed to. This was an absolutely flawless ride. Runner-up was a bit unlucky, had to fight his way through traffic, came with a flying finish, but you were yelling slide. I saw you down, slide.
No, you know what? I heard a guy one time the other day, and it's the first time I've ever heard this. Build a wall. I almost dropped that. Build a wall. Build a wall.
The bonds.
Good call. I mean, that's another thing. Mig made a great point. Some trainers, their horses thrive up here, and the Bond stable is up here, Mig, like you said.
And they do well. It's a family affair. The whole family works hard. They're all involved, and they enjoy themselves. They have a group that really enjoy themselves.
What did you notice in terms of Saez and something that he does in terms of positioning when he's finishing here, Richie?
You know, he's such a strong finisher, but it's unusual because he tends to ride a little bit more up on his toes and less down into his heels.
What do you mean by that? So he's got better balance? Or
well, I'm not really quite sure. I mean, could be just his leg strength that he doesn't need to be down in his heels. If you watch most of your strongest finishing riders, and there is Jimmy Bond, they ride with their heel lower than their toe in the finish.
So what does that do to help him?
Well, it's usually more of an anchor, and you can push from underneath more, where he's able to do it from up on his toes. And that's really not something that is usual, not something that's been my experience.
Crazy.
Just a little, it's just unconventional. And you would think you'd have less leverage. This guy has all kinds of leverage here at Saratoga, and the advantage, the fact that they're stable, their operation is right here.
Yeah, I guess it's just like anything else. Whatever works, works. I mean, if a lot of people remember an old hitter for the San Diego Padres, Phil Plantier, he squatted way down. Miguel Batista looked right at the pitchers. You see all the family out there, the dad and the sons of the Bond family. You were talking about a family. So it really doesn't matter. I was always told, listen, I don't care how you get to first base, get to first base. Better be lucky than good sometimes.
No, but the fact that he doesn't lose any strength right now, because he finishes physically very strong. It's just a little bit different, maybe slightly unorthodox. But you know, at the end of the day, it's all about winning. I never got a paycheck that said you won this race, but you didn't look good on the horse.
Right?
We have a dead heat for fourth. It's Barnegat Light?
Yes.
And the 10. Gussie Mack, dead heat for fourth.
The 10 had a little bit of trouble in mid-stretch.
Tough post to start with.
Yeah, I thought ran a giant race at a big price, did Gussie Mack for Javier Castellano. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing that you were saying. I'd rather hit 4 broken bats because it doesn't say in the box score that I hit 4 line drives with the shortstop and went 0 for 4. So 100%.
You're not 0 for 4 today. Having a great afternoon thus far. And it was Dolce Zell, your pick for the Lake George?
Yeah, I'm going to go back with Dolce Zell. Chad Brown, right?
He's won this race a couple of times. Great stuff all afternoon. The racing here at Saratoga for the MIG. Paula Duke, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. Saratoga Live continues. Much more with Greg Wolf and the crew. Late pick 5 plus that Lake George on this Friday at the Spa.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Welcome to continuing live coverage of the premier meet in the country here at Saratoga. Our coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Beautiful Friday afternoon as we head into another weekend here in upstate New York at Saratoga Springs. Great to have you with us here on FS2 and regional networks out in Southern California. Today's feature, the Grade 3 Lake George. The lake 30 miles north of here is known as the Queen of American Lakes. Trainer Chad Brown, he could be dubbed the King of American Turf. He'll send out the top 2 choices in that race, seeking a 4th straight and 6th overall with Eminent Victor and Dolce Zell, 5-2 and 3-1 on the morning line, respectively. This is a look at the field, the 9th on our card. It's a mile over the inner turf. Part of the late pick 5, which is coming up. With me, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country. Grade 1 winner here at Saratoga, Tom Amos. Once again, big stakes race here at Saratoga, and Chad Brown has a strong hand.
Yeah, and Eminent Victor, I loved her last race. She showed a lot of fight, determination. She hasn't run that many races in her career. And watch what she does after she straightens out into the stretch. The trouble line says bobbled at the 3/16 pole. She didn't just bobble. She slipped pretty good, hit a soft spot or something. She recovered from it. A lot of horses would have not reacted there. She just did it. And she picked herself up and fought all the way to the line and was actually drawing off at the end, Tom.
Now, she got a great setup that day, a lot of speed in front of her, angled out, showed she was much the best there. That's why she's one of our favorites in today's big race.
She comes in off that stakes win over her stablemate. Her stablemate she'll face today is a graded stakes winner in her own right. That is Dolce Zell, Flavian Pratt, Arad Ortiz Jr. They'll ride each of these 2 3-year-old fillies, and they're the 2 to beat certainly in this race. There's some other intriguing storylines, though, in this group, like Koala Princess, who was favored in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. She's making her 3-year-old return to the races today.
Yeah, off a layoff she is, but nonetheless, this is the right spot to come back in. And as far as Chad Brown's other horse in Dolce Zell, at that time at Churchill Downs, when you were running on the grass, which was the beginning of the meet, it was impossible to win on the rail, and that's where she was that day. So give her more credit than her distant third-place finish.
I just threw the race out, the Churchill Downs track, because there were certain horses that were not enjoying the going there, regardless of where they were at on that turf course. Hopefully they'll get things worked out there. I'm sure that they will. It's a brand new turf course. So anyway, back to today's race. I like that filly. I'd throw that race out for sure.
We will see if Chad Brown's dominance in this race can continue. Let's check in for the first time today over in the Paddock set. Andy Serling and Jonathan Kinchen.
Thanks a lot, guys. Good to see you. Good to have the crew together here today. Nice day. The Lake George coming up. Chad Brown is a couple in there, is often the case in those races. It's actually interesting to look because he's got the one that won at Belmont is a shorter price in the morning line. I prefer Dolce Zell. Obviously, both horses are live, and they were just talking a little bit about the turf course at Churchill Downs. And what the Churchill Downs particularly did to hinder horses' progress on Kentucky Derby weekend was horses that were inside. Now, this race was pretty early, so there's no way Irad could have known about it. I think he was kind of giving Dolce Zell the right ride. But you can't be buried down the rail in this course. And not only is she losing to McCulloch, who came back and won the Belmont Oaks, but she's been buried on the rail. I thought she ran fine. I thought she was the worst to beat. No great shakes.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about, yesterday a little bit is a lot of times what happens in these situations is riders want to save ground. And what we noticed later in the meet was riders trying to stay off the inside. They figured it out. I don't blame Irad for that situation.
No, he rode it well.
But I'm surely looking forward to betting this horse out of that situation. I think Dolce Zell is the Chad Brown runner that I want in the Lake George.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not knocking Eminent Victor. I won't be surprised when she runs well. And then there's sort of Koala Princess, who is the answer to the trivia question that we were talking about the other day, who was the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Now, she was a hideously bad favorite in that race because she was undefeated at blowout victories, but this was riding a super gold rail at Kentucky Downs that day. But she's not untalented. I actually didn't think she ran that badly with a less than terrific trip in the Breeders' Cup.
And here's what I'll say about her in comparison to Dakota Gold, who we saw run yesterday. If she goes off at her morning line at 9-2, she is a bettable type of horse. Sure. If she goes off like Dakota Gold did at 2-1, she has zero opportunity in this situation.
Right, and what Jonathan's alluding to is the Dakota Gold, when Modern Games became running for purse money only, he was the sort of preposterous favorite in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. I agree, and she's got to be the third choice at very best in here. I think there are other players as well, and do you have a pick 5 ticket? Are we talking about that yet?
No, I don't. And plus,
I need a pick 5 ticket.
I'm still having a rough time with the early pick 5. I would have canceled my pick 5 ticket late. That was a tough beat earlier today.
Big payoff in the early pick 5. If you had the early pick 5, congratulations. You are celebrating. I don't think anybody in the set looks to me like they had the early pick 5. Greg, did you have it?
I'll tell you my story later, Andy. I was close. 104,000. Incredible. Tough one to come up with.
That seat stayed open for quite a while. As we got close to showtime, I was thinking maybe, just maybe, this was the take it and run.
They don't pay for 4 out of 5, do they? Late pick 5 beginning next. That's the great opportunity for everyone still to come. Who knows? After we saw that, it's going to be tough to beat what we saw in the early one, but this late pick 5, we say it all the time, the best bet in the game. And it's coming up in 16 minutes. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. And our favorite to kick off this sequence, which we'll get into in a moment, the 4-horse in here, Slow Decision, Rudy Rodriguez. You can get signed up to play this late pick 5. Everything we have coming up for you. With that code right there, TOGA200, that's the code to punch in for new members. Go to NyraBets.com or download the NyraBets app. So the late pick 5 sequence, it's going to be out of that Wilson Chute in this 1-mile races that have returned to Saratoga, and a New York-bred $25,000 maiden claiming race. So the favorite Slow Decision, start number 2 and a slight drop down in class for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, second time out, ran well first time out. Maiden 40 that time, 25,000 today. Probably not a lot of difference because there's several in here that are dropping in class today, but deserves to be favored on paper.
And a horse that ran on the grass last time, on the dirt this time. The mom was a stakes winner on the dirt. So on pedigree, this is the right move. This is the right surface to be on.
15 minutes to post. We're going to have the post parade when we come back. Late pick 5 begins here. Pool already closing in on $400,000. Stay with us. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
After a 50-year hiatus, the Wilson Chute has returned. Named in honor of Richard T. Wilson, former president of the Saratoga Racing Association, the Wilson Chute will be used for 1-mile races on the main track at Saratoga. The Wilson Chute was a component of the 1902 master plan to enlarge and improve the racetrack after a group of investors, including Wilson and William C. Whitney, purchased Saratoga Racecourse in 1900. The resurrected chute follows the original path of its predecessor along the clubhouse turn just west of the 1863 club. The Wilson Stakes, inaugurated in 1930 shortly after Wilson's death in his honor, was conducted from 1930 to 1958. It was the most prominent race the chute was used for. Due to government wartime restrictions, the 1943 to 1945 editions of the race were shifted to Belmont Park. In 1954, the Wilson Stakes was permanently transferred to Jamaica Racetrack and was renamed as the Wilson Handicap. The distance was adjusted from 1 mile to 6 furlongs. The race was removed from the New York calendar in 1959 when the Jamaica facility closed. Winners of the Wilson Stakes include Devil Diver, Discovery, 830, Equipoise, Gallarette, Tom Fool, and War Admiral, who are members of the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. Wilson was also a prominent owner and won the Travers Stakes with Gallivant, Hannibal, and Wilderness.
So long history of this Wilson Chute, and you heard in that piece, 50 years since we've seen it, but it was back in 1992. We did have mile races here. Didn't use that true chute. They replaced it at an angle along the bend. This is a much truer, almost about an eighth of a mile to that first turn.
Yeah, we haven't run that many races over this course so far, Gary. Just started this year. Are you seeing any trends that actually have your attention?
No, not really. I think it's been very, very fair. As far as traffic, they've been looking after each other coming out of there. Horses, you got a nice little run before you actually get into that bend. But I like what I'm seeing, and it serves another purpose when races come off of the turf. Those mile races on the turf, they either had to go 7/8 of a mile or they had to go 1 1/8 miles. So now we've got if they come off the turf, they can run the flat mile.
I'm trying to convince myself that speed in the rail is good and coming out of this chute, saving ground, getting around that turn quickly, and getting an advantage on the group.
9 minutes to post. Riders up. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
We'll take a look, Greg, at the horse taking the early money for Rudy Rodriguez, going turf to dirt, and that is Slow Decision. Irad Ortiz going to be aboard. Now, the dam who Todd Pletcher trained for Micropolis or Police Stable was a multiple New York bred stakes winner on the dirt. In the second generation, it really is all turf. So it is curious that Rudy Rodriguez opted to debut this one on the turf, and he actually didn't run that badly. A little bit flat late, but kind of made a little bit of an earlier type of move. I could see him physically going either direction. One thing I thought was interesting too is that in his debut race he did wear a shadow roll, piece of fleece across the noseband meant to keep a horse's head out and down. That comes off today too, so maybe he's been a little bit better as far as his head carriage, as far as getting into the bridle. He's very fit second time out, and he does look like a one-turn mile on the dirt should be fine for him. The number 7 McCart, one of two for the Ryerson barn in here, thought ran quite well last time out going the 7 furlongs. I actually haven't seen him physically in his 2 races since coming back to New York, but since I last saw him in February, he has done really well in Jimmy Ryerson's care. He's so much stronger now. He's filled out. He was one that was lacking a lot of focus last year, and he's laser focused in here today. I like the mile for him in this spot as we head across the paddock to Andy and Jonathan.
Well, Jonathan and I have narrowed it down to the 1 and 4, the 2 favorites. That's why we get the big bucks, because we can identify 2 chalks in the opening leg of the Big 5.
Yeah, well, look, I think the one, Ria's Angel, I'm going to ignore the turf race. I'm going to go back to the dirt race, maiden special weight. From a speed figure standpoint, running 4th in that race, I just felt like the most likely of the horses in this race. Tough race to get started with here in the Big 5.
Not for me.
Well, I'm saying if you don't like one of those two,
I
don't know what to tell you.
Might be great, right. I'm good, though. I'm either taking the 4 first-time dirt, or I'm taking the 1 who I prefer.
Is the one, Ria's Angel. Trevor McCarthy aboard for Horatio de Paz.
Yeah, dropping down in class off of last effort. Has finished 2nd and 3rd one time each.
2 just went through Southern Civility. Blinkers on that one.
Tuesday. Go ahead.
The speed of the 3 Tuesdays child. And the 4, Slow Decision, only race on turf.
Only race on turf, but a family that is bred for the dirt. That's why the move.
Klingman drops down for trainer Mark Hennig.
Drops down, but didn't run well last time at all. Got beat 20 lengths here at Saratoga. Short turnaround.
Equipment change on Tyrannosaurus Rex.
And a drop down as well, Greg, on Tyrannosaurus Rex. A 6-horse. Blinkers off.
We jump to the 7. This is Makart.
Makart finished 2nd last time out under Kendrick Carmouche. Got to know this horse a little bit. Rides back today.
8-1 on Lucky Mucho. Man, it was just 3rd at this condition last start.
3rd at this condition and was going to get 2nd and probably wasn't ridden that hard to the wire last time. Maybe a little deceiving form there and a horse to look at.
And 32-1 outside 4 starts for Dates Freedom, who has not hit the board yet.
Has not hit the board. Has earned $4,473, though, by not hitting the board. But that'd be a big upset, guys.
He's had some history of issues out of the gate as well, not always his own. 32-1. Coming up next weekend, Dandy indeed. What a field lining up for the Jim Dandy, that traditional Travers prep, including the Preakness winner, early voting, Epicenter, runner-up in that race, Zandon, who was 3rd in the Derby. It is terrific. You'll see it live on Fox 4:30 Eastern time next Saturday. So pick 5 pool, look at that, 585,000 and growing as we look at slow decision. Debut race came on grass for Rapoli's stable. And to take a look at some of the top horses from Mike Rapoli's barn. Wow, Belmont Stakes for him meant so much to the native New Yorker. Actually ran 1-2 in there with a filly Nest as well.
Completed the exacta with Nest, who we'll see tomorrow in the CCA Oaks. Be middle of the card. Actually runs our 5th race tomorrow.
In that rematch with Secret Oath, who beat her in the Kentucky Oaks. They ran 1-2 in there. Great weekend coming up. And those silks, blue and orange with the R in the circle. We know him well. Mike Rapoli wins a lot here in New York, and we saw him finally get on the board just the other day. What do you think, Tom, about a horse who, just the fact that they started on grass with this horse?
Well, I think the positives are obviously the pedigree and the drop in class. This is not a difficult race. I just think some talent is what it takes to win a race like this. That's the pluses. For a trainer like Rudy Rodriguez that's been training a long time, to make the decision to take a horse like Slow Decision and start him on the turf leads you to believe that maybe he didn't like his dirt workouts and said, I'm going to give him this chance on the grass first. You know, I'm just going to guess and say maybe, hey, he's not the best of workhorses at time, but I think Slow Decision is the horse to beat in this race, the 4-horse.
I'm going to go out on a limb here a little bit. You talked about you think that speed on the fence coming out of this chute is a big factor. I think speed, period, is a big factor. Mackert, horse Carmouche rides, great speed rider. He's got speed. Got beat 3/4 of length. Gets a little bit added distance today coming off that 7 furlong straight or 1-turn race at Belmont Park. So at 6-1, what the heck? I'll go.
Meanwhile, here's Klingman, Ricardo Santana Jr., of course, spreading out who he's working for with that split with Steve Asmussen, who he still rides for a little, but he used to be exclusive with the Asmussen barn. And as a result, last year, all these grade 1s, with the exception of that coaching club, American Oaks, they came with the Asmussen barn.
Yeah, and I mean, he's already riding winners here. He continues to ride winners. There are a lot of people out there that would not go to Ricardo because they knew he was going to be tied up with Steve Asmussen. This has actually opened up some new doors for him. You know, his business has not slowed down other than not riding exclusively for Steve Asmussen.
But it's a tough transition. I mean, when you ride for one guy and you ride a lot of winners for him, all the other trainers are not thinking about you when they need a rider to go to their horse because they know you're probably going to be taken. So now that the doors have opened for him, it's up to him to make those introductions through his agent, and they've done a great job of that.
Well, meanwhile, this horse took money against Better in a field in which he was 4th of 6, first time out. That race, I thought, made the 5 at least a little interesting in here. Did not back it up, though, second time out, and that's problematic, and that's why you're seeing the big price at 21-1 on Klingman.
Coming back in 8 days also is a bit of a head-scratcher. That's awful quick for a horse to run back.
But by some respects, does it make you think that race was a bit of a toss-out?
Yes, and maybe he didn't put enough effort in, and they felt, hey, you know, he's doing everything right, and they can come back quickly.
Let's get back to the Paddock set.
Thanks, guys. You know, to reiterate what you said before, the one worry I have with Rhea's Angel is, and she didn't run badly to mile 16 2 back, was the mile, but I just thought she was super logical. She's not a turf horse. Throw her last race out. Time before that, she ran against better horses. She was a little bit wide on a day the rail. Maybe speed was okay, trying to close the day she was claimed. And I just think she's the right horse in this race.
I agree with you. And I think the other thing to keep in mind, I think the other thing to keep in mind is that when you look at Rhea's Angel, you'll see that Rhea's Angel tried running for 40 on debut. That was in the slop sprinting. Tried running for 40 sprinting, and tried running for 40 going 2 turns on the turf. But this is the first time that this horse is going to have a little bit of distance going on the dirt. And now not even running for 40, running for 25. I just feel like she just kind of the foregone conclusion to this race.
And it's not as absolute in these situations, but this is the bottom level that we run maiden claimers at Saratoga. And it's important to know what the bottom level in a claiming price at a racetrack you're betting is. For instance, let's say the bottom level is $10,000 for open claimers. If a horse is running in a $20,000 claiming race, the horse he's running against, he or she, is primarily worth 20,000 or in that range, 16,000. But when you get to the bottom, and it's the lowest level you can run for, and Tom can really expand on this a lot, the horses may be worth between $0 and $10,000. So when you're running, and this is what you're alluding to for the bottom level claiming prices, you're meeting likely much easier fields than you've met when you've run even in 40,000. There's a big gap between those two. I think Slow Decision is a horse that has to be respected. The Dam was a very good dirt horse that originally Dale Romans had. I think ended up with Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher, and that's why Mike Rapoli is not just the owner and the breeder. And it's really more of a dirt pedigree now, you could say. It's a bad sign they tried turf first time. Maybe the horse needed a race. They gave him a run, and they want to get to Saratoga, where Mike Rapoli, like every other owner in the game, wants to win as much as anything.
I vote bad sign. Showed up, debuted for 40, going 2 turns on the turf.
Bad sign.
I just think that means slow horse. And it backfired the other day with me, with Brad Cox. He
had a
race.
Loser?
Yeah, I've been trying.
Please, I'm surprised you're still on the show.
I'm surprised I haven't got
Thank you
fired.
for me. I'm perfect for the meet.
I just feel like that was a bad sign.
And this horse is 8-5, and the one's 9-5. And we're not covering any brilliant ground, but I think John and I would rather take the proven commodity with the one than a guess the horse will handle the dirt.
So post time coming up, 8-5 favoritism. You want to expand on that at all?
Yeah, so I think Andy hits a very good point about talking about the level we're racing for. And remember, maidens mean you haven't won a race. So there's not a horse in here, although many of them have started more than 10 or 11 times, that have won a race yet. So it opens up the possibility when you get to this lower level, and pace and setup is so crucial in any race. But sometimes in races where horses haven't ever won, they can get discouraged. So when you look at the setup in a race like this, out the chute, a mile in the chute, I'm always paying attention to rail speed and whether that's going to be something that comes into play. Tuesday Child, the 3-horse, I think is the controlling speed on the rail, and I think Gary's right. I think the 7 Maycard could make it tough on the 3 Tuesday's Child. Now, I'm going to need that to happen for my selections to come from off the pace to work.
Let's go back to Acacia.
One quick comment about the 5, Klingman. When this horse ran last time out, Mark Hennick had told me that he really wanted to run him going the 1-turn mile, but the race didn't fill. So I think that's the reason that we see him coming back off the quick turnaround, having the opportunity to run the distance that he thinks that he wants. As far as the 1 Ria's Angel does go, really the only thing that really looked like a turf horse about him was that he tended to be a little bit lighter behind the saddle in his hindquarters and just maybe would have had a little bit of an easier time pushing off on the turf. He looks way more like a dirt horse. This is the right surface for him, the right spot for him as well, and certainly another big contender. But I, like Gary, will try to get a little bit of a price in here. We'll see if he could get around those 2 favorites, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Closing in on $1 million, and we're up and over it now in this late pick 5 here on our Friday card. 8-5 favorite horse trying something for the first time, getting on a new surface here in start number 2, trying dirt.
Trying dirt for the first time. And as they load this group, we're going to get the head-on shot out of the gate. Watch how far off the rail they load this group of horses. So the 1 horse, Ria's Angel, will be way, way off the rail. That's why I think speed, going to the front and then angling over to make that sharp turn, can be so dangerous. And Tuesday's Child, the 3, is that horse that can do it.
Yeah, the 3, the 7. Keep your eyes on that battle early on between those 2 on the front end. Late pick 5 on our Friday card from Saratoga begins here. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
Final horse moving in, number 9, Dates Freedom. Set for the start. And they're off. Bobbling beginning for Tyrannosaurus Rex. He's at the back. It is Slow Decision going for the lead. On the inside is a Tuesday's Child, and on the outside is a Klingman. Those 3 vying for the lead. And then we come back to Mackard, who's racing in 4th, followed on the inside by Southern Civility, who is next in 5th. Almost 3 lengths to Ria's Angel, who's down on the inside in 6th. Lucky Mucho Man is in between horses and running in 7th. On the outside is Dates Freedom, and farther back is Tyrannosaurus Rex, who trails the field in 9th after a quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Up front, it is Slow Decision on the inside. And on the outside is Klingman. So it is the favorite and a big long shot right together. Mackard is in behind, running in 3rd. Tuesday's Child is down at the rail. Ria's Angel has moved up several spots. And on the outside, it is Dates Freedom. Down at the rail, Slow Decision. On the outside, Mackart has now come on. Klingman is in between horses. Racing 4 wide is Ria's Angel. Widest of all is Dates Freedom. As the field heads for home, here comes Ria's Angel now to take over the lead. Ria's Angel is in front. Dates Freedom runs in second. Mackart is now back running in third. It is Ria's Angel with a 5-length lead and just a 16th to the finish. Ria's Angel and Trevor McCarthy. And they did it convincingly here. Won by 6.5 lengths. Dates Freedom was second. It's a photo for third between the late closing Lucky Mucho Man and Mackart.
Ria's Angel with a win. Good for Trevor McCarthy to get on the board as well. And this did not start well for this horse.
No, it didn't. The 2-horse made an immediate left leaving the starting gate and made solid contact with Ria's Angel and Trevor McCarthy. And I thought that was all she wrote for him at the start. Usually when they get knocked as hard as he got knocked and lose ground. We just learned something, Tom. Don't need speed from the rail to win. You can come from off the pace from the rail and win here.
No,
out
this
of this
race completely collapsed, Gary. Look at these horses starting for home and how spread out they are in distance from first to last. The early setup, it was kind of a surprise to see Slow Decision, the 4-horse on the lead. But, of course, I thought that was a sign he was liking the surface he was on. But those pace setters completely collapsed. You've got a big spread-out field here. You're watching Ria's Angel in the 7th start get to the wire in front.
9-5 over a 54-1 shot, by the way. 1987, and Ria's Angel with the victory, overcoming that compromise beginning, guys.
Yeah, first of all, congrats to Trevor McCarthy winning his first race in the meet, and his first of many. He's a terrific rider, his first full time at Saratoga. What Trevor did well here, and you talked about during the races, he didn't panic after he got left. He said, you know what, I'm probably riding the best horse here. I'm not going to do anything stupid to lose this race.
Yeah, and the stupid thing would have been to accept his position, and he didn't. Right. On the backside, he middle moved into that spot. And, you know.
He eased into that middle move. You know,
he didn't
panic. He didn't.
Exactly. Exactly. A lot of people might have just kind of tossed the anchor down and try to make one run. He didn't do that. He knew he was sitting on a horse that was extremely live, and he middle moved into that race, and that's what ultimately this horse is probably going to win no matter what. But
clearly was going to win pretty much no matter what.
I like the confident move on the backside. It was a great ride by Trevor. Despite the open length victory, it was still a great ride that needs recognition.
And the 4, once the 4 ends up not being a dirt horse or a horse or whatever you want to call it, this horse is a 3 to 5 shot if you don't think the 4 can handle the dirt.
1987. Good for Trevor McCarthy. Came back to the to the East Coast after trying it out west for a bit, and it's really paid dividends for him.
Yeah, it really has. He's a very good rider. People know him here. He's been based out here for so long, and went out, tried California, tried his hand out there. He didn't do poorly, but he wasn't doing what he does here on the East Coast.
Really intelligent rider who pays really close attention to how the tracks are playing. We saw it a lot at Aqueduct, a lot at Belmont, and yeah, hopefully the first of a lot of wins to come for him at the meet.
Look, it's a tough colony.
Yeah, it's tough with these horses as well, as you're gonna be lined up in a race in which you have a graded stakes winner you're gonna come back against, who was 3rd in last year's Jim Dandy.
Doesn't seem fair, but that's the way it is at Saratoga. So, look, my horse is doing great. I think he'll outrun his odds. Look for him to be prominent early, and I'm going to be mic'd up, so I look forward to bringing the crowd in and letting them hear what I say to the rider. You know, everything is peachy before the race. They don't need to hear anything after the race doesn't go right.
Don't mess up the instructions.
Yeah, I won't mess them up.
Tiwanaku for Tom Amoss, trying to win 3 in a row in a tough field coming up. We'll hear from Tom as he saddles his horse right after this. It was Ria's Angel, the 9-5 top choice, getting it done to kick off the late pick 5 here from Saratoga.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's
furlong. The classic sire.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today, as we did see Ria's Angel victorious in the 6th race. First win of the meet for Trevor McCarthy. Trevor, can you breathe a little now?
Yeah, it's hot, but we're breathing, and it's nice to get off the duck. You know, we've had a lot of seconds and thirds. You know, just it's a tough place to win, and, you know, we're not getting the greatest opportunities, but with the opportunities we are getting, we'll make the most with them. And look, you know, this horse today was really live, and we were able to just kind of break, and the chute's a little funny with the horses that draw inside, so I just wanted to make sure I kind of broke and was able to get out as soon as I could. And we had a great trip. He moved up in a good position going into the turn, and you know, I just had to kind of weasel my way out, and once I got him outside, the horses that were on the front collapsed, and he ran on with it pretty strong.
A big effort today. And talking about opportunities, you said you've been giving some great rides here. You've also been going to Colonial each week, too, to take advantage of some of those on our dark days. I mean, talk about that hustle that it takes.
Yeah, we've been staying really busy, riding 7 days a week, and it's tough. It's not easy, and especially a 7.5-hour drive to Colonial. But, you know, we're getting great opportunities down there to ride for guys like Todd Pletcher and Christophe Clement and Mike Stidham. So, you know, some really good outfits to ride for, and we're trying to make the most of those opportunities there, and hopefully it'll be able to get our foot in the door up here. So, you know, it's just hard work that, you know, my agent and I, Joe, are keep pushing to do, and, you know, hopefully it pays off.
I know you got a big opportunity later with Koala Princess in the stake. Good luck there. Congratulations on the win, Trevor.
Thanks so much.
Trevor McCarthy off the duck at the spot. I'm sure many more to come, Greg.
Oh, he mentioned his agent, Joe. Joe, of course, Joey Migliore. That is the Mig's son. You know, they've been a great team together, Joe and Trevor. And that's, as you heard from him right there, the epitome of paying your dues, putting in that hard work.
Yeah, and these guys on the East Coast, the West Coast jocks don't know how good they've got it. They've only got to make a couple of moves a year. These guys are constantly, there's so many racetracks on the eastern seaboard that they're traveling constantly. Guys like Trevor McCarthy and a few, many others.
So this is a race we will see Tom in with Tiwanaku, who he claimed 2 starts back. This horse trying to win 3 in a row, but look who shows up. Keep me in mind. Now with Todd Pletcher. Used to be with Robertino Diodoro. He was second, missed by a half length against the eventual 3-year-old champion in last year's Jim Dandy. Essential Quality. That is the 3-2 favorite here in the 7th in this 1 1/8 race coming up. Tomorrow, coming up at the Coaching Club American Oaks, big race in the 3-year-old filly division with the top 2 finishers from the Kentucky Oaks set to do battle once again.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
We're back on Saratoga Live on FS2 Regional Networks out in Southern California. Good to have you with us on a beautiful Friday here in upstate New York. Our ABR race of the week, it is a big one in the 3-year-old filly division. Coaching Club American Oaks, Grade 1, and the big showdown everyone's talking about. You wouldn't know anyone else was in this race with the top 2 finishers from the Kentucky Oaks showing up with the winner Secret Oath and Nest.
Yeah, listen, they fought it out before. They're going to fight it out again. These are final preparations here last week. This is last Friday's workout for Secret Oath. Just a nice steady work. It was the fastest work in the morning, but they weren't looking for speed here. She's very comfortable, very happy looking out there on the racetrack. And look, this thing's going to come down to, I think, a battle through the stretch. And I think that Nest has probably improved. Obviously, she did improve into the Belmont Stakes, but it's going to be a tactical race for the 2 riders. Nest, like I said, she has improved dramatically from the Oaks. Was it the distance of the Belmont Stakes? I don't know, but she ran great in the Belmont. This is her on the outside here last Saturday. Again, final preparations, not looking for anything fancy, just keep her happy, and she is happy. Just taking her rider along, very, very comfortable here. I guess if I was going to give an advantage as far as strategy goes in the race or tactics, I think that Secret Oath possesses a little bit more early speed, maybe a little more tactical than what Nest is at this distance.
And you would think, facing the boys in a classic at 1.5 miles might take something out of you as a filly. It's been the opposite. Todd Pletcher says she was well prepared for that. And just the case with her, the more ground, the better. He feels she's actually put on weight since the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, and I feel like she very easily could have won the Belmont Stakes, beat her stablemate Mo Donegal. She stumbled horrifically at the start of the race, recovered. She's athletic, she recovered, and then had to bide her time coming into the stretch when Mo Donegal got the jump on her, and she was coming running late, so it was a big effort from her in the Belmont.
Well, we're getting spoiled, gentlemen, already this summer. This could be the first of 2 meetings between these two this summer in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
I think I've put on weight since the Belmont Stakes, by the way. I can't speak for Nest. So a lot of people think that it's a battle between Nest and Secret Oath. Jonathan thinks it's a battle between them to see who's going to be second to the Speedy Society, who Jonathan is telling me for 2 days now is going to wire the field. On the other hand, and I don't ever knock a man who has a crazy idea on a price, especially in a lone speed, I do prefer Secret Oath. I believe so far she has shown herself to be the better filly. That does not mean that can't change, and certainly Nest ran well to be second in the Belmont. But Secret Oath had a tougher trip, and she was a dominating winner when they met in the Kentucky Oaks. Nest got a great ride that day for my ride to be second, and I thought Secret Oath ran very well in the Preakness, so I do prefer her, but I'm not knocking Nest and saying that.
Yeah, I think the pace is the biggest question mark for me. With Secret Oath, she kind of put herself into the lead at the top of the stretch, which shows that she's tactical enough to find herself there. Nest was closer in the Belmont. I know that's much further. The dynamics of how this race is going to be run reminds me a lot of what we saw last year with Malathaat and Clairiere, and on who's going to make what move in what situation. To me, this race will be run by whoever works out the best trip and gets the best ride.
Well, you've got Louis Saez, you've got Irad. A little unlike last year's is this was a confirmed speed. Society is going to lead in this race. Now, this is a gut check for her. She's never run against these fillies. These are good fillies. But I will say something else. These two horses are going to square off here. We'll see who wins it. But there's a horse named Gerrymander who's waiting in the wings for the Alabama, who was very impressive in the Mother Goose. So there's some great racing left to come in this division.
Going to be fun Saturday. And, you know, Todd Pletcher has said, too, the more ground, the better with Nest. Maybe the Alabama better for her, being at 1.25 miles. But it's going to be fun to see these two throw down on Saturday. Right now, 7th race is coming up. 2-turn 1 1/8 test here, Gary, in this first allowance condition. It's amazing considering what Keep Me in Mind has produced in his career. Just shy of $750,000 that he is still eligible for an A other than after just missing against the 3-year-old champ last year in the Jim Dandy.
Yeah, so talented. And look, it was time for him to get in a race that he's on paper should dominate. But there's some very good horses in this race that have run some big figures, but nothing quite like this horse. Keep Me in Mind.
Let's get to Tom Amoss. Now, there is his Tiwanaku. Tom, what's the process like for you here in the paddock?
Well, right now I'm concentrating on saddling my horse, Greg. We have put the undergirth on. This next girth that goes over the saddle, it's really just designed to make sure the saddle stays in its place. So we actually put 2 girths on the horse. This is the second girth, and you'll notice I'm just going to make it snug, not tight. It doesn't need to be. And I want the horse to have plenty of ability to breathe with his chest. I'm also going to take this halter off and look at his equipment, his bridle. When you're looking at a bridle on a racehorse, you want to be able to put about 3 fingers in between the bridle and the horse, which I do there. And now it's time for a piece of equipment called blinkers. Focus his look at the race. He's putting them on right now. It's my assistant, Kenan, on the other side is helping out. These blinkers are designed to match the owner's colors. Maggie Moss, who has this horse, claimed it last time with me. He won that day. He was claimed, and he came back and won again. So each time he's won, we've stepped up a level in class, and we're stepping up a big level here. Now I'm going to let him loosen up under the tack right now and make another circle. In the meantime, Greg, I've been watching the other horses in the race. I'm always a guy that wants to look at my competition and kind of size them up. The one horse, Keep Me in Mind, looks great. He's a big, strong-made horse. He's imposing. I'm scared of him. Hopefully my horse, Tiwanaku, is not.
Well, Tom, so you claim this horse 2 starts back. What stood out for you as we take a look at him here to put in a claim for him?
Well, I thought his races were improving. Let's bring him right here, please. I just want to check his equipment again. I thought his races were improving. And when you can catch a horse on the upswing, sometimes that can work very well for you. I make these claims along with Maggie Moss. We look at them together. Maggie liked the horse as well. And we both came to the conclusion it was a horse to claim. So we went for him, and it's been a good claim so far.
What has he shown you since he's come to your barn?
Well, he's trained really well over this racetrack. I don't know what his odds are. I'm not paying attention to that right now, but he's going to outrun his odds. He's the kind of horse that's done very well to this point. So I like the way he's moved over the track. I think he has a liking for the track. You know, I've looked at the race, so I'm getting ready to discuss that with Kendrick when he comes up, and I'll let you guys in on that conversation when it happens.
So 6-1. Tom, thank you. Best of luck on Tiwanaku, who will be trying to win his 3rd start in a row. 4-year-old son at Tapit here.
And he looks like he's probably the speed of this race. Got a feeling Tom's going to tell him to go to the lead.
Now, this is the man who will ride for Tom, Kendrick Carmouche. Let's go back to those two.
Hey, Kendrick. Everything good? Good, good. Look, this horse has no bad habits. When you get in the post parade with him, you can take him away from the pony. Get him good and loose, give him a good warm-up. He's going to feel good underneath you. The scratch of the 2-horse in here opens up the race a little bit to speed. He has some speed. There's one outside you with speed. He's yours to ride. You do whatever you want to do on him, but I think he'll be fairly prominent with how he's been in the past.
Okay.
How do you study it?
I look at it the same way, Tom. I mean, you know, look like we got to just break straight, make him take back, and then we can do what we want. You know, don't slow him down too much. You know,
right.
We don't want him on top of us. I think we should let him stretch his legs, then get him down the backside to relax better.
I don't think he's a committed front-end horse, but if that's what they give you, let's take it, okay? All right, buddy.
Let's get it done.
So there's the talk back with trainer and jockey, and we'll see if Tiwanaku's able to take advantage of that speed here early on.
Yeah, efficiency, the 7-horse they're talking about here with Flavian Pratt, he actually, in his second race of his career, he's only run twice, but he took him gate to wire there, laid second for briefly in the race, and then took the lead. But they went pretty fast in there early on. So, yeah, Kendrick's a smart rider. Flavian's a smart rider. I don't see him getting in a speed duel early on and killing each other off. They know what's going to be behind them. That's keep me in mind.
Now, with more on a favorite, it's not often you're in an A other than allowance, and you have to face a graded stakes winner, but that's the case with Keep Me in Mind, who moves to the Todd Pletcher barn. Let's go back to Acacia.
And his last race was in that Travers behind Essential Quality, but Keep Me in Mind looks terrific. You can watch his most recent workout on XBTV where he worked solo, and the rider just had so much horse underneath of him. He had a really good hold of him. I watched actually, again, some workouts from last year, and he was a horse that used to get very, very keen and headstrong in the morning. And while he did want to do more, and he was very strong in this most recent workout, he was much more relaxed. He's much more relaxed today in the paddock as well. He's also carrying really good weight for him, as he could sometimes be an energetic horse. Sometimes before his races, he would look a little bit light and a little bit drawn up. He's super fit coming back. And another thing I loved about that workout, in what all those Todd Pletcher runners do in the mornings, he galloped out well past the wire. There are plenty of miles, plenty of build up coming into this race for him to go a distance of ground off the layoff. And he looks terrific. He looks like he is ready for it, Greg, and public agreeing with that as well.
Even money for the comeback, long time off. We've not seen him since the Travers last summer. And now he moves to the Todd Pletcher barn, who we know is more than capable to ready to get them go off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has always been a very, very good horse. He hasn't faced the likes of what he's, and again, this is not an easy spot. It looks easy when you see the condition, but there's some horses. I mean, Tiwanaku, he's a good horse. He's improving. He's slightly raced 8 races in his career, and he ran a fast figure last time out.
He did. That was a career best 95 Beyer speed figure in a win. That was a mile at Churchill. But you're facing a horse who, just in terms of resume, towers over the rest of this group with Keep Me in Mind.
Yeah, he does. I mean, but graveyard of champions here.
Indeed.
Saratoga.
We've seen it time and time again, just as we did in last year's Coaching Club American Oaks when Malathot was defeated by Maracuja. If you want to play this late pick 4 that begins here, and all the races we bring in the program, get signed up with Naira Bets. Download the app Toga 200. Again, that code to use for new members that sign up and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. In some regards, with Tom and Kendrick, as we heard them talk there in the paddock, when you're facing a horse of this kind of talent and caliber, and keeping in mind, you say, we have to try and take it to this horse early.
No, I mean, and that's not what he said at all to him. I mean, me as a jockey, he untied his hands, told him where he thinks it'll be.
Here is the big favorite, so Keep Me in Mind, off since last year's Travers.
I think he's way the horse to beat, not trying to beat him. And I'll tell you what, I think he'll be a lot closer to front than some people might expect.
Skylander for Bill Mott, New Gelding.
He's won a 2-horse, and you're trying the dirt for the first time. There's no pedigree to suggest he will like the switch.
Like Tom's horse, Naval Aviator claimed 2 back and 1 for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, Naval Aviator has a bad habit of breaking slow. He's not good enough to break slow against this group.
Complete agenda for Todd Pletcher as well. Tried the Peter Pan, did not fire.
He's hinted at ability in his maiden win 2 back, better than it looks. Thought at a price he'd a shot to get a small piece.
Tom Amos's runner with Kendrick Carmouche, Tiwanaku.
I thought this race was 1-6. Tiwanaku has really taken a step forward since moving to Tom Amos. I think he could get loose in here.
Efficiency for Chad Brown, a big maiden win in a race taken off the turf.
Not the best gun runner for these connections. He could be the speed, but can he clear from that post?
And a Chad Brown runner outside as well. Tried turf in his States debut.
Yeah, he tried turf last time. Chad doesn't usually get that wrong what surface to be on. I'll need to fight her in the wind to prove it to me here.
So guys, 3 to 5. It's only at Saratoga, right? Do you find a first allowance condition with a horse who just missed in last year's Jim Dandy?
Yeah, listen, this is a very good horse. And, you know, Scott was in a barn that wins the high percentage, Robertino Diodora, but he's now with Todd Pletcher. Joel Rosario rides. He's been working. Apparently, it seems pretty quickly. I don't know how those works looked. I'm going to tell you, Jonathan, I think this is too much horse for this field. This horse has knocked heads to very good horses. Maybe at times overrated, but only overrated because there are people who thought he was going to win the Kentucky Derby. He's still a very good horse.
Yeah, he's talented. He runs fast numbers. He's run fast numbers in the past. He did it at 2. He did it at 3, and I would presume he'll do it at 4. And I kind of like the switch to Todd Pletcher because we all know one thing Todd does really well, which is 2 turns on the dirt. And he does everything well, but 2 turns on the dirt, this horse should show a little bit more speed.
I think you're going to see a horse that is much more forwardly placed than he looks like on his PPs. I think you like Tom Amos's horse better than I do, but listen, maybe he's just turned his life around because, to be fair, his last race was a good one first time for Tom.
Yeah, he ran well, and he ran fast. There's been a horse that's come back and win out of that race, which is a comforting thing if you're trying to convince yourself about the 6 Tiwanaku. And like I said, if Keep Me in Mind gets beat, to me, it's a pace situation that gets him beat. You know, maybe he is a horse that's just sluggish away from there, makes that big run, doesn't quite get there. For me, it'd be the 6 Tiwanaku who's going to be able to take advantage of that situation.
You have to think that Kendrick is going to be aggressive, and that's going to make it tough for efficiency. Because efficiency's best weapon would be if he could clear here. He was impressive, but I'll tell you something else. He won by a lot, but he was ridden hard to get there. It's not like they cruised down the lane.
Yeah, and the figure didn't come back particularly fast. So with what I would consider kind of a softer trip and a figure that's not that fast, and being trained by a guy who basically is almost a foregone conclusion to win the title every year here, you got to try to fade those horses in these situations, in my opinion.
And I'm just going to have one thing about the other Chad Brown runner, Fighter in the Wind. Probably ran on turf because the horse had been running in Europe. Talking to Chad Brown earlier, he's not saying he loves the horse, but he thought this horse had a chance to run okay in the dirt today, so maybe he'll run a little bit better. And we already saw a double, early double today, where Chad Brown had the longest shot on the board, followed by Todd Pletcher having the longest shot on the board. Tell your friends where you were when that happened.
Yeah, that was the beginning of our card, and fairly highly regarded turf runner for Joseph O'Brien. Joseph O'Brien having a presence here at Saratoga with his first runner. Not a factor in that race. It was a praise at a big number with Manny Franco to kick off the card. We'll see if Fighter in the Wind or Efficiency can get it done for Chad Brown here.
Hey, anything that Chad Brown leads over here, they've got a chance. We've seen a couple of upsets already today who he paid the price for it in the first race, had an entry in there, a short price. But look, this is Saratoga. Things happen, and that's why they run the races.
4 to 5 favorite, floating back up a touch. Keep Me in Mind, debuting now in the Todd Pletcher barn. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the 2 Chad Brown runners to the outside, starting with Efficiency, who did have that open length win last time out. And as you look down at the race, do note that this horse was a main track only in there. He wasn't one that was supposed to run on the turf. He's a dirt horse. So he was running against some other horses who were turf meant. He did show me some greenness that day, swapping back to that left lead late. He's been pretty sharp, pretty eager out on track, and it is my first time seeing him in the flesh. It looks like he's a little bit more professional now too. Super fit. He actually looks like the type of horse that would get over a wet track quite well. Not saying it'd be one that would move him up, but those lighter frame types do tend to have a little bit of an easier time. He's intriguing if he could potentially move forward off of that race. I'm just not sure how much I trust it. The 8 Fighter in the win, he is by creative cause, and his 2 wins over in Europe did come on the all-weather over in France. Obviously, the all-weather, a synthetic surface, a different type of surface than he'll he'll be running on today, but it would be a little bit more similar to Dirt. I'm not completely sold that Dirt is best for him, but he is one that I think could move forward as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 4 to 5 favorite, Keep Me in Mind from the inside. Let's check back in with Tom. Tom, your final thoughts here as we get set for a load.
Yeah, look, I'm always paying attention to what's happening on the racetrack, watching these horses warm up, specifically my horse, but the others as well. And, you know, I think my horse was warmed up with intent from Kendrick. Warmed up well, got him good and loose, did a lot of jogging with him. I mean, I think that Kendrick is suggesting to the other riders that, look, I'm going at the start. If you want to come chase me, maybe I'll change my strategy, but I'm going to look to discourage you out of the gate and try to get to the front. I have no problem with that.
As usual, Tom Amos wanting to be aggressive.
What I was wanting to say prior to going to Tom is Flavien Prat, he's sending too. I watched him, what he was doing as Acacia was talking, and he's got intent as well. So.
And there is Flavien. He's on the 7 efficiency for Chad Brown.
And I have no idea why it said that my pick was number 9. I must have been looking at something else. My pick in the race was Keep Me in Mind. So
the big favorite here, who will load up in, well, he's already in there at 4 to 5. So we'll see. Big comeback here, moving to the Todd Pletcher barn, and a horse with the credentials to potentially be a major player in the older horse division. We'll see how he does here, trying to get through his first allowance condition. Graded stakes winner, who was in last year's Kentucky Derby in Preakness. The 4 to 5 choice. Tom, of course, with the 6. Tiwanaku trying to win his 3rd in a row. Pick 4 begins here. Let's go to John Embrial.
We are set for the 7th. And they're off. Skylander and Tiwanaku. Efficiency on the outside. Keep Me in Mind is down at the rail as the field races into the clubhouse turn. And it will be Skylander and Tiwanaku. It is Tiwanaku, the gray, who has the lead. Skylander's running in 2nd. Efficiency is next in 3rd. Fighter in the win on the outside and in 4th. And then comes Complete Agenda in 5th. The favorite, Keep Me in Mind, down at the rail, runs in 6th. It's 3 lengths. Back to Naval Aviator, who trails the field in 7th. Keep Me in Mind had a steady bit of had to steady a bit there down on the inside as the field heads up the back stretch. Tiwanaku is clear by 1 1/4 lengths through a quarter in 24 and 2. Skylander, Efficiency, right together 2nd and 3rd, with Complete Agenda next in 4th. Fighter in the win on the outside in 5th. Keep Me in Mind is 6th, about 6 lengths from the front. And the trailer is Naval Aviator. And the half went in 48 and 3. Tiwanaku maintains the lead here, heading into the far turn. It is Tiwanaku on top here by 1.5 lengths. Complete Agenda moving alongside of Skylander. They're right together 2nd and 3rd. Keep Me in Mind now moves up into 4th, and Naval Aviator has gained from the back of the pack. Efficiency has dropped back with Fighter in the wind. It is still Tiwanaku who leads with less than 1/4 mile to the finish. 3/4 up in 1:12 and 1. Keep Me in Mind has moved into 2nd. It is Tiwanaku, Keep Me in Mind, and Complete Agenda. And on the far outside, it's Naval Aviator. As they move past the 8th pole, Keep Me in Mind has come away with the lead. Naval Aviator moving up on the outside, and it is Keep Me in Mind, last seen in last year's Travers, comes back a winner today. Keep Me in Mind, and then Naval Aviator to complete the exacta.
Welcome back to the races. Keep Me in Mind. First start for him since last summer's Travers Stakes. And the graded stakes winner picks up just the 2nd win of his career.
Yeah, the way he did it, I mean, he didn't have the smoothest of trips early on. He had to steady a couple of times and wait for room. Well ridden by Joel Rosario. Didn't panic. Splits horses coming up. Gets out right here, and the race is pretty much over. His hands are very still right now. He hasn't asking for his best. Waits until just before he straightens out. Gave him a little tap on the shoulder, and now he gets busy hand riding him. But I don't think Joel had any doubt from midway, well, before midway around the turn. This horse was traveling well within himself all the way. Great training job by Todd Pletcher here, coming off the layoff, a long layoff since last year's Travers. You heard Johnny I say, and just spectacular performance today from him.
Guys, good starting point for Keep Me in Mind moving to the Pletcher barn to come back as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, he kind of ran like he looked on paper. 3-4 lengths better in the field, and there's probably no better rider for a horse like this that can be a little slow, looked like he might be in a little trouble, but nobody better than Joel Rosario. He never loses his cool.
No, he's super comfortable here. Just wasn't panicking at all. I do want to give a little bit of credit to a Hall of Famer in Todd Pletcher, but this is the second time, and I'm sure it's happened a bunch, but that I can remember recently, of him taking a horse from a high percentage trainer and making them run just as well or better. Life is Good, it was obviously with Bob Baffert, came back and ran just as good, if not better, for Todd. And this horse for off of Diodoro, it shows up and runs just as good, if not better.
And are the connections going to think maybe we'll wait and take a Jockey Club Gold Cup? Tom's horse, by the way, ran well. So he got a little tired at the end, but he had to outrun some very nice speed horses in there, and I don't think that was a bad effort on his second start of the claim at all.
So there's your 4 to 5 favorite. Let's check back in with Tom. And Tom, Kendrick Carmouche able to get to the front early on in this race. What'd you think?
Yeah, so I'm getting ready to talk to Kendrick right now. He just came off the horse. I think he's probably a little disappointed. He's got to weigh in. That's a requirement of all the riders after a race. They have to weigh in to show they're carrying the proper weight, the same weight they walked out of the tack room with, out of the jocks room with. So I'm going to get together with Kendrick 1 second right here, and I'll let you guys listen in on what we talk about. Hey, man. First of all, how did the horse feel underneath you?
I thought he pulled up good and everything was good.
Good.
All of that, that's perfect. The mile and the 8 got this horse beat today. Thomas, he can't make the distance.
Yeah.
When I feel underneath me, you know.
Right. You like him a mile?
He made it all the way to the 516 pole in hand.
Yeah.
And soon whenever I start asking him, you can see him start coming apart on me, you know.
So we'll shorten him up back to the middle distance. We just ran him last time.
I really do think that would hit him in the hand. I think he might have got it tied.
Well, it's a deep track. Yeah, it's a deep track.
You know, that can help us going forward.
Right. And everything felt good.
He pulled up happy. We lived to fight another day.
Excellent, man. Excellent.
All right, thank you, Tom. I really appreciate it, bro.
So there you have it, guys. I mean, look, it's an effort, a team effort when you're running a horse. You want to learn about him each time you run. And, the last time this horse ran, he ran a 1-turn mile, and he ran brilliant. Today, he got a little tired going the mile and an 1/8. So I think you'll see us come back to that middle distance, maybe on the Wilson Chute right here in the same kind of race. And, hats off to the winner. Keep Me in Mind, it's a very good horse.
Well done, Tom. I mean, that was incredibly stout competition. It's very, very rare that you would ever have to go up against a horse of this kind of caliber in this condition of a race.
Yeah, and as far as Tom's horse goes, that's the right move. You heard Kendrick say that he was taking him in hand to the 5/16 pole, and then when he asked him, he just kind of fell apart, just got a little bit tired, but he ran very honorably. Keep Me in Mind, fantastic comeback race for him.
So Todd Pletcher with a 4-year-old off a long layoff, first start back since last year's Travers. And, we talked about him being a graded stakes winner. He was going into grade 1s as a maiden. That's how highly the previous connections thought of this horse. Kept running so incredibly well. He actually broke his maiden in a graded stake.
The Jockey Club for 2-year-olds at Churchill Downs. And that's kind of talent that he was early on and continues to be. He's had a good career with a rest in it, and look forward to seeing him come back next time in stake races.
All right, so it's Keep Me in Mind off the long layoff, the victory. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Todd Pletcher in a great mood after that win. Todd, first time out of graded stakes races for this horse in quite a while, and he really showed his class on track.
He did. It's almost 11 months to the day since he ran, so that's always a concern coming off a layoff, but the team did a great job having him ready. We thought he had a particularly strong workout here last week, and, it gave us confidence that he was ready to go the mile and an 1/8.
I noticed in that workout, and this is something I know you do a lot, that he really galloped out well past the wire. Talk about putting those miles in the morning to get a horse ready to go a route race off the bench.
Yeah, sometimes the work tab that you look at doesn't show the whole story. We try to emphasize the gallop outs. This horse was breezing super strong, and I had Juan Suarez, the exercise rider on the radio, just saying, whoa, 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 just hold him. And he did a great job. He held him, but on the gallop out, he went out in 112 and change. I had him galloping out a mile in 139. So we felt like, he was ready to go. He's an exceptional workhorse, and I think, has a chance to put it together and hopefully win a big one.
Any ideas on where we may see him next?
Well, timing-wise, you would think the Jockey Club, on September 3rd would make sense. We'll see how he bounces out of it and firm up a plan.
We look forward to seeing him then. Todd, congratulations.
Thank you.
Todd Pletcher putting those miles in the morning, and it paid off with Keep Me in Mind coming back to the track today, Greg.
Good to see this horse back and back in the winner's circle. Horse who, again, last year competed in 2/3 of the Triple Crown, including the Kentucky Derby. Graded stakes winners where he got the first win of his career. Long time off, but able to handle this field pretty convincingly.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that people should know when they're looking at these workouts on Todd Pletcher's horses that they are not just working the half-mile works. They're having huge gallop outs.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Pick 4 underway with an odds-on favorite. Keep me in mind when we return. JK back at it with a golf cart. And a special, special guest. I know near and dear to Gary's heart and several other of the top riders in the history of this sport. Ron Anderson with JK next.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the page.
Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
We're back on Saratoga Live, sun shining here on this Friday afternoon in upstate New York. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. His client list reads like a who's who of some of the all-time greats in the history of this sport, from Gary Stevens to Jerry Bailey to Chris Antley to Garrett Gomez and several others. He is one of the best to ever do it. Jonathan Kitchen's guest this week on Cart Talk, the legendary jockey agent Ron Anderson.
For those who don't understand your job, what's your elevator pitch to describe to people what it is to be a jocks agent?
I'm the go-between between the owner, the trainer, and the rider. So anybody that wants to engage, Joel Rosario right now or Johnny Velasquez, they got to come through me.
Of all your riders, Garrett Gomez, Gary Stevens, Chris Antley, Jerry Bailey, and even your first rider, Fernando Toro, is there a ride that just really sticks out to you from one of those guys?
My big break was Fernando Toro. I had a tutelage with him for 10 years, and the first Breeders' Cup on Royal Heroine was a huge highlight. Another one was Blame with Garrett beating Zenyatta. Gary Stevens might have been the greatest talent that we've ever seen.
Really?
I'm telling you. He was magical on a horse's back. Absolutely magical. He had ridden Thunder Gulch in the Remsen a week after Wayne Lucas bought him. He had one line like this, a horse was lugging in, he could never let him run. He still won by that far. So we go to Hong Kong under contract to a guy named Stephen Lung. Wayne calls me up after the Bluegrass. He says, I want Gary to come back and ride Thunder Gulch in the in the Derby because Mike's hung up. I said, you're going to Kentucky, right? The Thunder. He goes, no, I'm not. And in 10 years, the only time he refused. 3 days later, I was going to California to do my taxes. I had gotten Mike on Red Bishop and the San Juan Capistrano. So I grabbed him, and Mikey, I got to speak to him. He goes, what's that? I said, Gary's refusing to come ride Thunder Gulch in the Kentucky Derby. You need to meet me at Peppers. So he meets me at Peppers. I put him on a payphone. He talked to him for a couple minutes. He said, I'll go ride the horse. But he was that close to not being on that horse.
Oh,
but one that almost got away because of him.
Yeah, because of him.
Right?
Now, we talk about the highs. He won 38 Breeders' Cups. I don't think any other agent's even close. 15 Triple Crown races. Those are the highs. One of the lows was you should have been on American Pharoah.
This is a bad story. Bob Baffert, who I've known since he walked on the track at Santa Anita from the quarter horses, he texted me, can you get Joel to California for the paternity? Now I gotta explain, Joel had been to California on Wednesday and back on Thursday to Saratoga. He was there on Sunday and back on Monday at Saratoga for the Hopeful and the Spinaway. It's the toughest commute for the riders, Saratoga to Del Mar. And I knew Bob had 2 others in the race, and he texted me he's a Maiden. Now, to this day, if I just pick the phone up and just hear his voice for like 5 seconds, he just said he's a Maiden, but he's definitely okay. Joel would have been in California, and he would have ridden America. This is, it's a nightmare for the rest of my life.
Talk a little bit about your current riders.
Joel's on a great run, won the Eclipse Award last year. He's the type of person that everybody roots for because he's that likable. Johnny is Johnny. I mean, Johnny's done things that only people could dream of doing. He's the consummate professional. Everybody loves him. The things he does for the Jockeys Guild is just, I mean, has that big an impact, I believe, on our sport. And I'm fortunate to have the both of them at this point.
Ron, I appreciate you hanging out with me. I know you got a condition book you probably need to dive into, and we filmed this on Wednesday morning, so as of right now, Joel is the leading rider, but I had to bring that up, but I brought a piece of wood if you wanted to knock on it.
Perfect.
Card Talk, tremendous edition there presented by Gainesway. Pretty high praise from the legend Ron Anderson for this guy here, Gary Stevens. What do you remember about your time with him?
Well, and nothing has changed since he was my agent. We're still best of friends. He's more like a brother or older brother figure for me. Went through some really tough times with me when I was going through my divorce in the 90s. That's how I wound up in Hong Kong for a little while. He went with me. And he's still a guy that I turn to for advice on different things. And now that I'm an agent, by the way, of no caliber of Ron Anderson, but the best agent that I had, and I had some good ones, and that's no knock of Craig O'Brien, Ray Cravagna, some of the guys that I had, but just a really special relationship with Ron, and that'll be until the day I die.
Incredible the names that he's represented. Of course, right now, Joel Rosario and John Velasquez, 2 of the very best in the game right now, guys.
I have a question now that you're doing a jockey agent series. I consider myself Jimmy Riccio's agent. I think Jose Ortiz's agent, Jimmy Riccio, should be next up in Card Talk.
All right.
Can you get him in the cart?
Look,
I'll tell him to get fit
everyone's
to get
welcome
in the cart.
to the cart. Everyone's welcome to the cart. But doing that with Ron was a lot of fun.
Well,
my favorite question they didn't make is I asked him who was easier to get along with, Gary or Richie, because he worked with Richie for about 5 months, and he said definitely that Gary was the toughest he had to deal with, and a little bit of Jerry Bailey mixed in there.
Yeah, I'm shocked to hear that. I just want to know, though, Gary, if Jerry Bailey was on the show instead of you, do you think Ron would have been saying that Jerry was the best rider he ever worked for? I'm just curious.
No, because I had often wondered that myself, and he's told me that before, what he just said, and I'm like, yeah, well, but that was before he got Joel, and I remember when I retired, he went and he got Jerry Bailey, and and it just snowballed. Garrett Gomez and now Joel and Johnny. And look, he's going to keep winning classic races, and especially with the talent that he's got. Johnny's still riding like he's 26 years old, maybe not riding as much as he was, but he loves the game every bit as much now as the day that I met Johnny Velasquez. And Joel, what he said about Joel, that everybody likes, seems hard guy not to like. He's always in a good mood and rides a great, great race. I think he's the strongest finisher in the game, and just rides a smart race, and he's a reaction type rider.
And look, he owes Joel a triple crown. It's going to be tough to try and make up, isn't it? That was a great story.
I'm going to disagree. I think that Joel Rosario is the most talented rider, the gifted rider he's had.
Well, we're going to see Joel on this one here coming up in the 8th. Kokopelli coming off a long layoff for Christophe Clement. We'll be back on Saratoga Live.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there and look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as horses are in the paddock for this 8th race turf sprint. Glad to have you with us as we'll take a look. Starting off with the big layoff runner, Kokopelli, who hasn't run in over a year. And we last saw her running 7 furlongs, which was a distance that I questioned a little bit, and she was just flat inside. Unfortunately, she has been a tough horse to keep on the racetrack. She did win at first asking, and she has won off the layoff as well. She looks incredibly fit once again coming back here, and shorter really is better for her, as she will go the 5.5 furlongs on the turf today, which is the distance that she does prefer. Her half-brother Epping Forest, proficient on the turf as well, as she has a little bit more of a compact type of build. This is a good spot for her coming in, and it looks on paper at least like there should be some pace for her to run at. One of those horses who has speed is the one Making My Move, who we saw win on the turf last time out. And it's funny, I remember when she debuted for trainer John Kimmel, he had told me that he had actually entered her in a turf sprint race that didn't fill. He'd always thought that she could handle the grass, and she's very quick. She has a turf hoof to her. She's a shorter couple type of build, but she's very professional here in the paddock today, as she's really one that's come along both mentally and physically. She's a horse, though, that I think actually does appreciate a little bit more of a stretch as far as being able to go that 6-7 furlong distance. But she's very fit. I like the progression that I've seen from her, and we'll see how this pace ultimately does shake out. The number 5, Palace Gossip got a very game win last time out from the far outside post. Broke sharply. Flavien Prat that day did a really good job in that outside post going the 6 furlongs to get her over and to get her into position. She's very sharp in here today. She's a very solid, very compact, very strong and powerful looking filly. She had good energy coming here into the paddock, but once they got the tack on her, she's been even more on her toes. Hopefully she's able to control that energy a little bit more and conserve it for the racetrack as we head over to Andy and JK. Guys, what do you make of this turf sprint?
Well, I don't know. I'm already jealous of the one. I'm deteriorating both mentally and physically, so I'm very envious of making my move. And speaking of making my move, your top choice in this race, Jonathan.
Yeah, look, I'm a sucker for a speed horse that can make the lead, that's cutting back. I think they'll finish a little bit better. And we talked about it a little bit, Andy, before they came to us. Making my move, the pace figures in this race were not particularly quick. But she made the lead going 7, so I don't really blame her for not going any faster early. She does have some fast early pace figures in other races.
I'm not holding it against her, but her last win was a joke. I mean, she went a very, very slow relative pace, and I think she beat horses that are inferior to these. She ran very well in her turf race at 2-year-old, so it's not an isolated race. She's obviously good on the turf, but I think with Get the Candy and Palace Gossip outside of her, she's going to have to run a lot harder early, and we'll see if that affects her the finish, and that's why I prefer, and these are the 2 logical horses in the race, I prefer the favorite, Sassy Melissa. She had trouble last time. She was shuffled back and steady, and let me tell you something, you have to show this for the whole 5/16 of a mile to start this race to get to it, but you can't be a closer in a race and have your position, and she got good position with Joel, and then get shuffled back. You've got to be able to keep that position. That's one of the reasons Joel is so good in these races. But eventually, and we didn't see it because we didn't run it long enough, but that horse, the 4 backed up in this horse's face, and Joel steady. He made the most of it, but when you consider that trouble, I believe she ran the best race, and I don't think she should be even in this condition if she hadn't been in trouble.
And this is a comforting position, I think. For me, I use the 1 and the 6 to have who I think is the best speed, and then the 6 who I think is the best closer. If the 1 gets loose, then the 1 could win. If the 1 gets hooked, then the 6 should pick her up. And I don't play the musical jockey game very often. I think it's a very dangerous game to play, but I do think it's interesting to note that Jose moved here off of the win on the 1 making my move.
I miss musical chairs as I got older. See, if you take a speed for me, and I love that position, the best speed and the best closer. See, I think the best speed is Palace Gossip. I think Palace Gossip is a horse that's shown that she can stalk, but she has speed, so she won't be compromised. And I believe if you want a horse forward here, I'd rather have her to making my move, and our horse are the same price. But I agree with that philosophy as a general rule in playing, guys.
Here's our post spread. We start with making my move, speed from the inside with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Seconds on the horse, believe me, I don't need it.
In this race, Irad's going to have to work out the trip dropping back from 7/8.
More pace next door with Get the Candy.
Right next door with Get the Candy. Both these horses seem to be the kind that need to have the lead to run their best race. They're going to keep each other company.
Long layoff for Cocapelli with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, and the same combination's done so well already. Christophe Clement, and he's going to get plenty of speed to run out here.
Trying something new. First on the grass with Big Q.
It is, and they waited till she was a 5-year-old in her career, Big Q, to try the turf for the first time this afternoon.
More pace with Palace Gossip here, Anthony Dutrow.
Yes, and Flavien Prat climbing aboard for the 2nd time, looking for back-to-back wins on Palace Gossip.
Sassy Melissa, that's where Jose Ortiz winds up.
Yeah, and this is the replay that they were showing down on the set by the paddock that Andy was referring to. Sassy Melissa out of position in that race, came flying late.
Only time sprinting on the turf, it was a win for Buy Hubby Hello Money, who just went by. And here's Jill's a Hot Mess at 6-1.
Yeah, so Jill's a hot mess, 6-1, and a horse that's going to have to improve to get the money in this spot.
And Dylan Davis outside on It's a Keeper for Tom Albertrani.
Tom Albertrani on the outside here. He's got to make the trip. Dylan Davis is really a confident rider right now.
3-win day yesterday for Dylan Davis, coming off first New York riding title of his career. That was at the Aqueduct Winter Meet. Just missed a second at the Belmont meeting when Arad Ortiz Jr. had a furious close to the meet, 6 wins over his final 16 mounts. Here is Arad on Making My Move, one of the speeds, and with the inside position here, hand forced a little bit, Gary?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, she's just fast, but she's going to have company. The speed directly to her outside. There's the other speed of Palace Gossip. And she is dropping back to a distance that she's never run 5.5 furlongs before. She's had success, or close to success, but stretching out to the 7/8 and making the lead easily is what I think helped her win last time.
These brothers, look at this, 5 riding titles in the last 6 years here at Saratoga. It was a little shocking to everybody when Luis Saez ran away with it last year.
It was, because the Ortiz brothers, students of the game, guys that really go home, do their homework every night. You never see them out on the town like you see people like Greg Wolf. But anyhow, they are here, and they mean business, and they ride a great race.
Well, no doubt. I mean, they're 2 of the favorites to be back on top this season as you look at Jose Ortiz. And this has become the 5-2 favorite now, Sassy Melissa, his mount.
Yeah, that's who I like in this race, just for the fact that Jeremiah Englehart has had a couple winners here at the meet already. I think he's going to get a great pace set up in front. Speed figure, came back fast last time. I like everything about Sassy Melissa in here.
You know, Greg, when horses get tough trips where they have a lot of trouble, which Sassy Melissa had one in her last start on May the 27th, 9 times out of 10, it usually happens right out of the gate. Something happens at the gate where a horse loses position, not where the rider wants the horse to be, not where the horse typically is, and he's trying to make up for that on her back and get to the right spot, and that's when trouble can happen.
So 5-2 on Sassy Melissa. Let's go back to the Paddock set.
So basically, you know, Jonathan and I have talked about sort of the logical horses in this race. And listen, there's nothing wrong with the logical horses in here. But we like to try to find a horse who could be a bit of a price. Maybe it's a horse you get 3rd or 4th in the Super if you play those. And I think By Hubby Hello Money has a little something going for her. I know she's off a layoff, but this is a horse who has quality. She's run competitively in some stake races, and she's really run as well in some turf races as she has in her dirt races. And maybe she's just getting started here, but Jonathan, you look at her, she broke her maiden first time out in a turf sprint. I know it was a Brad Cox barn, but she actually ran better for Bob Dunham when she finished 3rd behind Sports Model in a solid effort that race. I mean, is she really impossible to get a piece here?
Oh, she's absolutely not impossible. I mean, she's run on the turf twice. She's been in the trifecta both times. These are the types of horses that people overlook because so often with the nature of the game now with all the multi-race bets, so many people get caught up on who can win. And yes, I don't think she's a winning type, but she's absolutely the type of horse that can get involved in your superfecta or trifecta.
Well, I think you bring up an excellent point. We have a lot of bets at the racetrack. We have win, place, show, doubles, exactas, pick 3s, pick 4s, pick 5s, pick 6s. But we also have exactas and tries. And I think because so many people focus on the multis, and I understand that, and I'm not knocking that in any way, I play them too. But I think people lose sight a little bit of how you can make exacta work for you. And, you know, a talk of a race where you don't like the favorite. And some people talk about, how am I going to play the pick 5s? I don't like the favorite in the second leg. My suggestion is you play exactas and tries. And you get that favorite out and you get your horse 1st or 2nd at a decent enough price. And you don't like the favorite and you're specifically right there. That's how you can really get paid. And I think the art of betting other exotics has been a little lost because all the talk about pick 5s. Do you think that's fair?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and look, we love the pick 5. It's a low takeout bet. It's a great action bet.
Sure.
It ties you in for 5 races. It usually connects you to a stake, the feature of the day. There's a lot of things that are great about the pick 5, but I do believe that the exacta and the trifecta are a little bit of a lost art.
Yeah, no, and I think there's great value in that. I think the idea is to use the betting menu to make the best of whatever position you have as we head to Acacia.
Great tips, as always, guys, as we'll take a look at your favorite out on the racetrack, who, the number 6, Sassy Melissa, she is like a carbon copy of her sire, War Dancer. She is just so big and solid and robust, and she carries a lot of good condition, which I appreciate for a turf sprinter. You mentioned the trouble that she had last time out, and she was closing strongly late to just miss to get 2nd in that effort. Her race 2 starts back, I thought, was strong in the way that she finished up, too. What I liked about her, though, is that she was really sharp in the paddock, and then Jose Ortiz took her away from the pony, gave her, as we saw, a very composed gallop that kind of steadily picked up. She linked back up with the pony, and she settled beautifully. I love that kind of warm-up that he gave her out there on the track today, and she's one that looks like if she could get a better trip in here today, could be in the right spot, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. About to load up here for this 8th, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Forward, usually a good place to be, but it looks like there is a lot of speed in this race.
There is. I think it starts down at the rail between the 1 and the 2 horse. And I look, even in my race, this past race, Greg, you know, Kendrick and I talked in the paddock. We knew we wanted to be on the lead. We knew there was other speed. The idea was to discourage the other speed, to really go. And I think the 1 and the 2 horse are going to try to do just that down the rail, to try to discourage one another. And that's going to set up for a fast pace. It's going to set up for a nice close for our favorite, the 6 horse, Sassy Melissa.
Well, making my move with a Rat Ortiz Jr. from that inside post, just missed being graded stakes placed back in her 2-year-old campaign. She just comes into this race off a gate-to-wire win. We're set for the 8th. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Jill's a hot mess. There goes Get the Candy. Get the Candy gets the lead. Jill's a hot mess running in second. Making My Move is next in third. And moving up in between horses now is a Palace Gossip. So it's Get the Candy, Palace Gossip there, 1-2. Jill's a hot mess on the outside in third. Making My Move is next in fourth. Then it's Sassy Melissa running in fifth. On the extreme outside, It's a Keeper is running sixth. Cocapelli down at the rail and in seventh. Then comes Big Q by Hubby. Hello Money trails the field. The quarter 21-3. Get the Candy by 3/4 of a length with Palace Gossip. Jill's a hot mess right together second and third. Making My Move is running in fourth. Cocapelli is advancing down at the rail, and the field is in the stretch. It is Get the Candy. Here's Jill's a hot mess on the outside. Here's Cocapelli down at the rail, and Making My Move on the outside is now making her move as they come down for the finish. It is Making My Move on the outside of Jill's a hot mess. Making My Move, and a Rod Ortiz Jr. Jill's a hot mess finished second, and then Get the Candy, and the time was 1 minute 2 seconds.
Not the way most expected. Making My Move to win this race from off the pace, showing a new dimension.
Yeah, and Irad Ortiz rode a smart race. 2-horse Get the Candy flew away from there, and Irad didn't even try to engage early on set. He was loaded coming into the stretch back behind this wall of horses, and exploded when saw the daylight, Tom.
You know, right out of the gate, Irad Ortiz told you, I do not want the lead. You can look at this body posture on the 1 horse. He totally changed this horse's style, Making My Move. Sat behind a very, very fast speed duel, got outside and finished strong. That's an exciting race for the 1 horse, Making My Move, because it opens up a new dimension for a horse like this.
7-2 on Making My Move, and a filly now with all kinds of versatility, guys.
Yeah, you know, the pace was honest, but I don't think it developed as quickly as some of us would have thought. And, you know, keep in mind, the horses that ran in there were the horses that were forwardly placed. But Making My Move, her ability to rate made her the winner in this race because it made her, it made her multidimensional.
This is one of my, favorite races. Gary, you're going to love to hear this. The entire time I'm yelling at Irad. Irad, stay in there. Stay in there. Then he kind of grabs him a little bit. Then I'm mad at Irad. Come on, Irad, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then at the top of the stretch, Irad and I became best friends again. Shows why I'm sitting over here and not sitting on top of one of those horses. It was a brilliant ride by him, and she's found a home on the grass.
Yeah, no, she's run very well in all of her turf races.
2 wins now from 3 starts on the grass, but the other 2 wins, they were gate to wire. This time, clearly a different beginning as we take a look at the start.
Watch the winner, the 1 horse on the rail, and how much intent there is to either make the lead versus the 2 that's sending with his hands. It's just a totally different position from Irad on the 1. He has no intention of being in the lead. He's actually taking back right there, Gary, and he has made his decision. I'm going to try to ride this particular filly in this fashion. She's only 3. She's only had 5 races. He changed her style completely. He's in a great spot behind a fast pace. He gets her clear, and there's no doubt who the winner's going to be turning for home.
Yeah, and listen, here's the thing, is he tried it, She listened to him when he pulled her back that second time, when the horse that was laying second, or eventually laying second, came up next to him. She tried to go with him, and he said, no.
That's true.
You're going to
Right.
wait. And she listened to him, and she was comfortable doing it. That's when you feel good as a jockey. When they listen to you, they stop pulling, but it's a nice pull.
It
It's
won the
like a
race
5
for him.
pounds of pressure pull on you, and when you turn it loose, it's there for you.
Quick look, you saw John Kimmel on the screen, and you know, had she gone to her regular tactics, and there's John, his back to us there. Very good chance she does not win this race, because Luis Saez will get the candy win quick early, 21 and change.
Right, she's toast. I mean, the pace collapsed in this race. It was a brilliant ride, brilliant strategy move, and as Gary said, it only works if the horse responds, and she responded very well.
Making My Move impressive, showing different tactics this time around. Waiting and coming from off the pace and making a big late run to take the 8th here at Saratoga at 7-2. We'll be back with the prices and set up our feature next.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
The Jersey Shore's biggest race is the TVG.com Haskell Stakes, Saturday, July 23rd. Join us at Monmouth Park or watch and wager nationwide as the country's top 3-year-olds battle it out in the race where champions prove their greatness. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4, $200,000 guaranteed pick 5. It's all TVG.com Haskell Day, Saturday, July 23rd, Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Code of Honor, multiple Grade 1 winner and 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 Travers, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. He was a debut winner at 2 in Saratoga, following up with a gutsy performance, running second in the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes. Son of a champion out of a graded stakes winner, with an outstanding physical to match. Code of Honor, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part where you can play all the races we bring here all summer long and beyond. Go to NYRABets.com, download that NYRABets app. As we head to the winner's circle, Rat Ortiz Jr., familiar spot for him. Making My Move, makes her move this time from off the pace to get her picture taken. Let's go to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer John Kimmel. And John, Making My Move, different tactics with her today, coming from off the pace. Whose game plan was that coming into this?
That was kind of mine. You know, she's a very difficult horse. We actually tried to do that in the last race, but she outbroke the field, and if you take too much of a hold of her, she'll throw her head up in your face. But this 5.5 furlong, different than the 7 she was in last time. There was a lot of speed in here, and I thought if she ever was going to get a shot to get in behind some horses, it was today. And you know, Irad did a nice job. He said she gave her a little bit of a head throw, but once she got in a good rhythm, he was just waiting for a hole to get through and get some space because he thought he had a lot of horse.
I remember speaking to you before her debut, in fact, and you said that you'd always wanted to try her on the turf, and it seems like she's really found a home on the grass.
You know, last year we definitely had her pinpointed for the grass, and I did her gate work with Luis Saez, and you know, she worked really good on the dirt. I said, you know, we all like to have dirt horse over a grass horse because of the limitations, but we ran her here on the dirt, and the track was kind of tight, and she ran super good. She won by 12, but she was really never able to repeat that performance.
Well, she's found her home for sure on the grass. A big effort today. Congratulations, John.
Thanks, Keisha.
Making My Move, making all the right moves on the turf, Greg.
Indeed, and returning $9.50. Thank you, Acacia. Jill's a hot mess. John Velasquez helping that exacta come back, $93 for a dollar player. Our late pick 5, 3 legs in. Ria's Angel began it as the second choice on the board, an odds-on favorite, and now making my move at 7-2 with 2 races remaining, including our feature next, that grade 3 Lake George, as we take a look at the current odds for our main event on this Friday card. Mile on the inner turf. Chad Brown sending out a pair of 3-year-old fillies. Dolce Zell the 5, the 6 Eminent Victor. Both those two co-favorites at 5-2 on the board right now. We're going to take a time out. When we come back, we'll look ahead to not round 2, 3, 4, or 5, round 6 between Malathot and Clairiere coming up on Sunday in the Shoe V. We'll be back.
Nobody's gaining on Tyler's Tribe. Tyler's Tribe 6 lengths in front as they come down toward the line, and this good-looking son of Sharp Azteca will win the Prairie Gold Juvenile by distance.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The Shoe V Stakes may lack in quantity, but not in quality. This contest features the rematch of Clairiere and champion Malathot after Clairiere defeated her rival by a head in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps on Belmont Stakes Day.
Malathot and Clairiere bearing down on search results. Here comes Malathot. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clairiere.
Malathot, who has never lost in 2 consecutive races in her career, will compete with blinkers for the first time and won the Grade 1 Alabama last year over this surface with Clairiere in second.
And Malathot has taken the lead with a 16th to the finish. Malathot, Army Wife, Clairiere, Malathot back in the win column as she takes the Alabama.
The 4th time was the charm for Clairiere in the Phipps, as it was the first time she finished ahead of Malathot in 4 races. Like Malathot, Clairiere is a multiple Grade 1 winner. This will be Clairiere's 4th start of the season after a win at the Fairgrounds in March, a second in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom to champion Latruska, and her triumph in the Phipps. This is Malathaat's 3rd start in 2022. She won the Grade 3 Double Dog Dare Stakes at Keeneland prior to her loss in the Phipps. A win by Malathaat would provide trainer Todd Pletcher with his 5th Chute Stakes victory and equal H. Allen Jerkins' record in this event. If Clairiere enters the winner's circle, it could be trainer Steve Asmussen's 1st Chute win. Will Malathaat return to her winning ways? Or will Clairiere reign supreme? The road to divisional honors continues in Saratoga.
Another big showdown. We have that Coaching Club American Oaks on Saturday, the Chute on Sunday. Malathaat, Clairiere 1-2 in last summer's Alabama, and Clairiere turning that tables in the Ogden Phipps.
I just want to see a repeat, a replay. Don't care who wins. I just want to see them slug it out through the stretch again.
Well, they're going to slug it out during the stretch again. And look, it was the first time that Clairiere got the best of Malathaat, and they've met a number of times. I thought it was interesting that Malathaat is going to blinkers after getting beat by her for the first time. I got to believe that Johnny Velasquez, that rides Malathaat, has had a conversation and said, hey, I think we can get better if we put blinkers on this horse. Maybe to position better early, or maybe to engage the other horse, because I'm sure they anticipate Malathaat and Clairiere going to the wire together.
Well, one thing I observed when I was watching the replay of that once again this morning is when Johnny, or when Joel came up next to him, Johnny, he had to really, really encourage her to get her to engage on Clairiere. And I think with those blinkers on her, she'll be taking him more, and possibly just wondering. I'm agreeing with you.
That is coming up on Sunday. That'll be race 5 on the card early on. Some big races here over the weekend. Both the Coaching Club American Oaks and Chute we'll see early on Saturday and Sunday, guys.
I don't know about you, Jonathan, but I've narrowed this race down to 2. I think it's between Malathaat and Clairiere.
I think it's a 2-horse race.
Trying to help.
You're being very helpful.
Malathaat, blinkers on, not much speed in the race. I think she's the horse to beat. I'm actually a big Clairiere fan. I prefer Clairiere in general, but I don't know if she can overcome the pace advantage.
Well, the weird thing is, I remember last year in the Coaching Club American Oaks, I kind of had this small field. I thought, yeah, put Malathaat on the lead, send her to the front, and they didn't necessarily, they didn't really, they didn't do that.
Somebody else went.
Exactly.
And this time they're outside of Crazy Beautiful.
But now, I think that they know who she is now and know what she's capable of. And it's funny, Timeform US, the pace projector, because there's just no pace in this race, has her like on the lead by open lengths. Right. I think what will happen here is she'll be forward, she'll be close. If someone wants to go, fine, who cares, and just run the race. And I think that she'll get the job done.
Is it possible Society's running in the wrong race? Maybe she should have been in the Chute. They should be happy that search results went out to Monmouth after the race she ran in the Phipps. Looking forward to the Chute, a race named for one of the greatest fillies and mares that ever raced on any surface, anywhere. Chute. If you don't know Chute, you should look her up. And I just got the nicest gift on the set. Some people came by and brought me pictures of the house that I grew up in New Jersey.
The man's in a great mood.
Yeah, it was just like the nicest thing. My mom is going to be so happy.
You're happy someone's stalking you. 16 minutes to post in the Grade 3 Lake George, our feature on our Friday card. Coming up, Chad Brown going to try and win a 4th in a row in this Grade 3 for 3-year-old fillies on the grass. He's got the top 2 choices on the board in Dolce Zell and Eminent Victor.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
We are back on Saratoga Live at our feature, the Lake George. Again, 28 miles north of here. I try and make it up there at least a couple of times every summer. It is gorgeous. Founded in 1810, the village of Lake George surrounds its 32-mile-long namesake body of water, which is a prime location for tourists throughout the summer months. Every summer, nearly 3 million visitors come to the area. Boat around there, of course, the beautiful Sagamore Hotel on Lake George as well. And a trip on the Mohican, always a good time. Take a look at the field coming up for this year's edition of this Grade 3. And again, Chad Brown with Dolce Zell. I'm going to Victor the 5 and 6. Top two choices on the board at 3-1 and 5-2 respectively. Let's go back to Acacia.
We want to start with the filly making her first start as a 3-year-old, last seen in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, where she was the tepid favorite, Koala Princess. Read a quote from trainer Arnaud Delacour saying that she didn't grow too much, but she did fill out into her frame, and that's exactly true. She's not the biggest type. I think a mile actually suits her quite well, but she looks very strong coming back in here, and she was one that was off a bit slow in that Breeders' Cup. She has the ability to be a little bit more forwardly placed, which I would imagine Trevor McCarthy would want her to be in this spot, but she's very subdued, very relaxed here in the paddock prior to the race. We'll check in with one of the two Chad Brown runners as they wanted to look at Eminent Victor on the track. So looking at the 5 Dolce Zell, as she was down on the inside on that Churchill turf course, not the place that you'd want to be. She is a big, powerful type. She looks like kind of the quintessential European miler type of physique. Now, she has great substance to her, great weight. She also got very sharp once they put the tack on, and it is my first time seeing her, so I don't know if that's typical, but I like the intensity of her. I think this is a great spot for her. As I read her tease, will climb aboard as they had to finish putting the saddle on outside of the saddling stall because she's revved up. She's ready to roll today. Taking a look at the 8 Skims, who comes out of a 3rd place finish in the Wonder again. I just think that Milan in 8th was too far for her. That was my inclination last time out. It's my feeling today. This is a much better spot. She is one who has gotten on the muscle today too. She's always been a little bit of a lighter frame type, but one that has kind of grown and progressed. She's tossing her head around here in the paddock a bit, just a little bit on edge, as I think once we see her on track, want to be curious to see what kind of warm-up Joel Rosario gives her as she does get to cut back in distance a bit, as we'll send it over to Andy and Jonathan.
2 Chad Brown runners in this race. You and I think both prefer Dolce Zell. We've gone through why. Not a good trip last time out. I thought she just might be the better of the two.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand why Eminent Victor, you know, she won last time. She got a nice speed figure that time. I just think that there's a story behind Dolce Zell, like we've talked about the last couple of days. Watching America's Day at the Races, and we were on those shows, and seeing those riders be way off the inside on the turf course before they shut it down made me think that the inside probably wasn't where you wanted to be, and that's where Dolce Zell was last time.
It definitely wasn't. Now, as far as Eminent Victor, she got a good trip last time, but she ran. And I guess the argument for her is maybe she's more lightly raced and she's improving, whereas Dolce Zell is more exposed.
Yes, Eminent Victor can take another step forward and she can win, but this is a gambling game where there's odds involved, and if I'm talking about 5-2 on Eminent Victor or 3-1 on Dolce Zell, I'm a little bit more attracted to the Dolce Zell situation. But at the same price, I don't care. Just give me both of them.
I think Dolce Zell ends up the favorite in here. We'll talk more about Koala Princess and even Al Kahira, the long shot, after the post parade.
We begin with Heavenly Hellos. at 34-1.
Yeah, she's 34-1 for a reason in this spot. She's going to have to get a lot faster, and she's got about 10 minutes to do it.
Maiden winner last time out for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Here's Al Kahira.
Now, the horse she beat came back and didn't run as well, but that was at 1 mile and 3/8, and she's met some good horses. I wouldn't disregard her just because she has less credentials than the others.
The filly who was favored in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, Koala Princess.
Look, if you're not having a great day at the track, you can win some money at the bar asking people who was favored in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Fillies, and it was her. You'll win.
She had back-to-back wins coming into that. That was the first defeat of her career. Here's Dolce Zell, Chad Brown.
Apparently, Jonathan doesn't know there's other ways to have fun at a bar. Oh, that's right, you do. Jonathan and I like this horse. Compromised last time.
Eminent Victor for the same barn going by.
Yeah. Got no problem with anyone who wants to back Eminent Victor. I just think there's a couple of more interesting types in here.
Speed of the race. Javier Castellano's sister, Luann.
Well, I didn't think she was the speed of the race, but apparently Greg and I disagree. I also think she's overmatched.
5-1 on Skim. Shug McGahee cutting back.
I think she's interesting as well, right? I mean, she's cutting back a little bit. She caught some soft ground last time. Maybe a little shorter and firm ground moves her up.
I was intrigued by this run. The State's debut from Spirit and Glory totally left at the gate, no pace, and got up to win.
Now I'm afraid I'm going to eat those words. She might be the speed. I don't like this horse at all. I know she overcame getting left, but she had the run of the race, and I just think this is a significantly better field. The second horse came back to win, but she had trouble when Spirit and Glory beat her, and she had the run of the race when she won.
So 9-1 from that outside post for Spirit and Glory as our main event on this Friday card coming up. And as usual in a big turf race here in New York, Chad Brown with a strong hand, and the public right now can't seem to separate them.
No, and I was just telling Tom, looking at Dolce Zell's form, she's never really, I'm throwing the race out at Churchill for certain reasons. She's never raced on a firm turf course. They said the turf course was slick over there. I know Andy says horrible down inside, but it's a throwout race. So this will actually be her first time racing on a firm turf course, and I think it's going to help her.
So 8 minutes to post coming up. And this is what awaits the winner. Chad Brown has a few of these already. Trying to win again, his 4th in a row. Last year, his technical analysis. Regal Glory won it in 2019. He believes is the best in the filly and mare turf division right now.
Oh, he's not saying hi to us? He's
saying so long
winners.
to you.
Yeah, 5-0, buddy, and counting.
He's dominating so many of these races at Saratoga. We're expecting, again, that him and Todd Pletcher to go down to the wire in a battle here, but
not if you ask Andy.
Well, even Todd Pletcher believed Chad Brown has the stronger hand.
Well, then in Todd we trust. So, no, I think Chad Brown is loaded. The number of horses that work in the morning I see of his and how brilliantly they move over the track, it's one after another. He's got the athletes. He deserves to have the athletes. He's done a great job, and he's worked his way to the top.
And just for him it's incredible how he reloads with talent, with the stars he's had in his barn.
It's also incredible how he handles the numbers, and he handles them well. I mean, our stable would be considered, if it's considered a large stable, it would be a small or large stable. These stables like Chad Brown has, Asmussen, Pletcher, they're 3 times, 4 times the size of my stable. And those guys are so good and so efficient at running those barns in the morning, getting the horses out, working them. It's a marvel to watch.
Well, he trusts in his staff. He's got great staff. All the guys you just mentioned have excellent staff. If they didn't, they couldn't pull it off in the way that they do with the success
no doubt
that they
about
do.
it.
Absolutely.
And he gave tremendous kudos to his staff after that Diana win as well on opening weekend as we send it back to the paddock.
Yeah, I mean, Chad Brown's obviously an enormous favorite to be the leading trainer, but Todd Pletcher's going to have a say in it. Doesn't mean he's not going to win it. I mean, he's going to win it, but Todd Pletcher knows how to win races everywhere, and he certainly knows how to do it in Saratoga. Getting back some other players in this race. Koala Princess. She was dressed up in a bad favorite in the Breeders' Cup. She was on a gold rail in Kentucky Downs, weird days, weird racetrack. But I actually thought she ran okay in the Breeders' Cup, and so bad favorite or not, it's not like she ran badly.
No. I mean, she was beaten 2 lengths against the best 2-year-old turf fillies in the world, and I thought she ran well there too. And I understand exactly what you're talking about. I remember that time in Kentucky Downs, and being down towards the inside is where you wanted to be, and she found herself there. So although she was a bad favorite from a betting standpoint, she did run well, and she's run well 3 times in her career. She deserves a little bit of credit.
I agree. You can see they just taken the rails down and how different the inside was. Yeah, she was wide, out of position. Joel just had a nightmare trip in there, could never get her into the right spot. As far as Alkahira, see, Greg may well be right about the 7 being the speed, because I forgot about the 1 being scratched in here. But Alkahira actually has speed as well, and I think Jose Ortiz would be wise to send this horse. What do you think?
Yeah, especially from the inside, and Jose, I think, has some options. You can send away from there, and if the 7 happens to go, you can just get that pocket trip. And if I'm not mistaken, Jose got that trip with technical analysis last year. Similar, saving ground on the inside. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, it's funny because technical analysis became known as his forward horse. He actually got good position in this race. It's when it sort of turned around when he was sitting 3rd, and they kind of moved a little up front. But I don't think she's impossible at a price. Chad Brown's strong. I got to tell you, I'm surprised. I'm wrong here. I mean, it's only $2,500 in difference from their betting right now, but the 6 is favored. Eminent Victor over Dolce Zell. We'll see if that holds up. I just thought Irad Ortiz, I thought he was favored in every race, but he wasn't last race.
It seems that way sometimes. Certainly on this circuit, all the races Andy and I have worked together, it's amazing how much money he takes on the tote board. But right now, well, now he does become the favorite with the 5 Dolce Zell. 3 minutes to post in the Grade 3 Lake George. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at Chad's other runner, an Eminent Victor. I mentioned back in the paddock, I wanted to see her on track because last time out, Flavien Prat, again with that intent, showed the intent of wanting to settle her by keeping her on the track with the pony. She was in a 4-horse field with 3 trained by Chad Brown, and the stablemate that showed the most speed had the most aggressive warm-up. She was throwing her head around with the pony and just really, really keyed up. Today, she is so much more relaxed, and it seems like Flavien's really had the opportunity to get to know her too, giving her a few pats out there on the track. There's some length to her frame. She is a longer body type, and she looks much more fit than she did last time even too, and she looked fit off the layoff as well. I just like the mental progression that I saw from her from last time to today. As far as the 4 Koala Princess, I got a chance to catch up with her trainer Arnaud Delacour, who said that he didn't want to give her mixed signals by bringing her back sprinting in here because he really wants to see if she can handle the distance as a 3-year-old. How much did she progress? He said they haven't been too aggressive with her in the warm-ups, and she's so laid back that he thought mentally she looked like a horse that would prefer going a little bit more distance. He said if she doesn't run well today, they can always cut back to sprinting, and that's another option, Greg.
Yeah, she's 2 for 2 undefeated as a sprinter. We should know with Koala Princess, as you see the analyst selections, her debut, she was actually in front on the lead, going 5.5 furlongs.
Yeah, but I do think as they try to stretch out the 2 turns here and coming off that long layoff, it doesn't benefit them at all to try to take that forward position. They're trying to see if their horse can get that route. I have a feeling that McCarthy on Koala Princess is told, you know, let's sit and try to finish up on the end.
And there's a look at her. So her
3-year-old
debut coming up.
I mean, this Koala Princess is a good horse, you know, and I mean, her last race, and they may even talked about it at Del Mar, I actually thought it was better than it appeared. And off the layoff, a year older, a year stronger, she was a good horse last year. I think she's got a big shot at 4-1.
I hope that he does not send her because it would defeat everything that they've probably been trying to accomplish with the time off since the Breeders' Cup. And going further with her, I would think, is in the back of their mind.
I'll say the next 2 starts certainly just seems like, yeah, that's not what they want to do. As it's gone back and forth between Dolce Zell, Eminent Victor, the 2 Chad Brown fillies in this race for favoritism, but now the public seems like they have settled pretty squarely on Eminent Victor, the 6 is the one to beat, coming off that win in the Wild Applause.
Look, it was a good race, but it was a race of 4 horses that backed up, and, you know, she just had to outfinish you know, one other horse in the race because there was a speed duel up front. It was just, I mean, I think Dolce Zell has a little bit more experience in that department, and I like the fact that that horse has been successful at the 2-turn distance as opposed to Eminent Victor, who will be going 2 turns for the first time today.
Grade 3 Lake George, our Friday feature on the second weekend of the meet here in Saratoga Springs. And Chad Brown yet again with a favorite here for 3-year-old fillies on the lawn in this grade 3. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Dolce Zell, Skims, and Spirit and Glory. There in the gate. And they're off in the Lake George Stakes. Al Kahira and Sister Luann, and those two are out for the early lead with Dolce Zell next in third. And then comes Eminent Victor, who's running in fourth. On the outside is Skims in fifth as they go around the clubhouse turn. Al Kahira sets the pace here, leads by a length and a half, with Sister Luann in pursuit in second. And then down on the inside is Dolce Zell running in third. Eminent Victor is next in fourth. Skims is fifth. Koala Princess is in sixth position. And then at the back of the pack are Spirit and Glory and Heavenly Hellos. The quarter, 24 seconds. Al Kahira is the leader here by a length and a half. Sister Luann still in second. And then comes Dolce Zell next in third. The favorite, Eminent Victor, sits in fourth, 4.5 off the lead. Then it's Koala Princess, followed on the outside by Skims. And the trailers remain Spirit and Glory and Heavenly Hellos. The half in 48 and 1. Al Kahira by 3 parts of a length. Sister Luann. And now Eminent Victor. She makes her move on the outside. Dolce Zell has had a good trip down towards the rail, running in fourth. And then it is Heavenly Hellos. And on the outside, Koala Princess. They are in the stretch. They have Al Kahira to catch. On the inside is Dolce Zell looking for a way through. Here's Eminent Victor on the outside. Dolce Zell squeezed through down at the rail. On the outside is Eminent Victor. It's Dolce Zell and Eminent Victor. They come on for the finish. Very, very tight. Too tight to call. Dolce Zell and Eminent Victor. They were noses apart in the Grade 3 Lake George Stakes.
Well, we know Chad Brown won 2 in the Lake George. I'm not sure Eminent Victor ever got a nose in front.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I don't either. And I'm going to tell you something. There was not much room. At first, Irad started. He was going to split horses, come out over the hills of the 3-horse El Cuera, and the hole that he comes through was extremely, extremely tight. 3-horse had to steady.
You're talking about the horse on the rail, Dolce Zell.
Yes.
He was going to go in between horses when they turned for home, and it closed up on him, and he had to back out of there and go to the rail. Meantime, Eminent Victor got the head start on Dolce Zell and got her momentum going, so it really was a big, big race from Dolce Zell.
Eminent Victor, she stumbled pretty significantly at the start here. See her buckle all the way down to her knees right there. So that didn't help her matters at all. She overcame that, still ran a great race with that big move around the turn. I'm pretty sure Dolce Zell held on, but they haven't put the, they've got it up now. Dolce Zell, the winner.
5-6, 4-3. Dolce Zell, the win at 3-1. All right, Ortiz Jr. for Chad Brown and Madakat as we take a look again into the stretch.
Yeah, so this 3-horse is just not off the rail enough to come through there. He starts to angle out, and then he says, the heck with it.
That's him moving to the rail right now,
tight.
Gary. He just moved to the rail right now. He's finally got open room to run down the lane.
Yep.
So Dolce Zell just outlasting Eminent Victor. Tough beginning, as we showed, guys, for Eminent Victor. Still runs very big and to run second.
Yeah, I bet on Dolce Zell in here, and this is a race to remember when I lose a tough one, because I didn't bet the best horse here.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Eminent Victor was the best horse. If she doesn't stumble at the start, she wins the race because she has to rush for position after that. She makes the 3-wide move. Irad is sitting chilly, he comes through in the fence. Yeah, it was a little tight for her, but it worked out. I got lucky betting Dolce Zell.
This is a great race to also make it as an example of how I handle photos. Because as many photos as I lose, I win some too. And whether I was right, wrong, or indifferent, we were wrong about Dolce Zell.
We were. I mean, we knew they were the right two horses, but we were wrong to think that Dolce Zell was the better of the two.
And she was brave down there, and she did have to stop, but the 6 was best.
I actually have a question for Gary. Gary, you're in that position Irad is in. I understand you want to get outside to make the move. Do you think, though, that maybe you need to be a little more patient sitting in there and wait to see how it develops? I know it's very hard to make that call. It's a split-second move, but I'm more curious your thoughts.
Well, guys, first of all, I'm not sure you did bet on the wrong horse. I had the 6 horse in here, but listen, he was bottled up for a long time behind those horses, and there was no room on the fence at all when he first started into the stretch. So he was taking his other option, going to come out. There wasn't room there either. So he dove back down to the inside. I think it was a very brave move. Those holes look a lot bigger on TV than they do when you're in the actual race going 40 miles an hour.
And that horse wants to go through that hole about as much as you want to go through that hole.
Well, certain horse, he pointed her and she went willing enough. I mean,
but I mean, once she got clear, she actually quickened even some more. And as far as the horse that ran second, Eminent Victor, yeah, she stumbled out of the gate. She recovered very quickly, got her position right back, and had a complete head start on the winner, Dolce Zell, down the lane.
As we see so many times here at this premier meet in the country, Chad Brown completing an exacta as we take a look at our Fasig-Tipton winner circle lead-in. And it's Dolce Zell, bottled up for a bit, certainly down the stretch, as you see Chad Brown talking to the rider of the runner-up here, Flavian Pratt. And then I'll see you later. I need to go get my picture taken. 4 in a row in the Lake George for trainer Chad Brown. This time it's Dolce Zell. We'll be back with prices right after this.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part by the one-of-a-kind champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting and did it all while racing medication-free. Time for our Run Happy photo finish. Between the 2 stablemates for Chad Brown, Dolce Zell edging out Eminent Victor in the Grade 3 Lake George.
And the winner actually got a bad bob there and still won the race. So
you know what? They both ran really good races.
$8.60. Brown Barn, 4th in a row here in this race. Arad Ortiz Jr., Paddock Stables, Michael Dubb, your winning owners. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Pleased to be joined by the winning connections here. Owner Michael Dubb, Saul Q and his son Sam, as well as Chad Brown is taking everybody's photo. So the roles reversed in here. Saul, let's start with you. Dolce Zell up the rail. What a game performance.
She ran great. She ran great. She was fresh coming into this race, and she was on the bad part of the track at Churchill, so we were excited to see what she could do today, and she ran great.
And Mike, you actually owned a part of both horses, both her and Eminent Victor. So I know it had to be emotional coming down to the wire with the two of them in the big effort.
Yeah, it's a great problem to have. I hope to have that every day.
Sam, what did you think of the race?
I was very excited. I actually didn't know if we won at the end, but I was very excited.
The photo up in time. It's all about sharing it with friends and family, right?
That's what it's all about. Happy to be here with my little guy.
A lot of excitement down here in the winner's circle, Greg, as Dolce Zell noses out in the photo.
You have a barn like this that has so many talented runners, and they all get to work against each other. These two probably already know each other pretty well.
Yeah, that's how probably they finish in the workouts as well. They probably finish right side by side. Two very nice fillies.
I don't know if they worked together last time, but they did work on the same day, and they worked the exact same time. So I've got a feeling
Chad Brown way.
I've got a feeling that they were working together.
He works his horses against each other and usually keeps them in hand. They look very good doing it.
Michael
Shows up
Dubb,
in the afternoons.
Saul Cumin of Paddock teaming up here with Dolce Zell as the ownership group of this 3-year-old filly. So the bigger priced Chad Brown runners we saw last week in the Diana. He had 4 runners line up, and the biggest price of those 4, an Italian winning that race, happens again here. Not quite as dramatic.
Definitely not.
1 leg remains in a pick 5 pool that was over $1 million next Saturday. The hits keep on coming with a terrific edition of the Jim Dandy. You'll see it on Big Fox, featuring the 1-2 finishers from the Preakness Stakes and early voting in Epicenter in a rematch. Our coverage on Fox begins at 4:30 Eastern time. You do not want to miss a traditional prep here at Saratoga for the Travers and Epicenter. Steve Asmussen says his work Monday, as good a work as I've ever seen from him, and I've seen some really impressive works from him.
I'm sure he has. I mean, you're talking about a horse that was second in the Kentucky Derby, second in the Preakness, danced every dance up to that point in the spring. Finally got a deserving kind of 2 months of freshening as he comes into the Jim Dandy. Epicenter is the horse to beat.
And again, Gary squeezed a little bit early in that Preakness, not where his trainer wanted him to be in that race. You think we're going to see a different tactic certainly on Saturday?
Well, absolutely. I mean, and you've got a lot less horses today than what we had in the Preakness. There's only 4 other runners against Epicenter, but Steve let everybody know his displeasure. He was not happy with the ride, and I wouldn't think that he's going to be nearly as far back as what he wound up, and it wasn't Joel's fault. Once the bed was made, he had to sleep in it and just hope that he could run the winner down, and he wasn't able to run down early voting that day. So I think he'll be a lot closer to the pace than what we saw in the Preakness.
Talk about a big 3 lining up in a Travers prep. Guys, this is tremendous.
It's very exciting, and I'm a little sorry. Did Tom bet his tie on his horse? Is that why he's tieless out there? Because, I mean, you don't count. You wear your pajamas every day.
I can't say anything.
The rest of us dress like adults. But, Tom, I'm a little disappointed in you. I expect you to hold a higher standard than that, but I get it. I'll speak to Colleen. I think that Epicenter is going to show a lot more speed in here. I think that Steve realizes that maybe in his right move getting ready for the Derby, he kind of trained him to rate a little bit, but he's going to have to use his speed. But listen, early voting rated comfortably in the Preakness, and I understand why Steve Asmussen's frustrated. First of all, he ran second to a crazy horse, and then in the Derby, and then he ran second in the Preakness, and I get why, if I were him, I wouldn't have been happy with the trip, though I think Joel made the most of a tough situation. I'm not convinced those horses isn't getting better as well, and I'm not saying Epicenter can't win. I'm not saying Zandon can't win. This is an epic matchup.
Well, it's what's really fun about this potential Travers matchup we could see is all 4 of these horses, 3 here, 1 running in Jersey this weekend, are all getting better.
How about Charge It? Let's not forget him.
And let's not forget Charge It as well. There's 5. And I think that's what's exciting, right? Is like early voting was progressing. He ran well, very well in the Preakness. Epicenter had an excuse in a couple of races. We know what Zandon can be. We've seen him working. Like you mentioned, Charge It. We'll see what happens with Jack Christopher this weekend. What a fun 3-year-old division with no pure standout yet.
No, and it's not a bunch of mediocre horses that we're sitting around pretending to hype up. I think there is some genuine talent. Now, they're not as fast yet as the older horses, but they're not so far away from them, whereas they're more likely to take those steps forward. And this is a very good group of older horses. And I'll ask the guys in the set, do you think it's possible that these horses in here, any one of them or so, could take that step forward and by Breeders' Cup Classic time, be able to contend with some of the monsters out there?
Tough year asking that with Life is Good out there and Flightline, who 2 horses being talked about as the best we've seen in a long time. What do you think?
Well, I think that you have to, when you build that kind of hype, Flightline, for instance, you have to continue to kind of show up. And if that happens, great. But, you know, is it a comet going across the sky, or is it something that's going to last? I'm interested in seeing that.
I think that he's the best that I've seen in my lifetime with just these 4 races, the best races that I've seen.
No doubt, exceptional talent.
4 races and the way he's done it, and they're pointing him for the Pacific Classic, and I would look forward to seeing a total matchup come Breeders' Cup time.
We'll see, though, if some of these 3-year-olds, this is a talented group of 3-year-olds this year, can they continue to develop and take on the likes of those highly regarded individuals? Life is Good and Flightline. We're going to see Life is Good here in the Whitney later this summer. Right now, the 10th and finale coming up from Saratoga next. 6 furlongs for this New York bred first allowance condition race. We'll be back with a post parade next.
Standing at Gainesway.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher. I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Back on Saratoga Live, our Friday finale still to come. Our program brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com and play it all, including this cross-country Pick 5 we have coming up tomorrow. We talked about the 3-year-old division and the Jim Dandy that's a week from tomorrow. Well, tomorrow, part of that cross-country Big 5, that 3-year-old division as well, and the return of Jack Christopher, who some believe is the best 3-year-old in the country, for Chad Brown, who also has the Preakness winner early voting, and Zandon, 3rd-place finisher in the Kentucky Derby. He's going to be in that matchup with Taba over in Jersey tomorrow.
Yeah, Jack Christopher, I mean, he's 4 for 4. He's fast. The Woody Stevens was freaky fast. Got 170 buyer speed figure that day, and he's exciting and fun to watch.
I love his stride. You just saw it right there. He's got a stride that would catch a trainer's attention if you were out in the morning watching all the horses train. It's unique, it's lengthy, and if he's going to carry it a mile and an eighth, Monmouth Park is the place to do it. That track plays to speed a little bit. Turns are fairly tight. I think it'll play to a horse like Jack Christopher.
He better have his running shoes on again tomorrow, because I guarantee you Tyba's got his running shoes on. Is he good enough? He hasn't been seen since the Kentucky Derby, but he's been lighting the track up out on the West Coast in the mornings.
Back to the finale here at Saratoga, so 6 furlongs. New York breds, this first allowance condition, Todd Pletcher with the current favorite, Let Her Inspire You, whose comeback effort as a 3-year-old was a winning one at a very short price. Let's go to Acacia.
And she did return to the races in a nice fashion last time out, and she seemed like she had maybe been a little bit of a frustrating horse prior to that, but she did face some good runners, including that nose defeat behind Venti Valentine. She's one that took a big step forward, coming back as a 3-year-old in her most recent start, and a horse that just has never really had too much muscle mass behind the saddle. She doesn't tend to be the strongest type, but she has continued to kind of fill out a little bit, carry a little bit more conditioning behind, which I certainly appreciate. She's very relaxed, very laid back here in the paddock, which has been typical with the exception of her debut, but she has really been the consummate professional as she looks to make it 2 in a row. She certainly makes sense off the back of that big effort. The number 7, Lilu, taking some attention as she comes back for Nacho Correas for the first time. Filly by Practical Joke, same as Let Her Inspire You. She faced some good runners before that layoff too. This is my first time seeing her in the flesh. Now the front wraps do go on with her coming back off the layoff. She looks like she should be well suited coming back to a sprint once again. She's got a good engine, really strong in her hindquarters. I'll keep an eye on her out on the track, but if anything, I do think that this race will be a benefit for her to tuck up a little bit as far as fitness is concerned. Looking at the number 2, Queen Arella, who comes in from the Finger Lakes having won 5 in a row. The question is, how does she stack up against these? And her speed figures don't, at least the last one for sure, but she has been very quick out of the gate, and she's been in terrific form. She has grown a ton since I last saw her. She's become much more feminine as well, and yet she's agile enough to be effective, going sharp out of the gate, going 4.5 furlongs. She's very sharp here in the paddock too. A little bit tricky getting the tack on at first, but has settled a bit more now. But I expect her to be sharp out of the gate once again. We'll see how far she can take it as we head over to Andy and Jonathan.
Thanks, Acacia. You know, I have a long shotty idea with a 5 that we'll get to. I think the 8 and 7 and 8 are the right 2 players in this race. I don't really want anybody else. You are more forceful. You think Let Her Inspire You is just way, way, way the horse to beat. Yeah. And you may not be wrong.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love the 8. Now, I understand where some people might have some reservations. Her first 3 races were not particularly fast, but she was bet like a good horse in those races. And I also think it's important to note that when she was running as a 2-year-old, she was not able to run with Lasix. She got Lasix, she got the big number. A horse has come back and run well and won out of that race, and it's Todd Pletcher. You're drawn outside. It's like it's checking every single one of those short price horse boxes for me.
And I'm going to tell you something else. She's 2 to 1. She's not 4 to 5. So I don't know if she's going to drop down. She may drop down from that price. But at 2 to 1, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm sort of trying to take a shot against her just because I try to be a little bit clever. But I'm not disagreeing with you. Now, the rail was good this day, and I think it helped her a little. The 3rd horse had a bit of trouble, but she came back and improved her by her figure 14 points to win. So even if she had some trouble, I mean, that certainly legitimizes the number. I'm a little biased because she wasn't that good last year. Your Lasix point's a great one, Jonathan. As far as Lilu, I'd love to know the story. She last worked in New York before her last race when she was with the very good David Duggan. For whatever reason, these connections, because she's not a private purchase and hasn't been sold, they shipped her to Keeneland because she started working on May 31st for Nacho Correas, who's also, like David Duggan, an exceptionally good trainer. I think this horse has run very well and has the chance to take a step forward, but she's also not going to beat the 8 unless she improves or the 8 takes a step back.
Yeah, she's going to have to get faster, you know. Now, I will say this, though, in her last race at Aqueduct, her pace figures early were extremely fast. So maybe just kind of running that race a little bit more efficiently can maybe have her finish her race a little bit better. But I agree with you. She is one that has a little bit of speed. And like we talked about, I prefer the 7 significantly more than the second choice currently, the 10.
I agree completely. Silver Fist is sort of weird. Kendrick Carmouche, first of all, deserves a medal for having the courage to get on this horse. She ducked in so badly in her last start that she actually seemed to leave the course in the turn, and she may have hit the rail on the turn. Not the rail on the backstretch, but the turn. She fell so far back they couldn't find her with a telescope, and she actually made a little bit of a run to only get beaten just under 10 lengths. She was good enough as a 2-year-old to suggest that somewhere in there's a horse that can compete in here, and at a huge price, she's on my tickets.
Yeah, you got to think back to October 23rd when she broke her maiden at Belmont. If she can kind of improve off of that performance as a 3-year-old, that race was run as a 2-year-old, then she is in the mix. But I think the important thing to note, and I think you agree with me, if the 8 Let Her Inspire You runs the race she ran last time, everyone else is going to have to get significantly faster to beat her.
I have absolutely no argument with that.
And she is the 2-to-1 favorite as we hear the call to post for our finale. So here they come, and no question, that was a big move forward in her 3-year-old debut for Let Her Inspire You. We're going to take a look here at the remaining half of the entry. 32-to-1 Karamoka.
Yeah, big price. She's been trying to get through this condition for 2 years now, guys.
Going to break on the far outside in this race as well. The 2, Queenarella.
I mean, this horse is exceptionally fast from the gate. One of many speed horses.
Post 5 for her, for Anthony Ferraro, the trainer. 6 for 12 lifetime coming in from Finger Lakes. Her stablemate breaks from post 7.
Yeah, this is the 2B True Empress. If you bet on the 2, you get both these horses. Where they finish, you can cash a ticket.
I should say entry mate from different stables, by the way. George Weaver trains the 2B. The Rail to Gringotts, Bob Glaceris trains.
Yeah, and I tell you what, this filly, she seems to like to pick up checks. She's won 4 races in her career, but still eligible for this condition.
Kendra Carmouche on the 5, Silver Fist.
Silver Fist is another one that maybe could show a little speed in this spot. Didn't have a good trip last time, as Andy mentioned.
Fancy Feline went by, blinkers on. Here's the 7, Lilu.
Yeah, 7, Lilu. Another one with good speed in here early on.
Here's the favorite, Tom.
Lightly raced. Let Her Inspire You. 4 starts. She's been prominent in all 4. I'd like to see her finish up this race and pass a horse.
Ready AP. Arad Ortiz Jr., Christophe Clement.
Ready AP is another one with speed in this race. We keep going back to the same theme. Speed, speed, speed. This looks like a race that's really going to be quick early.
And Hannah Dances on the outside at 30-to-1.
Hannah Dances is not part of that speed. She needs to find some speed at any point in the race.
Skipped over the 4. Will be post 2 for Cinderella's Cause. Yet more speed.
It sure seems that way. And one-dimensional speed in the sense that if she's not clear down the stretch, she's not going to pass anybody that last 1/8 of a mile.
So 9-to-5 favoritism on Todd Pletcher's Let Her Inspire You. Look, ended her 2-year-old campaign just missing against a really good one, Fenty Valentine, who was tackling some of the best 3-year-old fillies in the division, went to the Kentucky Oaks. As we take a look at Ready AP. Ready AP won first time out, which can be good and bad at times.
Well, she's looking for that winner's circle ever since then, as you well know, Greg.
Went into Stakes Company in her 2nd start in the Rick Violet last summer. So we take a look at the leaderboard right now. 10 wins, 2 today for Irad. Joel, 2-win afternoon. Right behind him in Luis Saez chase mode as well. He's right there with 2 as well. 64 wins from Saez last summer, 4th most all time.
Yeah, because of the depth of this colony and the way that these races are being spread out right now as far as the winners, isn't there a 3-way tie for the top of the standings right now between Joel, Luis, and
Irad one up on those 2, yeah.
Irad's one up. And I don't see any separation for quite a while here, guys. And when they're all winning that kind of number of races, I don't believe, and I could be wrong, I hope somebody does get up to at least 60 wins, but I think it's doubtful.
Yeah, just so much talent here. It's incredible. One of the great jockey colonies that's been assembled in a long, long time at this particular meet. As we take a look at the 2, Queenarella, part of an entry that's 7-to-1 in here. And this, talk about on a roll, but at Finger Lakes, 5 in a row for this filly.
and running at shorter distances than this, making the lead in those distances and setting very fast fractions.
Can we see that Finger Lakes form come to Saratoga and win? We'll see if she can do it.
Well, you know, 6 furlongs doesn't seem to be her best distance, but we'll see what happens here.
Part of an entry at 7-1 on the board, but solid favorite. Guys, it still let her inspire you at 8-5.
Yeah, and we think she should be a solid favorite in this race, win or lose. We want to talk about a couple horses that are taking some money that we don't like. So if you want to cement an anti-Jonathan Andy exacta, the 610 box is all you. Ready AP, you know, we love West Point. We love that they support their horses. But what race has she ever run that makes her the 9-2 second choice in this race?
You know, I know she was very impressive visually on debut, but from a speed figure standpoint, to your point, she hasn't done anything to be the second choice.
Or to show that she's really improved. It's Irad Ortiz, and I think you're supposed to play against her. Fancy Feline, on the other hand, when she won her 2 races, one she beat a ridiculous field, and the other one she got this unbelievable gold rail trip when she ran that 70 buyer. Trevor McCarthy just did everything right, and Cadota Pay, who she beat, was out in the middle of the racetrack. So not only did she get everything her own way, the horse she beat got nothing her own way. And, you know, we love the Jimmy Bond barn as much as anybody, and they do win race up here, and congrats on them getting that win earlier today. But I don't see how this horse is under 15-1 in this race.
It's arguable, and I'm doing the air quotes, that let her inspire you.
That I love so dearly.
Let her inspire you's bad 2-year-old races, so the quote-unquote bad
good enough to beat the horse we're talking
are good
about.
enough to beat the 6.
I don't disagree. I put the 7 on top. I'm trying to get the 5 in the number. I tried mostly to get third, but I agree with Jonathan that the 8 is the worst to beat. We'll see if Acacia has some different ideas.
I do not, Andy. I completely agree with you, and I landed on Let Her Inspire You as well. But to wrap up on Ready AP, I think one of the reasons that hope still holds out for her is that she is one of those horses that is always so impressive in the mornings. And Irad Ortiz saying that as well. He says she always works like she has so much more in there versus what she's shown on the racetrack. I will say, when she came back off the layoff in her first couple of starts, she got really washed out. She had a good sweat on today, enough because it is a warm day. But she's so much better, so much more composed, so much better in her coat in here too. And speaking to the amount that there is quite a bit of speed in here, Irad Ortiz gave her a very quiet warm-up. He kept her with the pony. He has his feet kicked out of the irons. He's keeping her very relaxed on the track. No intent as far as sending. We'll see, she does have some natural speed, but given the warm-up that he gave her on track, he wants her to settle today. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Good information there as we get set for this finale coming up. And they're looking at Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3 this afternoon on Ready AP.
You know, oftentimes, Greg, when you see a rider's feet out of the stirrups, as you do on the 10 horse there, Ready AP, the intention is to relax the horse underneath you, Gary. I mean, you know, once those feet go in the stirrups, that horse knows it's game time, and he's trying to get this horse to relax before it's time to tell her it's game time.
I used to kick mine out of the stirrups because my knees hurt. Partially, it gave me a chance to rest my knees up, and it really does settle a horse. Certain horses, when you kick them out of there, the exercise riders ride longer in the morning. Their stirrups are longer than what they are when jockeys work them out in the afternoon, and they know when you jerk those stirrups up short that they're going to do something serious that morning. They're not going to just go out there and canter.
Watching the 7 go in there, I hate to agree with Andy, but I think 7's sitting on a big race, you guys. That last race back in March, did all the dirty work, ran down the speed, and just got nailed right on the wire. It's the kind of race that really hurts to lose. I like the freshening. Ignacio Carreras is a very, very good trainer.
Meanwhile, here's Gringotts, the rail. Trevor McCarthy got on the board for the first time of the meet earlier today. Good for him. 15-1 shot here, going to break from the inside. Public, though, settling squarely on Let Her Inspire You. She's the 6-5 favorite. And big comeback effort of her debut race of her 3-year-old season. We'll see if she can build off that here.
It was huge. I mean, if she runs anywhere back to that race, I don't think she can get beat in here.
Hey, Gary, just when you thought you and I would have trouble with the post parade with all those entries and everything, it looks like the starting gate might have lined up the post positions on the horses incorrectly, or we have a scratch here, a late scratch. But I haven't heard anything, so I'm thinking they're just rearranging
I don't see
everything
any
there.
Yeah, I don't see any jockeys off of their horses. I think you're 100% right. They've put the wrong number.
There's a
up
lot
on
of
the front
shifting in here
starting gate.
with parts of 2 entries. And it looks like indeed that is what is happening. Now down to even money on Let Her Inspire You. Was it 2-1 probably about 5 minutes ago?
I think she should be even money.
Yeah, they just line these. So there's not it's not a situation where the horse is scratched. Which would, if there was a horse scratched, they would move the horses over. But it's a question of them not lining up the numbers correctly on the gate, and they're rearranging right now.
Let's go to Acacia.
It is actually not the fault of the starting gate. They did have it lined up correctly. There is a malfunction with one of the starting gate doors in between the 7 and the 2B. So the starting gate crew has to leave that one empty. So it's the malfunction of the gate. That's why you saw them shifting all of the numbers further down, Greg. So you will see that empty stall in the middle of the field.
I've never seen that before.
Well, it's almost like an auxiliary gate.
Right, but I don't think I've ever seen a situation where they're going to leave a gate open in between 2 horses.
It happens a lot in Europe when a horse refuses to load in the starting gate. They don't give them a lot of time. If you've watched races at Royal Ascot and whatnot, if a horse, and they don't care what the price is on the horse, if they delay the start for more than like 3 minutes, they just they just kick it with the empty stall.
And you have no chance to get your refund on the ticket. It's that fast over there. But here in the States, they're looking for you to get that money in the windows, so they'll give you a little time to reconstruct your ticket.
See if we can get a look at the front of that gate again and see where that space is, too.
One, it's dead in the center. Yeah, there we go.
So it's going to be between the 7 and the 2B.
Yeah.
So what happens when there's empty space? Horses run towards it. That's why they built the extended starting gate for the Kentucky Derby, because they had an auxiliary starting gate and there was a gap in there, and it would cause more congestion because horses run towards that empty space, and it costs there can be some contact, more contact the further out they are away from each other, because if a horse breaks awkwardly.
So space between Lilu, the 7, and the 2B True Empress. We're set for the nightcap. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call. The heavy favorite, the 8. Let Her Inspire You for Todd Pletcher.
There in the gate. And they're off. Cinderella's Cause is going out for the lead. And right there on the outside is Silver Fist. Silver Fist, Cinderella's Cause, they are right together. With Queenarella running in 3rd. Let Her Inspire You is on the outside in 4th. And then it is Fancy Feline, who is next in 5th. Alongside is Lilu in 6th. Then Ready AP next in 7th, followed on the inside by Gringotts in 8th. And then we come back to True Empress. On the outside is Karamoka. As the field goes around the turn after a quarter in 22-1, Cinderella's Cause, Silver Fist, 2 long shots, now joined by the favorite Let Her Inspire You on the outside in 3rd. Farther back, it's Ready IP. AP with Lilu, Queenarella. Down at the rail is True Empress. The half in 45-3. Here comes Let Her Inspire You on the outside to take the lead with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It's Let Her Inspire You in front. And then Fancy Feline moving up on the outside, and Silver Fist continues to battle on. It is Let Her Inspire You who's got it wrapped up. Let Her Inspire You by 4 lengths. Then Silver Fist and Fancy Feline.
Nice to see Todd Pletcher and Johnny V back together again here. Won so many big races over the course of their 2 Hall of Fame careers, and this was pretty easy for Let Her Inspire You.
Yeah, very confident ride from Johnny V, and this filly won nice. She won easy. She had her ears pricked up immediately when he stood up on her past the finish line, telling me that there was more left in the tank. She wasn't under a whole lot of pressure. Johnny gave her a couple of reminders with the crop, but it's all this Phillies race.
Greatest feeling in the world for a trainer as well as a rider. You're going down the backside. You've got two big long shots out there knocking heads. You're sitting outside. Nobody is hampering you from outside your horse. You can just take whatever course you want. Just go right by them when they start to fade.
Let her inspire you guys. Back now as a 3-year-old filly. Perfect 2 for 2.
First of all, I want to say to Tom, one of those 2 long shots that I'll end for second was the horse that I talked about. So, Tom, I appreciate the respect, though not as little respect to Joe Nacho Correas and not knowing to pronounce his name. But he said to me, who's that Tom Amiss guy that works with you? This horse, Jonathan, like you said and Gary said, was worth it at even money. This was just the best horse in the race, though Silver Fist ran very, very well.
This game would be so much easier if these horses on paper that weren't supposed to lose didn't lose. This is one of those that I still appreciate here at Saratoga, because there's often that I feel like horses can't lose, and they do. So thank you very
Never
much.
happened to me.
Let me inspire you in this spot. Look, it's a good example of horses to keep an eye out for that maybe didn't perform so well at 2 without Lasix and have Lasix and are performing at a higher level.
Yeah, she didn't run as well as she did when she broke her maiden, to be
No,
fair
I don't
here.
think so.
And a very good performance by the runner-up in this race to battle through that pace the way she did. And she broke today, unlike last time, and saw the owner earlier, and he was excited for her, and at least she gave him a good run. So all in all, a good day today. But, Tom, you're going to have to learn to pronounce the other trainers' names, or things can get ugly in the backstretch.
Is that directed at me?
I believe,
Yes, it was.
I believe it was 100% directed.
Okay, Andy. Yeah, I was kind of listening, Andy, I guess.
Even money, let her inspire you. And 34 to 1 underneath. J.J. Pletcher, there's Todd's father in the winner's circle with him. He has so much to be proud of with his son, Hall of Famer. One of the greats in this sport, including a 14-time leading trainer here at Saratoga. We'll have the prices from this finale when we come back.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire, Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart: the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Saratoga live as live racing completed here on this Friday at the Spa. John Velasquez, and let her inspire you in the nightcap as Johnny joins me now. This filly, Johnny, we saw her break her maiden last time out. It just seems like coming back as a 3-year-old, she's taken a huge step forward.
She has done very well, obviously, coming back of the long way up. I mean, like I said last time when I rode her, it's like and last year Todd really liked it here, you know, and she just didn't develop, and obviously with the time off, she come back really nice.
Another nice effort today, but wanted to ask you about Malathot on Sunday in the Shuvi, as I know it was your idea to add the blinkers. For those who didn't get a chance to hear what you said at Belmont, can you tell a bit why you think that blinkers will help her?
Well, this has been a long time, and Tad and I have talked about it, you know, but she kind of loses focus, you know, but she's been winning, so it's hard to put blinkers on a horse that she's running that good, you know, so last time out, even when she won in Keeneland, Todd said to him, I promise you one day I'll put blinkers on her. Obviously she got beat the next time, and I was like, I think it's time for her to put blinkers on, and maybe that little bit that she needs to focus most on the race, and hopefully that'll be it.
Do you think they'll have more of an effect kind of early with her jumping into the bridle?
I don't think so. I mean, she's not aggressive at all. You know, I just want to basically, when she gets down the lane and focus on what she needs to do, she really gets to the lead, and she barely wins anyway, though. You know, it's very unusual that she goes away from the horses, though, and then when she's sometimes fighting, she kind of loses momentum. So hopefully this kind of keep her mind and running.
Great insight as always, Johnny. Thank you, and congratulations on the win here.
Thank you.
John Velasquez giving us a little bit behind the scenes, Greg, of that equipment change for Malathot this weekend.
Big one. He'll team up again with Todd Pletcher in that Shuvi on Malathot, last year's Kentucky Oaks winner. And you know, Johnny's been doing this for such a long time at such a high level. It doesn't. You see him ride. Does he look as good as ever to you?
Oh, 100%. He can still fold over on one. He finishes very strong from the waist up. He's got strong legs. He hasn't lost anything. He looks as good on a horse to me now as he did when he was in his 20s, but he's got a lot more experience than he had when he was 20. He's a dangerous rider in a good way.
The Tom Brady of horse racing.
Yeah, indeed. Good analogy there. Even money. Let her inspire you. Pick 5. Formful afternoon. $149. If you come up with this sequence, the biggest price of that group, $9.50 making my move. With keep me in mind, I think for a lot of people, odds on might have been a free square there, and certainly in the last, this was a pretty heavy favorite also. We're looking forward, obviously, to a big weekend coming up at Coaching Club American Oaks. Top 2 finishers in that rematch with Nest, the runner-up, and Secret Oath, the winner of that race, who both went on to tackle the boys in legs of the Triple Crown after that meeting in the Oaks.
They did. Secret Oath and Nest, last time they met was in the Kentucky Oaks. And, you know, for Nest, I really thought, because I was paying attention a lot to her on the racetrack back then, I didn't think she was at her best back then in the beginning of May. I think she has turned the corner and started to do really well again. And although she ran behind Secret Oath that day, I think she is back on her game. And after that second place finish in this past Belmont, I look for her to run big.
I think Nest has matured, definitely has matured. But on this particular day in the Kentucky Oaks, Secret Oath was head and shoulders better than the rest. Nest had no excuse there. She came back in 2 weeks, ran in the Kentucky Derby. I know that's hard on a filly of her caliber, as hard as she did run in the Kentucky Oaks, but I'm looking forward to the matchup tomorrow, guys. It's going to be exciting.
So in terms of athleticism, would you say Secret Oath is maybe the more athletic of the two?
I don't know I'd make that statement. I think they're both really very good athletes.
I do think she's a little bit more athletic, more sudden than the other
Who's going to be in front of who midway through the race?
I think that Secret Oath will be.
It's going to be fun. Rematch of that 1-2 finish in the Kentucky Oaks between those two fillies. We will have for you tomorrow in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Secret Oath and Nest. Chad Brown again 1-2 in our feature. 4th straight victory in the Lake George. There's the Kentucky Oaks winner for D. Wayne Lucas, and the man who came up under him, Todd Pletcher, will try and beat him with Nest as they go head-to-head tomorrow on the program. We'll see you then. Check your local listings on Fox.
The momentum continues for War Dancer, following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire. His progeny have posted 23 more wins in 2022, like Busy Morning.
Busy Morning, she is drawing away here.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Dancing Buck.
No threat to Dancing Buck.
Now with $3.5 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.